The first rule of surviving a zombie apocalypse: never let your guard down, not even for a second. Jacob and Emilia learned this the hard way when what started as a triumphant raid on a vending machine turned into a desperate fight for their lives in the echoing corridors of an abandoned mall. But here's what will shock you. What's more dangerous than the undead? It's hunger, trust, and the crushing weight of a world that no longer makes sense, where every decision could be your last, and every ally might be the key to your salvation or your doom. But before we dive in, consider hitting that like button and subscribing if you haven't already. Your support means we can continue providing these engaging videos to help you pass the time, whether it's for sleep or a long ride. Also, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is. We'd love to hear from you. So without further ado, let's get started. The Last Horizon. Audiobook and narration provided by Frostfall Audio. Chapter 1. Hungry Shadows. The fire axe comes down hard. Glass explodes across linoleum. The sound echoes through the empty mall like a church bell in a graveyard. Emilia steps back and admires her work. The Coca-Cola machine bleeds warm soda onto the floor. Cans tumble out. Red aluminum catches the dim light filtering through skylights 3 stories up. Jacob laughs. The sound doesn't belong here. Nothing living belongs here anymore. You're wild, he says. She grins, hefts the axe. Red hair tie keeps her ponytail tight. Practical. Everything about her is practical except the way she swings that axe. There's joy in it. Something close to joy. Wild gets you drinks, she says. Wild gets you fed. The snack machines stand in a row like soldiers, waiting. Everything waits now. The world holds its breath between heartbeats. Jacob picks up a warm Coke, pops the tab. The hiss is too loud. He takes a sip. Flat. Sweet. Perfect. How long you think these have been sitting here, he asks. She shrugs, uses the axe to pry open a bag of chips. Doritos. Cool Ranch. The bag crinkles like thunder. Long enough, she says. Long enough that we're the first ones desperate enough to come looking. She's wrong about that, but neither of them knows it yet. The mall sprawls around them. 3 levels of retail tomb. Macy's at the north end. JCPenney at the south. In between, a food court scattered with plastic chairs, a carousel frozen mid-spin, stores with their security gates half down like eyelids on a corpse. Mannequins in the window displays. Some of them aren't mannequins. Jacob takes another sip, studies the vending machines, 5 of them. Snacks, drinks, energy bars, a coffee dispenser that probably hasn't worked in months. His claw hammer hangs from his belt loop. 16 ounces of steel, tool and weapon. He's comfortable with it. Mechanic hands, no hammers. You want to test that thing on another machine, he asks. Emilia looks at him. Dark eyes catch what little light there is. She's already moving, already choosing her target. The axe feels good in her hands. She told him that earlier, when they first met 2 hours ago in the parking garage, when she saved him from something that used to be a security guard. She said, "This axe and me were going steady." He said, "Lucky axe." She said, "You're trouble." He said, "You have no idea." The axe comes down again. Another machine dies. Candy bars spill out like organs. Snickers. Milky Way. 3 musketeers. Old names from an old world. They gather the hall, fill a canvas bag Jacob found in a Forever 21. The irony isn't lost on either of them. "We should move soon," he says. Noise travels. She nods, knows he's right. But there's something about this moment, this small victory. Warm Coke and stale chips and the 2 of them still breathing, still laughing. The apocalypse can wait 5 more minutes. Then they hear it. A moan, low, wet, coming from somewhere in the food court shadows. The kind of sound that makes your spine remember it's just bone and nerve, that you're meat, that you've always been meat. Jacob sets down his Coke. Slow, quiet. His hand finds the hammer. Emilia's already got the axe up, ready. They move together without talking. 2 people who just met, but who understand the same language now. The language of survival, the grammar of staying unlived. Another moan, closer. Then another, then 5 more, then too many to count. They come shambling out of the shadows near the Sparrow. Gray skin, milky eyes, clothes that don't fit right anymore. One of them drags a leg. Another has an arm bent backward. A third is missing its jaw, but the sound still comes out. That horrible empty sound. Oh, Emilia says. That's not good. Jacob's already backing toward the vending machines, looking for exits. The loading dock, that's where they need to go, where the delivery trucks used to come, where there might be a way out that doesn't involve going through 20 unliving things. We run, he says. She glances at him, that grin again. Sharp. Dangerous. We run, she agrees. First, the axe whistles through air, catches the first one in the shoulder, bites deep. The thing stumbles, fall up. She yanks the axe free. Fluid arcs across the floor. Dark. She doesn't look at it. Now we run, she says. They sprint. Cans of Coke roll underfoot. Chip bags crunch. The moaning grows louder, multiplies, echoes off the high ceiling. More of them. So many more. Pouring out of the stores, out of the service corridors. Out of whatever holes they've been hiding in. Jacob's hammer swings wide. Connects with something soft. He doesn't look. Doesn't want to see what used to be human. What might have been someone's father. Someone's daughter. Just keeps running. Just keeps breathing. The loading dock sign glows green in the emergency lighting. They crash through double doors, down a concrete hallway. Fluorescent tubes flicker overhead. Half of them are dead. The other half dying. Behind them, the sound of 20 hungry things learning to run. Ahead, darkness and the smell of diesel and rain. They don't slow down. They don't look back. The doors burst open and they're in the loading area. 3 trucks sit silent, rusted, flat tires. Beyond them, the bay doors, closed, locked, maybe. Emilia reaches the first truck, tries the handle, locked. Jacob's already at the second. This one opens. The cab smells like old coffee and something worse. Something that makes his eyes water. But there's nothing inside, nothing moving. Just trash and a trucker's logbook and a dream catcher hanging from the mirror. The moaning grows closer. Third truck, she says, or we jimmy those bay doors. He looks at the bay doors. Heavy steel, electric. The power's been dead for months. They'd need a crowbar. They'd need time. They have neither. The patrol car sits in the corner. He almost missed it. Kansas Highway Patrol, white with blue stripes, windows dark with something he doesn't want to name, but the shape inside, behind the wheel, slumped. That, he says, points. Emilia sees it, nods. No other choice. They approach slow, the moaning behind them loud enough to taste. Jacob tries the door, opens. The smell hits like a fist. Flies burst out, hundreds of them. Black cloud. He gags, covers his mouth. The thing in the driver's seat doesn't move. Uniform still visible under the decay. Badge catching light. Name tag says Morrison. Is it gone? Emilia whispers. Jacob doesn't know if it matters. His hand shakes as he reaches past the body. The holster's empty. But there, on the passenger seat, under a clipboard, the revolver. Snub-nosed, .38 special, 5 rounds scattered loose near the shifter. He takes them. All of them. Loads the cylinder with fingers that won't stop shaking. The body doesn't move. Maybe it's really gone. Maybe it's just waiting. They back away. The doors behind them burst open. The first one through is fast. Faster than it should be. It sees them. Opens its mouth. That sound comes out. Emilia's axe is already moving. The bay doors, Jacob says, she's ahead of him. Running to the manual release. Chain hanging from the ceiling. She jumps. Catches it. Her weight pulls down. Nothing happens. She drops. Tries again. This time Jacob's with her. Both of them pulling. The door groans. Starts to rise. Inch by inch. So slow. Too slow. More of them pouring through now. 10. 15. Emilia lets go of the chain. Axe in both hands. Jacob raises the revolver. Aims. His hands shake. First time holding a firearm in his life. First time needing to. The door's high enough. 2 feet. 3. Go, he says. She slides under. He follows. The door crashes down behind them. Something catches underneath. Arm, leg. The door grinds, stops, opens slightly. Enough for them to squeeze through. Enough for other things to follow. Outside, rain. Cold, October rain. The parking lot stretches forever. Cars sit dead, waiting. The sky is gray, low, pressing down. They run into it, into the rain, into whatever comes next. Behind them, the sound of hungry things learning doors don't matter anymore. Chapter 2, Isle of Echoes. The rain stops before they do. They collapse behind a rusted Ford Explorer. Third row from the mall, Emilia's chest heaves. Jacob's hands still shake. The revolver feels like it weighs 100 pounds. He checks the cylinder. 5 rounds, 5 chances. He doesn't know if he can use them. Your hands always shake like that, she asks. He looks at her. Rain drips from her hair. Her ponytail came loose. She doesn't seem to notice. The axe rests across her knees. Dark fluid on the blade. Drying. Rust colored in the gray light. First time, he says. She nods, like she understands. Maybe she does. You get used to it, she says. The shaking stops after a while. He doesn't ask what comes after the shaking, doesn't want to know, doesn't want to think about a future where this is normal, where pointing a firearm at things that used to be people is just another Tuesday. They sit there. Minutes pass. The mall is quiet now. The loading dock doors closed. Nothing following, yet. We should keep moving, Jacob says. She agrees, but neither of them stands. Not yet. Too tired. Too wrung out. Adrenaline crash hits like a brick. His muscles feel like water. Everything hurts. Everything that didn't hurt 5 minutes ago. Got any more of that Coke, she asks. He checks the bag. 1 can left. Still warm. He hands it to her. She pops the tab, takes a long drink, passes it back. They share it. Trading sips, not talking, just breathing, just being alive. The parking lot is a graveyard. Cars scattered like tombstones. Some of them have been here since the beginning. Windows smashed, doors hanging open, trunks looted. Others look untouched, waiting. Like their owners might come back any minute, might unlock them with a beep and drive away. No one's coming back. Jacob knows this. Everyone knows this. But some part of him, the stupid part, the part that still dreams, keeps expecting headlights, keeps expecting sirens, keeps expecting someone to show up and say, okay, joke's over. You can go home now. There's a Taco Bell across the street. Boarded windows. Spray paint on the drive-thru. The golden arches of a McDonald's visible beyond that. The world's still here. All the pieces, just rearranged, emptied out. A stage set with no actors. Where were you? Emilia asks. When it started. He doesn't answer right away. Thinks about it. Remembers. His uncle's garage, oil changes and brake pads and a radio playing classic rock, then the emergency broadcast, then the phone's not working, then his sister calling, her voice. That last conversation. Doesn't matter now, he says. She lets it go. Smart. They all have stories. They all have people they couldn't save, names they don't say anymore, faces that show up in dreams. I was at the hospital, she says anyway. ER. Double shift. We thought it was flu, some new strain. People coming in with fever, confusion, bites. We didn't know. We didn't understand until it was too late. She stops, takes another sip of Coke, hands it back. I left them there, she says. The patients, the other nurses, just walked out. Stole this axe from the fire case on my way. I'm not proud of that. Jacob doesn't say anything. What can you say? She did what everyone did. Survived. Ran, made choices in seconds that would haunt years. The Coke's empty. He crushes the can, sets it down. His hammer catches the light. Familiar weight. He's been carrying hammers since he was 12, working on cars with his uncle, learning to fix things, how to make dead engines run, how to jury-rig solutions from scraps. Those skills matter now, maybe more than ever. We need supplies, he says, food, water, medicine if we can find it, and a vehicle, something that runs. Emilia stands, stretches, her back pops, she winces but doesn't complain, plain. The axe comes up easy, natural, like an extension of her arm. There's a pharmacy, she says, points. 2 blocks east, I saw the sign. Might still have something useful, might not. Worth checking. He nods, stands, his legs protest. Ignore them, the revolver goes in his belt. Awkward, heavy, wrong, but necessary. He keeps the hammer in his hand. That feels right. That feels like home. They move through the parking lot, weaving between cars, checking shadows, listening. Always listening. The The world is quiet, but it's not empty. Things move in the quiet, things that used to be neighbors, co-workers, friends. A dog barks somewhere, far away, still alive, still surviving. Jacob wonders what dogs make of all this, if they understand, if they mourn their people, or if they've just moved on. Adapted. Maybe that's the secret. Maybe the things that survive are the ones that don't look back. The pharmacy is called Save More. Red sign, white letters, half of them missing, salve ore, the windows are intact, plywood boards nailed across them. Someone fortified this place. Question is whether they're still inside. Emilia approaches the door, tries the handle, locked. She knocks. 3 times, waits, nothing. Jacob checks the alley, side entrance, also boarded, but there's a gap where the plywood pulled away from the frame. Just enough, here, he says. She joins him, peers through. Darkness inside. Smell of antiseptic and something else, something rotten. He lights a match, holds it close. The flame gutters, shadows dance. Could be supply jackpot, she says. Could be a tomb. Could be both, he says. She looks at him, that grin, the one that says she's thinking something dangerous, something stupid, something that might just work. Ladies first, he says. She snorts, squeezes through the gap. He follows. The match goes out, darkness swallows them. Inside, fell shelves, rows of them. Some knocked over, some intact. Prescription counter in the back. Cash register dead. Magazines scattered across the floor. Cosmo. People. Faces smiling up at them from before. Everyone looked so happy before. They move slow. Careful. Emilia's axe ready. Jacob's hammer up. The pharmacy smells like medicine and mildew, like hope expired, like promises no one kept. There's a body near the cold medicine. They step over it. Don't look too close. Don't need to. Everyone's seen bodies. Everyone's stepped over bodies. That's just how it is now. The pharmacy section is stripped. Empty bottles, empty boxes. Whatever was here is gone. Someone got here first. Probably months ago. But there's still the front section. The regular shelves, Band-Aids, vitamins, toothpaste. Emilia fills her bag. Practical stuff, ibuprofen, gauze, medical tape. Jacob grabs protein bars, beef jerky, bottled water. They work in silence, efficient, a team already. Something crashes in the back. They freeze. The sound comes again. Metal, dragging, getting closer. Emilia looks at Jacob, mouths, go. But the front's blocked. They came in the side. That means going deeper, toward the sound, toward whatever's making it. Jacob points to the stockroom door. Emilia nods. They move, fast but quiet, shoes barely touching ground. The door's cracked open, darkness beyond. They slip through. The stockroom is chaos, boxes everywhere, overturned, ripped open. Something lived here. Something made a nest, old blankets, empty food containers, trash piled high and in the corner. Caught in a shelf that collapsed, tangled in wire and metal. A figure, gray skin, milky eyes, moving. Trying to get free. It sees them. Opens its mouth, that sound. Emilia's already moving. The axe comes down. The thing stops moving, stops making sound. Just another body now. Just another thing that used to be. Back door, Jacob says, points. Emergency exit sign still glowing. They run for it. Push through. Alarm should sound, but doesn't. No power, no alarms, just the exit in the alley and fresh air that tastes like freedom. They're outside, behind the pharmacy. Another alley, more trash, more cars, more of everything and nothing. But they hear it now, coming from everywhere, all around. That low, wet sound, that hungry sound. The pharmacy crash called them, rang the dinner bell. Which way, Emilia asks. Jacob points, north. Away from the mall, away from the sounds, toward the industrial section, where the loading docks are, where trucks used to bring supplies, where there might be a delivery van, something with keys still in it, something that runs. They run again, because that's what you do. You run, you survive. You hope tomorrow is different. Behind them, the sound of 100 hungry things learning to hunt in packs. Chapter 3, Docks of the Damned. The industrial section sleeps under October clouds. 3 loading docks. Chain link fence, razor wire at the top. Gate hanging open, someone left in a hurry, probably months ago. Tire tracks in mud, long dried. Everything here is dried. Everything here is waiting. Jacob and Emilia slip through. The revolver's a weight in his belt, 5 rounds, 5 chances. Needs to make them count. Needs to learn to shoot straight. Later. When there's time. When there's not things following. The loading docks serve a distribution center. Big Mart. The kind of place that sent trucks everywhere, toilet paper, dog food, cheap furniture, all of it sitting in warehouses while the world ended, waiting for customers who stopped coming. 3 trucks in the bay. White, blue logos faded, doors open, empty, already looted, but there's more. Back of the lot, a chain link cage. Inside, 4 vans, delivery vehicles, keys might be in the office, might be gone. Only one way to know. Office is a double-wide trailer, steps leading up, door closed, windows dark, could be safe, could be tomb. That's everything now. Schrodinger's apocalypse. Everything's alive and gone until you open the door. I'll check, Emilia says. Jacob shakes his head. Together. She doesn't argue. They're past that. Past the stage where people split up. Everyone knows what happens when you split up. Everyone's heard the stories. The lessons come quick now. Learn or die. Those are the options. The door's unlocked. Swings open. Smell hits them. Rot. Old food. Worse things. But no movement. Jacob lights another match. Office desk. File cabinets. Coffee pot with mold growing. Calendar on the wall stopped at March. The world ended in March. Sometimes it's strange to remember that. To know there's a specific date when everything stopped. Key rack on the wall, hooks labeled. Van 1, Van 2, empty. Van 3, empty. Van 4, key hanging. Brass. Catching matchlight. Jackpot, Emilia whispers. They take the key, the match burns down. Darkness returns. They move by feel out the door, down the steps, across the lot to the cage. The lock's already broken. Whoever looted the other vans tried this one too. Probably found it dead. No gas. Bad battery. Left it. Van 4 sits at the back, white paint, Big Mart logo, sliding door on the side. Jacob tries the key. Driver's side, it fits. Turns. Click. He opens the door. Cab smells like air freshener and age. Cherry scent. Artificial. Wrong. Cross your fingers, he says. Turns the key in the ignition. Nothing. Not even a click. Battery's gone. Completely dead. He pops the hood. Checks. Someone stripped the battery. Took it. Needed it more. We need another battery, he says, or we push. Emilia looks at the fence, the gate, the slope beyond. All downhill. They could push. Build momentum. Pop the clutch. Might work. Might not. 50-50. Or, she says, points. The patrol car, the one from the mall, sitting way back there with the corpse, the flies, the smell, but also a battery. A working battery that started that car enough to drive here, to park, to wait for Officer Morrison to never come back. Jacob's stomach turns. But she's right. The battery might work, might fit, worth trying, worth not pushing a van 3 miles. I'll get it, he says. You sure? He nods. Doesn't trust his voice, doesn't want to talk about the corpse, about reaching past it, about the chance it's not really gone, just waiting, just hungry. The walk back to the mall loading dock feels longer than it should. His feet drag, his chest tight. The hammer in his hand isn't enough. The revolver in his belt isn't enough. Nothing's enough when you're scared, when you're remembering the smell. But he reaches the dock. The patrol car sits where they left it, windows still dark, still silent. He approaches slow, peers through glass. The shape inside hasn't moved. Flies still buzzing, storm of them, black and loud. He opens the door, same smell, same cloud of insects. He holds his breath, pops the hood, comes around front. The engine's old. Simple. Battery right there. He has tools in his pocket. Always has tools. Mechanic habit. Wrench fits the terminal, loosens. Battery comes free, heavier than expected. Acid smell, old charge. But it might work, might have enough juice. Something moves behind him. He spins. Hammer up. Heart pounding. Nothing there. Just shadows. Just his mind. Just the apocalypse making him paranoid. Making him see things. He carries the battery back. Takes forever. Arms burning. The loading docks fade behind him. The van appears. Emilia waits. Sees him coming. Waves. You're alive, she says. Surprised me too, he says. They install the battery. His hands know the work. Muscle memory. Connect positive. Connect negative. Tighten terminals. Close hood. Back in the cab. Key in ignition. Deep breath. Please, he whispers, turns the key. Engine coughs, stutters, dies. Again, coughs, catches, rattles, runs. The sound is beautiful. Engine music, civilization, the sound of maybe getting out of here, maybe living another day. Emilia whoops, climbs in passenger side. They sit there, engine running, both of them grinning. First thing in forever, first win that wasn't just about not going unlived. Where to, she asks. He thinks. Looks at the gauge. Quarter tank. Enough to get somewhere, not enough to get everywhere. Need to choose smart, need a destination. Somewhere with supplies, somewhere fortified, somewhere there might be other people. Not the unliving kind. East, he says. I heard radio chatter. Before the batteries died. Something about a farm. People gathering. Kansas. Outside Topeka. Maybe 3 hours if the roads are clear. Big if. Big if, he agrees. She reaches over, pats his shoulder, her hand lingers. Warm, real. Human touch. How long since they've had that? Since they've trusted someone enough to touch them, to let down the walls. Let's find out, she says. He shifts into gear. The van lurches, rolls forward, through the gate, onto the street, past the pharmacy, past the mall, past everything that was and isn't anymore. Behind them, smoke rising. Fire somewhere. Always fire. The world burns slow now, no one left to put it out. Ahead, empty highway, gray sky, possibility. The van picks up speed. 40, 50. The engine sounds good, strong. They might make it, they might actually make it. Something runs across the road, gray skin, fast, too fast. He swerves, misses it, barely. His hands white on the wheel. Emilia loads the axe between her knees. Ready. Always ready. Keep driving, she says. Don't stop. Don't ever stop. He doesn't plan to. The highway stretches ahead, empty, waiting, full of everything they need and everything they fear. They drive into it, into whatever comes next. Together. The van's headlights cut the gray. 2 beams, 2 chances, 2 people who might survive another day. Behind them, the city falls away, becomes memory, becomes past, ahead, unknown. But at least it's ahead. At least it's forward. At least they're moving. The radio crackles, static, white noise. Then, for just a second, a voice, far away, broken. Anyone still out there, farm, coordinates, then nothing, just static again. But it's enough to hope, enough to keep driving. They chase that voice into the gray October afternoon, chase it toward farms and people and maybe safety, maybe sanctuary, or maybe just another place to die. Either way, they're gonna find out. Chapter 4, Roadside Requiem. Highway 70 runs east like a scar, 2 lanes, cracked asphalt, white lines faded, cars scattered along the shoulder, some crashed, some parked, some just stopped, like their drivers gave up, put it in park, walked away, into the trees, into the fields, into nothing. Jacob keeps the van at 60, fuel gauge dropping, quarter tank becoming less, need to find gas, need to find it soon. But the stations they pass are stripped, pumps dead, parking lots full of abandoned cars. Desperate people were here first, took everything, left nothing. The sun breaks through clouds. First time all day, low and orange, October sun, thin warmth, doesn't reach inside. Emilia watches out the window, silent, thinking. Everyone thinks too much now, too much time, too much quiet. Thoughts get loud in the quiet. Tell me something, she says. Something from before. Before is a foreign country. Different language, different rules. He tries to remember what mattered then. Bills, traffic, what to eat for dinner, small things, stupid things, things that seemed important. I had a sister, he says. Younger, Sarah. She wanted to be a teacher. Elementary school. She loved kids, had this way of talking to them like they were real people, not just small versions. Emilia waits. Doesn't push. Lets him find the words. She called me. That first day, when everything started, said she was scared, said there were people acting strange at her apartment. She asked if she should leave. I told her to stay inside. Lock the doors. I was coming. I was on my way. He stops, hands tight on the wheel. The highway blurs, refocuses. I didn't make it, he says. Traffic, accidents, fires. By the time I got there, he doesn't finish, doesn't need to. Emilia reaches over, touches his arm, just a touch. Brief, but enough. I had a daughter, she says. Had. Past tense. The word lands heavy. She doesn't elaborate, doesn't explain, just looks out the window, at the passing world, at the fields turning gold in the dying light, at everything that continues without them. They drive in silence after that. Some stories don't need endings. Everyone's story ends the same now anyway. With loss, with grief, with empty chairs and unanswered phones and people who aren't coming back. Gas station ahead. Off-ramp. Sign says Franklin. Population 3,000 was 3,000, now probably 3, or none, or -3 if you count the things that aren't quite gone but aren't quite alive either. Jacob takes the exit. The station is a Quick Mart, red roof, pumps dark, but there's a tanker truck parked behind the building, might have fuel, might have something. He pulls around, kills the engine. Silence rushes in, too loud. They sit there, listening. The world ticks, cools, waits. I'll check the truck, he says. You watch for them, she finishes. Yeah, I know. She takes the axe, he takes the hammer and a length of hose from the van. Siphoning's not elegant, but it works. Gravity and patience, two things the apocalypse teaches well. The tanker's locked, he jimmies the cap with the hammer, prees it open. Inside, the smell of diesel. Different from gasoline, wrong fuel, van needs gas, not diesel. Useless. But there's the station, underground tanks. Might still have something. Problem is getting to it. Pumps need power, power needs generators. Generators need someone who knows what they're doing. Jacob knows what he's doing. The store door's unlocked, swings open. Inside, shelves picked clean, cash register open, empty. Floor scattered with trash, but behind the counter, the back room, where employees went, where the manager's office sits, where the generator might be. He finds it. Gray box. Dusty. Portable. Still has fuel in the tank. He primes it. Pulls the cord. Nothing. Again, still nothing. Third time. Coughs. Catches. Roars to life. Lights flicker. The store comes alive. Freezers hum. Radio on the counter crackles. A voice. Automated. Emergency broadcast. Same message. Over and over. Seek shelter. Avoid contact. Help is coming. Help never came. Everyone knows that. But the message plays anyway. Ghost promise. Empty words. Jacob runs outside. The pumps are lit. Green lights ready. He grabs the nozzle, inserts it, squeezes. Fuel flows. Beautiful sound. Liquid gold. He fills the tank. Watches the numbers climb. 15 gallons. 20. Emilia's at the van. Watching the tree line. The axe ready. She sees something. Stiffens. Company, she calls. He looks. 3 figures. Coming from the trees, shambling. Gray, wrong. They see the lights, hear the generator. Start moving faster, not quite running but close. 30 gallons, tanks full. He stops. Hangs up the nozzle, backs to the van. The 3 become 5. 5 become 8. They're coming from everywhere, drawn to light, to sound, to anything that suggests life. Time to go, Emilia says. He's already moving. Into the cab, key in ignition, engine starts, first try, thank God for small mercies. The generator still runs, still powers the lights, still calls them. Jacob looks at it, makes a choice. What are you doing? Emilia asks. Buying time, he says. He gets out, runs to the generator, picks it up, carries it into the store, sets it down, runs back. A shape lunges from the shadows, gray hands, broken nails. He swings the hammer, connects. The thing falls. He doesn't wait to see if it stays down. In the van, door closed, gas pedal down, they peel out, tires screaming. The Quick Mart falls away, the lights fade, but the generator still runs, still draws them, away from the highway, away from where Jacob and Emilia are going. Smart, Emilia says. Cold, but smart. He doesn't answer, doesn't feel smart, feels tired, feels like every choice is wrong, like survival means becoming something else, something harder, something that doesn't hesitate. The highway opens up again, empty, clean. They drive. The fuel gauge sits at full. Small victory. They'll take it. Miles pass. Sky darkens. Purple, then black. Stars come out. More stars than before. No light pollution. No cities glowing. Just stars. Cold and distant and uncaring. Bridge ahead. Spanning a river. Water black below. Trees thick on both banks. The bridge is old. Concrete. 2 lanes. Jacob slows. Something's wrong. Can feel it. The bridge deck sits uneven. Cracked. Like something hit it, like something broke it. Stop, Emilia says. Look. He stops. Gets out, walks to the edge, looks down, the center span's gone, collapsed, dropped into the river below, gap maybe 30 feet, no way across, no way forward. We backtrack, he says, find another route, but behind them, headlights, multiple, coming fast, not cars, something bigger, trucks, military maybe, or raiders, either way, trouble. And from below, from the riverbank, that sound, that wet, hungry sound. Dozens of them, hundreds. The collapsed bridge trapped them, herded them. Now they're climbing, scrambling up the embankment, toward the bridge, toward the light, toward Jacob and Emilia. We're boxed in, she says. Jacob's mind races, thinks like a mechanic, thinks in systems, in cause and effect. The van's full of fuel. Fuel burns. Fire drives them back. But fire also means losing the van, losing their way forward. Unless he runs to the van, opens the emergency kit, flares, road triangles, bungee cords. He grabs 3 flares, hands one to Emilia. When I say run, and he says, you run, don't wait, don't look back. What are you? Just trust me. She does. No argument. That's the thing about apocalypse. Trust comes fast or not at all. He lights 2 flares, bright red. Chemical burn, throws one toward the bridge edge, toward the climbing things. They recoil, hate the light, fear the fire. He throws the second toward the approaching trucks. Warning, stay back. Then he opens the van's fuel cap, stuffs a rag inside, lights it with the 3rd flare. Fire catches, crawls up the rag. He's got maybe 30 seconds. Run, he says. They run. Off the bridge, into the trees, down an embankment. Branches whip, roots catch. Behind them, the van explodes. Not Hollywood big, just a whumph. A fireball, heat washing over them, light turning night to day. The explosion catches the bridge, fuel spreads, fire follows, the things climbing scream, that horrible sound. They fall back, into the river, into each other. The bridge deck groans, cracks deeper, another section falls. The trucks screech to a stop, doors open, voices, shouting, then gunfire, shooting at the things, at the flames, at everything. Jacob and Emilia keep running, through the trees, following the river, away from the chaos, away from the fire and the screaming and the choices that keep getting harder. They collapse a mile downstream, gasping, covered in ash. The sky behind them glows orange. The bridge burns, the trucks fade. Everything fades except their breathing, their heartbeats, the fact that they're still alive. The van, Emilia says between breaths. Gone, he says. But we're not. She laughs, bitter, exhausted, but still a laugh. You're insane, she says. You know that. Takes one to know one, he says. They sit there, by the river, under the stars, no van, no supplies, just what they're carrying, the axe, the hammer, the revolver with 5 rounds, some flares, some hope. The radio chatter mentioned coordinates, Jacob says. If we follow the river, we should hit a road. Then we walk, maybe 10 miles, maybe 20. In the dark, he agrees. With them everywhere. She stands, offers him her hand. He takes it. She pulls him up. They stand there, 2 people, alone, together. Then we better start walking, she says. They do, following the river, following hope, following whatever keeps them moving forward, when everything says stop, says give up, says lie down and let it end. But they don't lie down, they walk. Step after step, mile after mile, the river beside them, the stars above them, the world behind them burning, and somewhere ahead, a farm, a signal, a chance. They walk toward it, into the darkness, into whatever comes next, together. Chapter 5, Signal in the Static. Dawn finds them on a dirt road. The river led them here, through the trees, through the night, through a darkness so complete they walked holding hands. Not romance, just navigation. Just 2 people trying not to lose each other in the black. Emilia's boots are caked with mud. Jacob's hands are raw. They haven't spoken in hours. Too tired, too focused on breathing, on moving, on not stopping. The road is gravel. Tire tracks, recent, maybe days old, maybe hours. Hard to tell, but it goes somewhere. Roads always go somewhere. They follow it east. The sun climbs, orange to yellow to white. Heat builds, October heat, false summer. The kind that makes you forget winter's coming, that everything ends. Farmhouse ahead, white paint peeling, red barn listing, fence posts leaning, but smoke from the chimney, thin, gray, someone's home. Jacob stops, the revolver's in his hand, doesn't remember drawing it. Muscle memory, survival instinct. Could be friendly, Emilia says. Could be, he agrees. They approach slow, careful. The house watches them. Windows dark, door closed, but the smoke continues. Someone's inside, someone's alive. Question is whether they want company. Jacob knocks 3 times. Clear, loud, identifies them as human. Things don't knock. Silence, then footsteps. Heavy, boot heels on wood. The door opens, chain across the gap. An eye peers out, male, mid-40s, gray in his beard, weathered face. The eye studies them, calculates, decides. You bit, the voice asks. Rough, unused. No, Jacob says, been walking all night, saw your smoke, hoped you might have water, maybe directions. The eye moves, studies Emilia. The axe, back to Jacob. The hammer, the revolver. Where you headed? Heard about a farm, Jacob says. Radio chatter, people gathering. Coordinates put it maybe 5 miles from here. Northeast. The eye changes. Something like recognition, or maybe resignation. Hayes Farm, the voice says. Yeah, that's mine. You found it. The chain drops. The door opens. The man fills the frame. Tall, broad shoulders, work shirt, jeans, boots, a shotgun in his left hand, not pointing, just present. Christopher Hayes, he says. Come on in. You look like hell. They enter. The house is simple, clean, kitchen table, wood stove, cots along the wall, 3 other people, young couple, older woman. They look up, wary, but not hostile. Christopher gestures to the table. Sit. You eat yet. They shake their heads. Can't remember the last meal. Time blurs when you're running. He ladles stew into bowls, thin, mostly broth. Carrots, potatoes, but warm, real food. They eat. Don't talk. Don't taste it. Just need fuel. Others start coming, Christopher says. About 3 weeks back. Radio work then. Sent out coordinates. Figured safety in numbers. Figured we could make something. Garden. Defense. Future. How many, Emilia asks. Was 15, he says. Now 8, including you 2. If you stay. What happened to the others? Christopher's face hardens. Raiders came through. Night before last. Thought we were easy. Thought we were soft. We weren't. He doesn't elaborate, doesn't need to. The shotgun tells the story. The way he holds it, comfortable, familiar. They finish eating. The young couple introduces themselves, Mark and Lisa, newlyweds from before, still together, still trying. The older woman is Ruth, teacher, elementary, like Jacob's sister was going to be. Ruth shows them the barn, sleeping space, hay bales, blankets, simple but dry, safe for now, safe enough. You can stay, Christopher says, that long as you work. Long as you pull weight, everyone contributes. Everyone earns their keep. Fair, Jacob says. He means it. Fairness is rare now. Most places, you take what you can. Survive how you can. Rules are whoever's strongest. But Christopher runs this different. Old-fashioned. Preacher mentality. He tells them later, was a minister before. Small church. Good people. All gone now. They work that afternoon, reinforcing the fence, clearing brush, creating sight lines, making it harder for things to approach unseen. Jacob's good at this. Mechanical thinking. Systems. Emilia works beside him. They've developed a rhythm. Unspoken. Efficient. Night falls. They gather in the house. Dinner's the same stew, stretched further. More water. Less substance. But it's warm. It's shared. That matters. Mark produces a bottle, whiskey, half full. They pass it around, small sips, making it knit. The alcohol burns. Feels good. Feels human. Tell us a joke, Lisa says. Someone, anyone, something funny. No one speaks. Humor's a foreign language now. They've forgotten how to laugh at things that aren't gallows humor, aren't dark, aren't about death. Jacob clears his throat. A mechanic, a nurse, and a preacher walk into a bar. He stops, realizes that's them. That's literally them. The absurdity hits. He laughs. Quiet at first, then louder, then louder. The others join. It's not funny. Not really. But they laugh anyway. Because they need to. Because laughter's oxygen. The moment breaks. Christopher stands, opens a drawer, pulls out a radio. Old CB battered. He flips it on. Static. White noise. Then, this is Harper, Colony, anyone listening, coordinates. The voice cuts out, more static, but it was clear. Someone else. Another group, another attempt at civilization. Where's that, Mark asks. Christopher checks a map, finger tracing. North, maybe 80 miles. past Topeka, past everything. We should tell them about us, Lisa says. Maybe coordinate, maybe help each other. Christopher nods, keys the mic, calls out. Once, twice, 3 times. Nothing, just static. Either they're not listening, or they're gone, or they're too far. He sets down the radio. We'll try again tomorrow. Keep trying, that's all we can do. They settle in for the night. The couples to their cots, Ruth to hers, Jacob and Emilia to the barn. The hay's scratchy but soft, warmer than the ground, better than most nights. You think this can work, she asks, her voice quiet, serious. Jacob thinks about it, about the farm, the people, the attempt to build something in the ruins. It's a nice idea, pretty even, but nice ideas don't survive reality. Pretty things break first. For a while, he says, maybe a few weeks, maybe months, but it can't last, too exposed, too many people, too much noise. She's quiet, knows he's right, everyone knows. But while it lasts, he continues. While we're here, it's good. It's worth it. She reaches over, finds his hand, squeezes once, he squeezes back. They lie there, in the dark, in the hay. 2 people who've known each other 3 days and trust each other with their lives. Sleep comes eventually, thin, restless. Jacob dreams of his sister, of phones ringing, of traffic that never moves. He wakes once, twice. Each time Emilia's there, breathing, alive, real. The raiders come at 3 a.m. Gunfire wakes them, shouting. Christopher's voice, authoritative, commanding. Return fire. Jacob grabs the hammer, Emilia the axe. They run from the barn. The farmhouse is lit by muzzle flashes. 3 trucks, maybe 4. Circling. Shooting, not raiders after supplies, raiders after territory, after killing, after chaos. Christopher's on the porch, shotgun booming, Mark beside him, pistol barking, the women inside, Ruth's voice calling, coordinating, reloading. A truck swings toward the barn, headlights blinding. Jacob pulls Emilia down, behind hay bales. Bullets punch through wood, through hay, too close. The truck stops, doors open, boots hit ground. 3 men, maybe 4, armed, hunting. Stay here, Jacob whispers. Emilia grabs his arm. Together. He nods. Together. They wait. The men advance, spread out, searching. Jacob's heart pounds. 5 rounds in the revolver, 5 chances. First time using it for real. First time aiming at people. Not things. People. The first one rounds the corner, sees them, raises a rifle. Jacob fires. The sound is enormous. The man drops, just drops. The other 2 spin. Emilia's already moving. Axe swinging. She's fast, trained. The blade catches light, catches flesh. The 3rd man runs, back to the trucks. Jacob doesn't chase, doesn't need to. 4 rounds left. The firefight ends. Silence rushes back. Tinnitus ringing, smoke hanging, they're gone, Christopher calls. Ran, cowards always run, but the damage is done. The house is shot full of holes, marks on the ground, not moving. Lisa screaming, Ruth trying to help, too much red, too much life leaking out. Mark goes still, eyes open, staring at nothing. Lisa won't leave him, won't let go. Christopher has to pull her away. Gentle, firm, preacher voice, soothing, lying, saying things that might have been true before. They bury Mark at dawn. Quick grave, no ceremony, can't spare the time. The raiders might return, might bring friends, need to leave, need to scatter. Christopher makes the call. Farm's done. Pack light, move fast, head to that colony. Harper's Place, strength in numbers, real numbers. But as they prepare, as they gather what little they have, smoke rises, the barn. Someone lit it, the raiders, or maybe Christopher. Scorched earth, deny them everything. The fire spreads, the house catches, the fence, everything they built, everything they tried, burning, they walk away. 5 of them now. Christopher, Ruth, Lisa, Jacob, Emilia. A family forged in fire, broken. Christopher gives Jacob his radio, pressed into his hands, eyes serious. Keep trying, he says. Find Harper, tell them we're coming. Then Christopher falls back, shotgun ready, covering their retreat. The smoke rises behind them. The farm becomes memory, becomes another place that didn't make it, another attempt that failed. They walk, northeast toward coordinates, toward hope, toward whatever comes next. Behind them, Christopher's shotgun booms, once, then silence. They don't look back. Can't afford to. Keep moving, keep surviving. That's all there is. Walk, move, survive. The rest is ash. Chapter 6. Ashen fields, the fields sprawl endless under a bruised sky, cornstalks brittle and brown, whispering death in the wind. A harvest abandoned, rotting in its cradle. 5 figures thread through the maze, single file, the path barely a suggestion beneath their boots. Ruth leads, her steps sure, rooted in a childhood spent among these stalks, a lifetime burned away. Lisa trails, silent since Mark's blood stained the earth. Her eyes are hollowed pits, staring into nothing, shell-shocked. Jacob knows that look, saw it in hospital corridors, on faces in crumbling streets where minds snap like dry twigs, unable to bear the weight of the real. Emilia shadows Lisa, a sentinel, keeping her close, refusing to let her drift or falter. Survival demands you drag the broken forward, force them to keep pace with the living. The sun claws higher, heat pressing down, their throats parched since dawn. Canteens hang empty. Useless. They need water, a stream, a well, anything to keep the blood pumping. Ruth gestures ahead, her finger stabbing toward a farmhouse, one of many scattered like forgotten seeds across this desolate grid. Most are gutted, looted husks, but this one might hold a well, a scrap of supplies, a flicker of mercy. They approach with caution, lessons carved into them by Christopher's ghost. Always watch. Always assume the world wants your throat. The house looms, 2 stories of peeling white paint, porch sagging like an old man's spine. The doors shut, windows unbroken, as if someone tried to shield this place from time's decay. Jacob tests the knob. It gives. The air inside is heavy, thick with dust and the weight of years, but no rot, no death, just the smell of a world left behind. They step into a living room frozen in amber. Furniture draped in sheets, a piano gathering dust in the corner, photographs on the mantel. A family, parents, 3 kids, all smiling in a before that stings to look at. Jacob turns away. The before is a blade, too sharp for handling. Ruth moves to the kitchen, finds a hand pump at the sink. She works the handle, once, twice, nothing. A 3rd pull and water coughs out, brown at first, then clear, cold, a miracle. They drink greedily, passing the handle like a sacrament, the water tasting of iron, of earth, of survival itself. In the pantry they find cans, beans, corn, fruit cocktail, provisions hoarded by someone who planned to outlast the end. Maybe they did, maybe they're gone, maybe they're unliving, wandering somewhere else. They fill their bags, taking only what they can carry, leaving the rest for ghosts or scavengers. You can't save everything. You take enough for today, for tomorrow, for whatever sliver of time you can steal. Upstairs, they find bedrooms, beds neatly made, clothes folded in closets, more photographs tracing a family's arc. Different ages, different moments, a life halted mid-breath. Emilia steps into a bathroom, finds a working toilet, the tank water stale but there. She splashes her face, stares into the mirror, and sees a stranger. Dirt-smeared, ash-streaked, someone forged by the end of everything. We should rest, Ruth says, her voice low, pragmatic. A few hours. Regain strength. Jacob nods. They're running on fumes, bodies and minds frayed to threads, surviving on half-sleep haunted by fear. They barricade the downstairs, shoving furniture against doors, checking windows, locking what can be locked. Safe as anywhere, which is to say not safe at all, just safer. A temporary lie, they tell themselves. Ruth and Lisa take one bedroom, Emilia and Jacob another. They collapse onto the bed, dust rising like a sigh. Exhaustion drowns care. Emilia's asleep in moments, her breath softening, her face shedding its armor. Jacob watches her, this woman he met 4 days ago, now bound to him by trust deeper than reason. He'd die for her, probably. How does that happen? How does trust bloom in the ash? The apocalypse answers, because it must. Trust or die. No other paths remain. Sleep takes him, dragging him into dreams of fire, of bridges crumbling, of faces he once knew. His sister, his uncle, people with names, with futures, with everything before the everything stopped. He wakes to a silence that screams wrongness, a silence heavy with presence. Emilia's already up, axe in hand, eyes locked on the door. She heard it too, downstairs, movement, slow, dragging, the sound of hungry things. Jacob checks the window. The sun's lower, hours burned away in sleep. Outside, shapes shamble through the corn, gray and broken, a dozen or more, drawn from the fields from everywhere. "We're surrounded," he whispers. Emilia nods, her face a map of resignation. They know this trap, this endless cycle of rooms with no exits, choices with no victories. Ruth appears, Lisa behind her, eyes wide but sharpening, trauma giving way to survival's cold math, fight or flight, adapt or die. "The barn," Ruth whispers. "Out back. We can make it, if we're fast." A big if, always a big if, but staying means death, certain and final. Running offers maybe, and maybe is better than nothing. They gather their gear, weapons ready. Jacob checks the revolver, 4 rounds, 1 spent on a raider, 3 chances left to cheat fate. They slip to the kitchen, out the back door, floorboards groaning betrayal with every step. Outside, the things are closer, 30 feet, 20, clawing through the yard, drawn by sound, by smell, by life. The barn looms 100 yards off, a fortress of hope across open ground, no cover but grass and desperation. "Go," Jacob says. Ruth runs first, Lisa behind, Emilia third, Jacob last, always last, shielding, sacrificing. The things see them, turn, their moans multiplying, calling more from the shadows. Ruth reaches the barn, yanks the door, stuck, then open. Lisa tumbles in, Emilia behind. Jacob's 10 yards back, the things closing, gray hands reaching, nails jagged and broken. He turns, fires. The revolver kicks, 1 creature falls, 3 rounds. Another shot, another down, 2 rounds. They keep coming. Emilia screams his name from the door. He runs, legs burning, lungs screaming, the barn so close, so far. Hands snag his jacket. He tears free, spins, swings the hammer. It connects. The thing collapses. He doesn't wait, dives through the door, slams it shut, bars it. They made it. Barely. Always barely. But the barn's not empty. In the center, amid collapsed hay bales and fallen beams, something moves, trapped. It turns, milky eyes, gray skin, mouth opening in that sound. Emilia moves before Jacob can stop her, axe rising, falling, silencing it forever. The door shudders, pounded by the things outside, hungry, relentless. Ruth scans the barn. "Loft," she says. "Window. Possible." They climb the ladder, old wood groaning under their weight. The loft is cluttered with hay, rusted tools, a window at the far end, painted shut. Jacob prees it open, hammer shattering glass, fresh air rushing in. Below, the barn door buckles, wood splintering, the things breaking through. "Out the window," Ruth says. "Roof. Slide down. Field beyond. We run." No better plan. Never a better plan. Just the next desperate step. They crawl through, one by one, onto the steep, slippery tin roof. They slide, catch themselves, drop to the ground, 8 feet 10, landing hard, pain spiking through twisted ankles, bruised bones. But they move. Always move. The field stretches ahead, more corn, more stalks to hide in, to lose themselves in. They run, the barn fading, the things following, slower, confused, searching. Jacob takes the lead, Ruth limping now, ankle twisted in the fall. Lisa steadies her, Emilia guards the rear, axe ready, always ready. The corn slices at them, leaves like blades, drawing blood from arms, from faces. Scratches, pain, nothing more. Keep moving. The sound behind grows closer. The things have found their trail, hunting, learning. They're adapting, growing smarter, and that's a new kind of terror. "How much further?" Lisa gasps. "Don't know," Ruth says. "Just keep going." The corn thins, opens to pasture, a barbed wire fence gleaming in the fading light. Beyond, trees, forest, cover. They climb over, barbs catching, tearing cloth, tearing skin. Keep moving. The trees swallow them, darkness and cool air closing in, the sounds of pursuit fading. The things don't follow into the forest. Maybe they know something. Maybe they're smarter than they seem. They collapse, bodies spent, minds frayed, everything exhausted. "We lost them," Lisa says, breath ragged. "We made it." "For now," Emilia says. "Always for now." Jacob checks his pockets. The radio, Christopher's radio, still there, still whole. He turns it on. Static, then words. Harper, colony, coordinates, northwest, sanctuary. The same message, looping, automated, but alive, offering hope, real or not. "That's where we go," he says. "Harper colony, northwest." "How far?" Ruth asks. "Don't know," he admits. "Days. A week. But it's something." A direction. They rest in the trees, hidden under the canopy, safe enough. The day dies, night rises. No fire, too risky. They sit in darkness, sharing warmth, sharing silence. Tomorrow they'll move northwest toward Harper, toward whatever waits. But tonight they breathe, they survive, they call it victory. Small victories, small hopes, all that remains. The forest hums, wind and branches, and owls call. Life persists, adapted, changed, but enduring. They sleep in shifts, always watching, never truly resting. The new normal, the forever now. Jacob takes first watch back against a tree, hammer in his lap, revolver at his side, 2 rounds left. Be careful, be smart. Emilia sleeps nearby, close enough to touch. He watches her breathe, watches her survive, feels something unnamed, something dangerous to name. Naming gives power, makes things fragile. Better to feel, to be, to survive together. The night deepens, stars burning cold above, unchanged, indifferent. The universe doesn't care about apocalypses, about survival. It spins, relentless, eternal. Like them. They keep going, keep finding the next step, the next breath. Survival is breaths, plural, collected one by one. Jacob gathers his, waiting for dawn, for the next day, for whatever comes. When it does, they'll be ready. Together, always together now. That's something. Maybe the only thing, but it's enough. Chapter 7, Whispering Winds. The morning arrived with a relentless wind, sweeping through the forest with a force that bent branches and carried the sounds and scents of the wilderness. It made every task more difficult, shrouding their path in uncertainty. They dismantled their makeshift camp, though it was barely a camp, just the spot where they'd survived the night. Ruth's ankle was swollen and bruised, a deep purple hue marking the injury. She could walk, but only with a painful limp, her jaw clenched in silent endurance. "We should find shelter," Emilia suggested, her voice steady despite the gusts. "Wait out the wind. Rest." Jacob shook his head. "Can't. We need to keep moving. The wind covers our scent, our sound. It makes it harder for them to track us." Ruth nodded in agreement, understanding the necessity. In their precarious situation, every advantage counted, and the wind was their ally. They set off northwest, guided by the sun and their instincts, without a map or compass. Dead reckoning, fueled by hope and determination, was all they had, and sometimes that was enough. The dense forest gradually gave way to an open prairie, a vast expanse of waist-high, brittle grass, brown and lifeless, rattling like dry bones in the wind. There was no place to hide, no cover to shield them, just endless open space and vulnerability. But they pressed forward. There was no turning back. Their only path was ahead, always forward. Lisa walked beside Ruth, offering support. The 2 women, bound by shared grief and loss, carried Mark's memory between them, a silent force that kept them moving, kept them human. The wind grew fiercer, kicking up clouds of dust and dry earth that stung their eyes and coated their mouths. They wrapped cloths around their faces, resembling bandits or outlaws from a bygone era. The world felt ancient now, as if civilization had regressed to its primal roots, where survival was the only currency. In the distance, a shape emerged from the grass. They approached cautiously, weapons at the ready, always prepared for danger. It was a military Humvee, abandoned, its doors open and its interior stripped bare. Beyond it lay a hidden cache, crates, equipment, and tarps flapping wildly in the wind, as if forgotten by time. They searched the find with care, checking for traps or tripwires, knowing that military gear, while valuable, often came with risks. The first crate revealed dozens of MREs, meals ready to eat, brown packages of bland but vital sustenance. They filled their bags with as many as they could carry. The second crate held medical supplies, bandages, antibiotics, painkillers. Emilia's eyes lit up as she carefully inspected the items, checking expiration dates. Most were still usable or close enough. The third crate was a treasure trove of ammunition, boxes of various calibers. Jacob found 3 boxes of .38 special, 60 rounds, a small fortune in their world. He loaded his revolver with 6 rounds, then stuffed his pockets with the rest. their weight a reassuring promise of second chances. The wind howled louder, and the sky darkened with an unnatural brown hue, signaling an approaching dust storm. Emilia spotted it first, a towering wall of dust, a mile high and closing fast. "We need cover," she shouted over the gale. "Now!" They scanned the horizon, but the prairie offered nothing, just endless grass. Then Ruth pointed to a depression in the ground, an old dry creek bed, 20 feet wide and 10 feet deep. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. They ran as the storm bore down, sliding into the creek bed and pressing themselves against its sheltered side, making themselves as small as possible, faces covered against the onslaught. The storm struck with fury, erasing the world in a haze of brown chaos. They couldn't see, couldn't hear, could barely breathe without choking on dust. Jacob pulled Emilia close, and the group huddled together, enduring the storm's relentless assault, which seemed intent on tearing them apart and scattering them to the winds. But they held fast, clinging to each other through what felt like hours, though it was only minutes, an eternity of a different kind of apocalypse. Then, abruptly, the wind stopped, leaving an eerie silence. It might have been the eye of the storm, or perhaps it had passed entirely. Dust coated everything, but as Jacob lifted his head, he noticed something uncovered by the storm, the glint of metal buried in the creek bed. He dug with his hands and a hammer, the others joining in, clearing away the dust to reveal a rusted metal hatch, a bunker entrance, perhaps a Cold War relic or fallout shelter, built for a different end of the world but still sealed and standing. Jacob gripped the handle and pulled, but it wouldn't budge. Ruth and Lisa joined him, and together they forced the hatch open, revealing darkness below and a ladder descending into it. "Could be safe," Emilia said cautiously, "or it could be a tomb." "Only one way to know," Jacob replied. He lit a match and dropped it, watching it fall 20 feet to a concrete floor where it flickered, illuminating metal shelves and supplies. A real shelter. Jacob climbed down, the others following, and they sealed the hatch behind them, shutting out the storm and the world above. The bunker was small, 20 by 20, with a low ceiling and shelves stocked with canned food, water barrels, blankets, supplies from a different era, a Cold War before, still mostly usable. For the first time in days, they rested, sitting against the walls, breathing in dust and relief. Emilia helped Ruth wrap her ankle, using painkillers from the cache, a small but welcome comfort. "How long do we stay?" Lisa asked. "Until the storm passes," Jacob said. "Until it's safe to move." They settled in, sharing MREs heated with chemical warmers, their first hot meal in what felt like forever. It tasted like cardboard, but to them it was heaven. Jacob took stock of their supplies, ammunition, medical gear, food, water. They were better equipped than they'd been in weeks, perhaps ever, a small fortune in the currency of survival. He pulled out the radio and tried it, hearing only static at first. Then faintly, "Harper Colony, northwest, 40 miles, sanctuary for all, bring supplies, bring hope." 40 miles. Their course had shifted slightly from northeast to northwest, but they'd adapted. They were getting closer. "We can make it," Jacob said. 2 days, maybe 3 if we're careful. Ruth and Lisa nodded, and Emilia watched him with a look that said, "I trust you. Don't betray it." He wouldn't. He couldn't. They were bound now. Survivors, a makeshift family, the only kind that mattered in this world. They slept in shifts, keeping watch by the hatch, but no threats came. The storm raged above, but down here they had safety, temporary, fragile, but real. During Jacob's watch, Emilia joined him, unable to sleep, her rest more pretense than reality. Trauma had rewired her, making true sleep elusive. "You okay?" he asked, knowing it was a foolish question. No one was okay, but the asking was a ritual, a proof of their shared humanity. "Define okay," she replied with a tired, genuine smile. He smiled back. "Yeah, exactly." She leaned against him, her presence a quiet anchor, a reminder that they were still here, still breathing. "We'll make it," she said, not as a question but as a statement, a declaration of faith. "We will," he agreed, meaning every word. Chapter 8, Convoy's Shadow. The convoy finds them third day after the storm. 4 trucks, military, real military, not raiders painted green. Humvees, troop transport, moving west on what used to be a state highway. Jacob sees them first, dust plume on the horizon, getting closer, getting bigger. Could be help, Lisa says. Hope in her voice. Dangerous thing. Hope. Could be, Emilia says. Doesn't sound convinced. They stand at the roadside, exposed, vulnerable, waiting. Decision already made, can't outrun trucks, can't hide on flat prairie, so they wait, hands visible. Non-threatening, hoping for the best, expecting the worst. The convoy slows, stops, doors open, soldiers emerge, real ones, uniforms, gear, discipline, 6 of them, weapons ready but not aimed, professional, careful. The leader approaches. Woman, late 30s, captain's bars, face hard, eyes harder. She studies them, calculates, decides. You bit, she asks. Standard question. Everyone asks. No, Jacob says. Been walking 3 days, heading to Harper Colony. You know it. The captain nods. We know it. We're going there too. Been gathering survivors. I got 12 already. You make 17. Not asking. Telling. Jacob bristles. Doesn't like being told, but looks at Ruth, her ankle. At Lisa, still fragile. At Emilia, exhausted. At himself, running on fumes. Doesn't have to like it, just has to survive it. Okay, he says. We'll come. The captain nods. Smart. You ride in back. Keep your weapons. But any trouble and you walk. Clear. Clear, Jacob agrees. They climb into the transport. Canvas cover, benches along the sides. 12 others already there. Different ages, different faces, same look. Survivor look, haunted, hard, here. The convoy moves, engine rumble, wheels on asphalt, movement without walking. Luxury. They forgot what this feels like, to cover distance without burning legs, without counting steps. The others stare, new people, new variables, new threats maybe. Everyone's a threat until proven otherwise. That's survival math. Trust is expensive. Mistakes are fatal. An older man extends his hand. Derek was a teacher. High school, history. Jacob shakes. Jacob. Mechanic, Emilia, nurse. Introductions go around. Names, professions from before. Like that matters. Like the old world's credentials mean anything. But it's ritual. It's human. It's what they do. The convoy drives for hours. Sun moves across sky. Prairie gives way to farmland. Farmland to towns. Ghost towns. Empty. Looted. Burned. Some still smoldering. Recent. We don't stop at towns, Derek says. Too dangerous. Too many of them. Nest there. Hunt in packs. Getting smarter, another says. Woman. Young. Maybe 20. Sarah, we've seen them using tools. Opening doors. Learning. Evolution, Derek says. Selection pressure. The dumb ones go unlived. Smart ones survive. Reproduce. Spread it. Cheerful, Emilia mutters. Just truth, Derek says. Evolution doesn't stop, not even for apocalypse. The convoy turns north, following coordinates, following hope. The captain keeps them moving. No breaks, no stops, just momentum. Just progress. Night falls. They drive with headlights, dangerous. Announces them, but necessary. Can't drive blind, can't risk crashes, so they risk being seen. And they are seen. Things in the darkness, eyes reflecting, green, predator eyes, following, pacing, waiting for mistakes. The convoy doesn't stop, doesn't slow, just drives through the night, through the watching, through everything. Dawn finds them at a checkpoint, abandoned, military, sandbags, concrete barriers, machine gun nests empty, everyone gone, deployed, overrun, fled. Doesn't matter which, same result. The captain calls a halt, 15 minutes stretch, relieve yourselves, eat. Then we move. They climb out, stiff, sore. Truck riding's better than walking, but not by much. Different pain, different ache. Jacob finds Emilia, away from others. Private moment. Rare thing. You trust this, she asks. The convoy. The captain. He thinks. Trust is complicated now. Layered. Conditional. Do I trust them not to shoot us? Probably. Do I trust them in a fight? Maybe. Do I trust them with everything? No. Never. Enough, he says. I trust them enough. She nods. Same calculation. Same conclusion. Enough is all you get. All you need. The checkpoint has supplies. Some. Overlooked. Hidden. The captain's people search. Professional. Thorough. I find 3 cases of ammunition. Medical kit. 2-way radios. Good haul. The captain distributes. Fair. Even. Everyone gets something. That's surprising. Most leaders hoard. Consolidate power through scarcity, but she shares, builds loyalty, smarter, harder to maintain, easier to break. They drive again, north, always north, toward Harper, toward the colony, toward civilization's last attempt. But something's wrong. Jacob feels it, sees it, the way the soldiers look at each other. The way they don't talk, tension, fear, something happened, something they're not sharing. He asks Derek, quiet, careful, what's going on? Derek hesitates, looks around, leans close. There's talk, he whispers, accusations, someone's been sabotaging, taking supplies, hiding them, maybe feeding them, maybe trading with them meaning the things, the unliving. Impossible. They don't trade, don't negotiate, don't think. Just hunger, just hunt. But Derek's serious, dead serious. Someone's feeding them, he insists, keeping them close, using them, maybe as weapons, maybe as control. Who, Jacob asks. Don't know, Derek says. That's the problem. Could be anyone, could be everyone. Trust's gone. We're all suspects. Jacob processes this, looks at the others, at the soldiers, at the captain. Who would betray, who would sabotage, who benefits? Everyone and no one. That's the apocalypse. Everyone's motivated, everyone's desperate, everyone's capable. He tells Emilia, quiet. During a stop, she takes it in, nods, stays alert, watches. They both watch, can't trust, can't relax. Not yet. Maybe not ever. The convoy reaches a town, bigger than others. Name sign says Concordia. Population 8,000 was 8,000, now probably 80, or 8, or none. The captain orders a stop, need fuel. Town has a depot, municipal, might still have diesel. Worth checking. They dismount, weapons ready. The soldiers form perimeter, professional, trained. Everyone else stays with trucks, waiting, watching. Jacob volunteers to help, to move, can't sit still. Nervous energy, Emilia joins, always joins. They're a unit now. Package deal. The depot is 3 blocks in, past storefronts, past cars, past bodies, so many bodies. This town didn't evacuate, didn't run, stayed, died, together. The smell is gone. Months of exposure, sun, rain, wind, just bones now, clothes, remnants. The smell of death is temporary, death itself is permanent. The depot's fenced. Chain link, topped with wire, gate locked, soldiers cut it, bolt cutters, professional tools, professional approach. They're good, really good. Makes Jacob wonder, what unit, what mission, what happened to make them convoy survivors? Inside, 3 tanks, underground, pumps above. Might work, might not. Only one way to know. The captain's people wire a generator, portable, crank it. Noise shatters the quiet. Too loud, way too loud. But necessary. Pumps need power. Power needs generators. Generators need noise. Fuel flows. Brown at first, settling, then clear. Diesel. Good diesel. They fill jerry cans, load them. Truck tanks too, topping off, building reserve. Jacob helps, loading, carrying, useful, contributing, that matters. Pull your weight, earn your ride. Then the sound, that wet hungry sound coming from everywhere. The noise called them. Dinner bell, they're coming. The captain barks orders, load up, move, now. They scramble, cans thrown in trucks, people climbing aboard. But the things are close, too close. Dozens of them, pouring from buildings, from alleys, from everywhere. The soldiers fire, controlled bursts aiming, dropping targets, professional. But there's too many. Always too many. Get in the truck, Emilia yells. Jacob, he's helping Ruth. She can't move fast. Ankle's still bad. He lifts her, carries her. Truck's 20 feet away. 15, 10. Something grabs his jacket. Gray hand, broken nails. He spins. Hammer swings, connects. The thing falls. Another takes its place. Another. Emilia's axe sings, cutting, clearing, making space, creating path. They reach the truck, throw Ruth in, climb after. The convoy moves, lurching, building speed, things chase, running, learning to run, evolution in real time, adaptation, survival of the fastest. The soldiers fire from moving trucks, covering, suppressing, buying distance. It works, barely, always barely. The town falls away, the things stop at the edge. Don't follow past city limits. Territorial. Claiming space, building kingdoms, new order, new world. Everyone's breathing hard, adrenaline crash coming. But they're alive, all of them. 17 survivors, still 17. Small victory. Only kind there is, but something's wrong. Jacob sees it, one of the soldiers, young, scared, Blood on his sleeve, bite mark, fresh, clean, obvious. The captain sees it too. Her face goes hard, colder. She approaches. The soldier backs away, shaking his head. No. Please. No. I'm sorry, the captain says. You know the rules. The soldier nods. Tears, fear, acceptance. He understands. Rules are rules. Bites are fatal. Everyone turns, no exceptions. He's led away, behind the convoy. Single shot. Echo. Then silence. The convoy continues. North, one soldier less. Everyone else quieter. Harder. Reality check. Reminder. Any wound, any bite, any mistake. That's the cost. They drive into the afternoon, into the evening, into the next moment, next breath, next mile. Harper Colony, 20 miles. The captain announces it. 20 miles to safety, to sanctuary, to hope. If it's real, if it's still there, if they can make it, big ifs, always big ifs, but they drive toward it anyway, because what else? Stopping means dying. Moving means maybe, maybe is enough. Has to be. Chapter 9, Ironclad March. Harper Colony appears at dusk. Harper Colony came into view at dusk, not as a beacon, but as a verdict. First the walls, 12 feet of corrugated metal and welded shipping containers, cars upended and stacked like crude masonry, everything that could be scavenged forced into the shape of a fortress. The towers at the corners were silhouettes against a burnt orange sky, rifles catching the last light. This was not a dream or rumor. This was a place someone had decided to hold, and kept holding. The convoy slowed 50 yards out, engines idling, the smell of old diesel mixing with the rot of the plane. 3 short horn blasts, too long, the ritual that had grown up around permission and recognition. A single horn answered from within, drawn out and flat as a church bell in a dead town. Then the gates began to move, dragged open by chains and pulleys and human hands. Nothing electric, nothing automatic. Work and willpower, people pulling for other people. They rolled through, every eye measuring the distance to the closing gates as if the outside world might still lunge in after them. When the chains clanked and the gap narrowed, a sense of finality came down over the vehicles. Safe, for now, or as close to safe as the earth allowed. Inside, 2 acres of scraped dirt and stubborn order, buildings slapped together from prefab panels, tarps, brick. A steady mechanical hum cut through the evening silence. Generators. Real power. Then the lights came on. Not candles, not lanterns. Actual electric light. Yellow. Soft. Almost warm. It looked foreign, like a relic from before. Figures began to emerge. Quiet. Measured. Faces etched with the lines of famine and fire. Children. Elders. Broken men. Hardened women. All of them wearing the same expression. Life, in spite of it all. Rourke stepped down from the lead vehicle. A woman was already approaching. Silver hair, back straight, 60 maybe. Her eyes carried the weight of decisions no one wants to make. She moved like someone used to watching everything burn and refusing to blink. Captain Rourke, she said. He saluted. 17 this run. Clean, no bites. The woman nodded. Then they're family now. She turned to the convoy, raised her voice. Welcome to Harper Colony. I'm Diana Harper. If you're here, you made it. If you made it, you matter. No cheers. No applause. But something loosened. A breath let out. 100 invisible shoulders eased down an inch. Introductions followed. Handshakes, nods, names said and immediately forgotten. The 17 newcomers were given mess kits and shown where to sit. Long tables. Food already waiting. Steam curling from metal trays. Jacob sat with Emilia, Ruth, Derek, the others, faces he'd lived next to, fled beside, shared silence with. The food was hot. Meat and vegetables. Real meat. Rabbit, maybe. Root greens, seasoned with something he couldn't name. Didn't matter. It was the best thing he'd tasted in a year. Maybe longer. Maybe since before. He looked around. Light on faces, chewing mouths, steam rising, conversations starting. Civilization wasn't dead. It had just been driven into corners like this and forced to sharpen its teeth. Later, they were taken outside to a fire pit. Courtyard benches. The night was colder, darker now, but the flames threw shadows that danced like old ghosts. People leaned forward into the heat, hoods down, eyes watching Harper. She explained the rules. Everyone works. Everyone eats. No freeloaders. Skills assigned where they fit. Medics, cooks, mechanics, guards, farmers. You give what you've got. You get what you need. Jacob listened. Took it in. Fair. Simple. Familiar. Like Christopher's farm, but scaled. Disciplined. Sharper. Harper fielded questions. Calm. Precise. Where food came from. Hunting, greenhouse rationing. Where water came from. Filtration. Rain traps. One deep well. Security, patrols, rotation, perimeter watch, guns, yes, enough for now. Then someone asked about them. The things. Harper didn't flinch, just said, they come sometimes, less than before. We drive them off. We haven't lost anyone in 3 weeks. The pause was short, but it landed. 3 weeks. That's how long since the last grave. Jacob glanced at Emilia. She caught it. Neither spoke. You learn not to say the names of the dead out loud. It keeps them from following you. Assignments were handed out. Jacob, mechanical, generator, vehicles, a good fit. Emilia, medical aid. Ruth, first aid support, plus ankle treatment. Barracks came next. Sheet metal and bunk beds, but clean, dry, off the ground. Jacob's bunk faced Emilia's across a narrow aisle, close enough. They didn't sleep well alone anymore. Too many dreams, too many nights staring at ceilings that might collapse. Her presence calmed him. He hoped it worked both ways. They didn't say much. They didn't need to. The colony didn't feel like hope. Hope was too fragile. This was infrastructure, function, grit. Hope gets people killed. Routine keeps them alive. The next morning started at 5, no alarm clocks, just footsteps, doors opening, people moving. It wasn't militarized, just organized. They all had work. They all did it. Jacob reported to the garage, an old warehouse now lined with workbenches and salvage parts. A man waited there, greasy hands. Broad shoulders, smelled like gasoline and permanence. Tom, he said, used to run a shop. Jacob, said Jacob, used to fix cars. Tom nodded once. That was enough. He pointed to a backup generator already in pieces. Fuel pump's touchy. See what you can do. Jacob did. Wrenches, wires, grease, hands moving by instinct. No talk, no questions, just work. He hadn't realized how much he missed the simplicity of fixing things. He got lost in it, until Emilia showed up at lunch. Same stew. Different meat. She sat across from him. Her scrubs were stained. Her hands shook. Helped deliver a baby this morning, she said. First birth since I got here. He nodded, chewing slowly. Mom okay? Mom's tough, kids tougher. They ate. Didn't need to say more. It wasn't utopia, but it was working, which in the apocalypse is as close as you get to a miracle. Chapter 10, Horizon's Mirage. Chapter 9, Ironclad March, rewritten in Palahniuk, Camus, McCarthy style, part 1 of 2. Dusk hung over the world like a dying breath when Harper Colony rose on the horizon. The first thing Jacob saw were the walls, 12 feet of desperation and ingenuity. Corrugated steel, bent rebar, shipping containers laid like bricks, half a car welded into a gap. It wasn't beautiful, it was necessary. 4 towers at the corners, guards inside, silhouettes framed by the dying light. Rifles slung casual but not relaxed. This place had lived through fire. This place remembered. The convoy groaned to a halt 50 yards out. Dust settled in low halos around the wheels. 1 horn sounded. 3 short blasts, then 2 long. A code. Ritual in a world where trust cost blood. A single long reply answered. Somewhere behind the walls, someone approved of their arrival. The gates creaked open like a rusted ribcage. No motors, just muscle, pulleys pulled by men and women with tired backs. The kind of tired that never leaves. Jacob counted 4 of them. Their arms moved in rhythm, practice, precision. The work of people who'd done this before, too many times. The trucks rolled forward, one by one. Tires thumped over seams in the earth like a heartbeat. And then the gate shut behind them. Chains snapped back into place. Done. Final. There was no going back. Inside, life. Strange, structured life. Prefab buildings huddled together like livestock before a storm. Some with bricks, some just metal, all ugly, all home. A generator hummed somewhere behind it all. Actual electric light spilled across the gravel in pale arcs. Not firelight, not candles. Real bulbs, real voltage. The last time Jacob had seen that kind of light, he still had a house, a job, a favorite brand of cereal. People emerged from their shelters, quiet, hesitant. First a few, then dozens, 20, maybe 30, most of them adults, a few teens. One child holding a teddy bear with no head. None of them smiled. None of them ran forward. These were not welcoming people. These were watching people, calculating, measuring. Who are you? What do you cost? The captain climbed down from the first vehicle. His boots hit the gravel like declarations. He raised a hand in salute. From the crowd, a woman stepped forward, silver hair tucked behind her ears, cheekbones like hatchets. She wore a parka 2 sizes too large and still looked like command. "Captain Rourke," she said. Her voice was smoke and sand. "Didn't think we'd see you back so soon, and you brought company." Rourke nodded. 17, he said. "No bites. All clean." The woman nodded back. A small, almost smile, nothing warm, just less cold. "I'm Diana Harper," she said. "You're welcome. All of you." They were processed like cattle but fed like family. Hands were shaken, names mumbled. Jacob tried to hold on to them but lost most before dinner. People mattered, but memory was full. The food was stew. Thick, gamey, hints of sage and something green that wasn't quite celery. Meat from something with legs, maybe venison, maybe dog. Didn't matter. It was hot, it was cooked, it was given freely. He ate it with both hands. The mess hall was metal and drafty, but lined with long tables, repurposed doors maybe, and actual chairs, some mismatched, some cracked. Still chairs, not rocks, not tree stumps. Civilization was measured in seats. Jacob sat with Emilia, Ruth, Derek, a few of the others from the run. They didn't talk much, just watched the lights, listened to the low drone of humanity returning. There was a greenhouse, they were told, not rumor, reality. Vegetables, rotation cycles, plans for the spring. This place didn't just survive, it schemed. After dinner came orientation. Harper stood by the fire pit in the courtyard. The flames lit her face in uneven cuts, shadowing one eye and making her voice sound bigger than her frame. "This is not a democracy," she began, and the hush that fell was absolute. "But it's not a tyranny either. This is survival. You want fairness, earn it. You want safety, contribute to it. No freeloaders. No parasites. We all have ghosts. We all have wounds. Work anyway." She laid out the system. Doctors went to the clinic, engineers to the generators, soldiers to the walls, cooks to the fires, farmers to the dirt. Everyone else found a place or dug one. Questions followed. Real ones. Where does food come from? Where do we shit? What happens when the dead come? Harper answered each in kind. Garden, latrine trench, east side. The things, we shoot them, we burn them, we bury what's left. Jacob noticed her blink when she said that. Once. Just a beat too long. She'd lost someone, recently. Assignments were handed out like verdicts. Ruth to medical, Emilia to. Jacob, maintenance. The generator, vehicles. He felt that click in his chest. Like maybe this could work. Like maybe he'd landed right where he needed to be. He was led to the barracks, rows of metal bunks, thin mattresses, wool blankets, clean, no rot, no rats. He was across from Emilia, close enough to see each other. They didn't need to touch. Just know that they weren't alone. Sleep was patchy, too much quiet, no screams, no howls, no wind against plastic tarp, just the low thrum of the generator and someone snoring 2 bunks over. Civilization has strange music. Morning broke like orders. A horn sounded at 5, not loud, just certain. People filed out, boots on gravel, faces unshaven, voices hushed. This place moved like it had somewhere to be. Jacob went to the garage, a former warehouse, 3 vehicles on jacks, a cot in the corner, tools that had seen the end of the world and kept working. A man stood by the generator with a socket wrench and a limp. "Tom," he said, "used to fix school buses. Now I fix hope. You're the new guy?" "Jacob," he said, "mechanic. Mostly diesel, some gas, mostly bullshit." Tom chuckled. "Good, the generator's coughing again. Fuel pump's twitchy. You got hands? Use 'em." And Jacob did. He stripped the casing, checked the lines, removed the grime from the truth of the machine. It felt clean. Not the parts, the work. At lunch, Emilia found him. Same mess hall, new stew, different meat, maybe raccoon, maybe hope. She sat next to him, tired but steady. "Helped a woman give birth today," she said. "First baby in 6 months." He looked at her. She nodded. It was real. Life crawled forward. They ate without words. Around them people talked, laughed. He hadn't heard that sound in so long, it hurt. Then night came, so did the noise. An explosion. Small, close, controlled but angry. The colony rose like one breath caught in a lung. Jacob hit the dirt out of instinct, so did others. Screams, commands, flashlights flicked like fireflies. The backup generator had caught. Not the main one, but the backup. Flame had licked the wires, melted cables, sabotage, no question. They found the fuse casing wedged with cloth, doused in alcohol. Someone wanted a fire. Harper didn't yell, she never raised her voice. That made it worse. "Someone here did this," she said. "We'll find out who. You can talk now or later." But the truth doesn't wait. Silence. Then suspicion. Everyone was guilty. Everyone. Rourke ran the investigation, one by one. Alibis, timelines, proof. Jacob had Emilia. Emilia had Jacob. Witnesses. Truth. 3 others didn't. Faces he'd seen but didn't know. A trial was called. Not with robes, with reality. One cracked. Young, too young to know what silence costs. He confessed. Said he'd been promised safety. Not by people, by the things, the dead. Said they whispered, said they made offers. The colony voted. Banishment. Not death, but same difference. They pushed him out the gates at dawn. No supplies, no gun, just a warning. The gate shut. Jacob didn't watch him walk away, didn't want to remember his name. Survival requires forgetting. Night fell on Harper Colony. The smell of smoke still hung in the air, faint and oily. The backup generator hummed like a wounded animal. Jacob wiped his hands on a rag, grease smearing into his palms like ink. Tom worked beside him without a word. Both men moving by habit, both trying to fix something bigger than metal. By dawn, the generator purred again. Reliable, steady, something that would last. But trust doesn't run on diesel. Trust once burned doesn't restart. Jacob felt it in the way people looked at each other now. Quick glances, half smiles. Suspicion hiding under routine like frost under thin snow. Harper called another assembly at first light. She stood on a crate. The colony gathered around, orange glow from the fire pit, faces looking up at her, tired, hopeful, angry, afraid, all at once. "He's gone," she said simply. "The generator's fixed. We continue." People nodded, but Jacob could see it. Doubt sitting in their eyes like a parasite. Hard to build trust. Easy to break. Nearly impossible to mend. He went back to work. Emilia went back to the infirmary. That's how survival works here. Make yourself needed. Make yourself too useful to cast out. Jacob turned bolts, tuned engines, pretended his mind wasn't running laps around itself, pretended the walls meant safety. Days passed. A rhythm tried to rebuild itself. Wake, work, eat, sleep. The walls held. The things stayed out. But there was no illusion now. The world beyond the steel was waiting. Always waiting. Then the radio cracked. It was Harper's radio. Old army issue. Static at Finna Voice. North. Another colony. Bigger. Fortified. Thousands of survivors. Maybe. Possibly. The word Duskmont came through like a rumor from a fever dream. Harper called a meeting. This time the colony buzzed before she even spoke. A bigger settlement. Stronger. Better organized. It could mean salvation. It could mean slaughter. "We need to decide," Harper said. "Stay or reach out. Risk or wait." Arguments rose like heat. Some wanted to stay. Known dangers, known safety. Others wanted to see Duskmont. Maybe it was a trap, but maybe it was the future. Words collided, but no one raised a fist. Not yet. They were still human enough for debate. Jacob spoke carefully. "We have something here that works. Might not be perfect, but it's proven. Duskmont could be better, could be worse. We don't know." Heads nodded. Others shook. The fire popped. The air tasted of ash and decision. The vote. 15 wanted to go. 55 wanted to stay. Harper nodded slowly. Respected the numbers, but didn't yield completely. "Then we send a team," she said. "Scout, verify, report back. Decide after." Volunteers stepped forward. Rourke, of course, 3 soldiers, Derek, Jacob, Emilia, others, 11 total. Risk by calculation, not blind. They prepped at night, weapons cleaned, radios tuned, trucks checked, armor reinforced with scraps, fuel cans lined up like soldiers, lists made, crossed off, over-preparing because that's the only rule left. Departure at dawn, the colony gathered to see them off, Harper at the gate. Her hand raised, a leader's wave, not a friend's. Good luck, come back safe, bring news. The gates opened, trucks rolled out, dust rose behind them like ghosts. The walls shrank in the mirrors, became a line, then nothing. Behind them, certainty, however fragile. Ahead, possibility. Duskmont, maybe bigger, maybe better, maybe worse. They drove toward it anyway, toward the next chapter, toward risk, toward hope. Because maybe is all there ever is, and sometimes maybe's enough. Jacob sat in the passenger seat of the first truck, rifle across his knees. The road stretched ahead, gray and cracked, swallowed by trees and fog. Emilia glanced back at him from the second truck. No words, just a nod. Anchors, survival partners, whatever you called it, it was real. The convoy moved north, past burned-out suburbs, past billboards advertising vanished lives, past a dead world. Above them, the sky bruised itself into daylight. The horizon stayed empty, but in that emptiness, possibility, always possibility. They drove toward it, engines rumbling like tired hearts. They drove toward maybe, because maybe was all that was left, and maybe had to be enough. Dawn. Jacob stands on the rooftop, breath fogging in cold morning air. Beside him, Emilia. Beside her, Derek. 3 silhouettes against the rising sun, gold through haze, pink edging steel. Even in a ruined world, light finds its way in. The city lies quiet, not peaceful, just holding its breath. Waiting. Always waiting. The others gather. Rourke and the scouts. Reeves joins them, face unreadable, voice low. They talk options. You can stay, Reeves says. Join Duskmont. We integrate your colony. Everyone contributes. Everyone eats. We have medicine. We have structure. We have a future. It sounds easy. Too easy. Rourke doesn't flinch. I'll take it back to Harper, she says. They decide. That's how we do things. Smart, controlled, democratic. Like it still matters. Like it still works. Reeves nods, respectful, or pretending. Fair. She hands over supplies, boxes of food, bandages, sealed crates of ammunition. No strings attached. Apparently. Call it a gesture, goodwill. We want this to work. Rourke doesn't smile, just accepts. Like a soldier, like a leader. The convoy rolls out before noon. Engines low, tires cracking gravel. Duskmont fades behind them, swallowed by the dust. By the question mark. They don't speak much. Everyone's chewing on it. Join something bigger, or stay what they are. Safety in scale, or safety in control. The road back feels heavier than the ride in. They're not just returning with supplies. They're hauling weight of choice, of consequence. What they saw, what they'll report, what it means. Jacob doesn't envy Harper, stay sovereign, small, survivable, or join the sprawl and risk dependence, risk betrayal, risk dilution. Both paths feel right, both feel wrong. This is apocalypse math. There is no right answer, just the least wrong one. And even that only looks clear from hindsight, if you survive. Second night, same rest stop, same half-collapsed roof, same fire, feels like safety. Probably isn't. Doesn't matter. Last watch again. Jacob and Emilia again, 2 figures silhouetted by dying flames. What do you think, he asks, his voice is dust and sleep and doubt. Duskmont, Harper, what would you choose? She doesn't answer right away. She doesn't need to. I think we survive, she says at last. Wherever we are. Duskmont, Harper, alone, together. We adapt, we keep going. That's what we do. Jacob nods. She's right. There is no perfect decision, just movement. Chapter 11, Gates of Ruin. The walls are not what they promised. Duskmont rises from the plains like a broken tooth. Concrete slabs stacked 30 feet high. Guard towers empty or nearly so. Jacob and Emilia slip through the checkpoint with the last of the convoy stragglers. Nobody checks papers. Nobody asks names. The guards wear masks and their eyes are tired and they wave everyone through with rifle barrels pointed at the ground. Inside smells like smoke and bodies pressed together. The quarantine zones sprawl across what used to be downtown. Tents and plywood shanties crowd between gutted buildings. People move in lines toward water stations, toward food distribution, toward the medical tents that glow yellow in the fading light. Everything is rationed. Everything is numbered. Everyone waiting for something that might not come. Jacob's hammer hangs from his belt, the revolver tucked against his spine where the canvas jacket hides it. 6 rounds left. He counted them this morning, counted them yesterday. The number never changes because he hasn't fired since the farmhouse, and that feels like another life entirely. Emilia walks beside him with her axe strapped across her back, her hair pulled tight, her eyes scanning doorways and alley mouths and the faces of people who look away too quickly. She hip bumps him when they turn down a narrow passage between 2 crumbling storefronts. "Friendly fire," she says. He grins. "Wasn't aiming for you." They find bunks in a repurposed parking garage. 3rd level. 40 cots arranged in rows, the air thick with the smell of unwashed bodies and kerosene heaters. An old woman assigns them spots near the back. She doesn't speak, just points with a finger missing its last joint. They drop their packs and sit on the thin mattresses and listen to the garage echo with coughing and whispered conversations and someone crying quietly in the dark. The food comes at sunset. Thin soup with carrots that taste like dirt. Bread so hard they have to soak it. A woman in a medical mask ladles portions from a steel pot. She tells them there's a meeting at the central bunker. Anyone with medical training, anyone with technical skills. Jacob catches Emilia's eye and she nods once. They go because there's nothing else to do. The central bunker squats beneath the old Capitol building. Steel doors propped open with cinder blocks. Inside is a maze of corridors lit by battery lamps. People shuffle past carrying boxes, carrying stretchers, carrying children who don't cry anymore. The air tastes like antiseptic and something underneath it. Something rotting. Dr. Mercer meets them in what used to be a committee room. Long tables scarred with knife marks. Chairs stacked against one wall. He's older than the chaos around him, wire glasses and salt pepper hair, and a lab coat over tactical gear that looks like it's been worn for weeks. He studies them both and then gestures to chairs. "You're the ones from the convoy," he says. Not a question. Emilia sets her axe against the table. "We heard you needed help." Mercer sits, folds his hands. His knuckles are raw and the fingernails rimmed with something dark. "We need everything," he says, "but mostly we need time." He tells them about the plague variant, how it started 3 weeks ago in the southern quarantine blocks, how the infected turned faster, moved faster, how they opened doors and climbed fences and remembered enough of being human to be dangerous in new ways. He tells them the walls won't hold if the mutations spread, that the rations are running thin, that the panic is worse than the sickness. Jacob leans back. "What do you need from us?" "Information," Mercer says. "The old research facility on the east side. Before the outbreak, it was biotech's main lab. We think there are records, maybe samples, maybe something that explains how this variant jumped so fast." Emilia's jaw tightens. "You want us to go into a lab full of runners?" Mercer slides a hand-drawn map across the table. The facility is underground. Most of it's sealed. But there's a service entrance through the old maintenance tunnels. If you can get in and retrieve the data drives from the server room, we might have a chance. Jacob picks up the map, studies the pencil lines and the X's marking breaches. The question is, why you're not sending your own people. "We did," Mercer says. "They didn't come back." The silence stretches. Somewhere down the corridor a bell rings. Voices rise and fall. Emilia looks at Jacob and he looks at her, and there's an entire conversation in that glance, the kind they've had before. The kind that says, "This is stupid and necessary and probably fatal." "Fine," Jacob says, "but we're taking hazard pay." Mercer almost smiles. "What do you want?" "Better bunks, hot water, and double rations for a week." Done. They leave the bunker as night settles over Duskmont. the streets emptying, the guard towers lighting up with portable floods. Jacob adjusts the hammer at his belt and Emilia rolls her shoulders and the axe makes a soft sound against her pack. "You thinking what I'm thinking," she says, "that this is a terrible idea. Exactly." They walk back toward the garage, the map folded in Jacob's pocket, the weight of it like a stone. Above them, the stars are faint through the smoke, and the walls seem smaller from the inside, less like protection, more like a cage. At the garage entrance, Emilia stops, touches his arm, her fingers cold through his sleeve. "If this goes bad," she says, "it won't, but if it does, then we go bad together." She nods, doesn't let go. They stand there in the dark with the city breathing around them, with the promise of morning in the lab and whatever waits in the sealed corridors beneath the earth. Inside the garage, someone is coughing. It sounds wet. It sounds wrong. Jacob and Emilia climb to their cots and lie down with their weapons close, and sleep doesn't come easy, but it comes eventually because it always does. And in the morning they'll descend into the dark, and that's how survival works now. One stupid decision at a time. Chapter 12, Lab of Lies. The tunnels smell like rust and old water. Jacob goes first with a flashlight duct taped to his shoulder. Emilia behind him with the axe held low. The service entrance was exactly where Mercer's map showed. A steel grate pried open. Steps leading down into concrete darkness. Nobody guards it. Nobody needs to. The runners don't come up from below. They only go deeper. The maintenance corridor runs east. Pipes overhead dripping condensation. The walls streaked with mold. Their footsteps echo and Jacob keeps the light sweeping left to right. Checking doorways. Checking junctions. The air grows colder as they descend. His breath pluming, his fingers stiff around the hammer's grip. Emilia touches his back. She doesn't speak. Doesn't need to. He slows at the next intersection and they listen. Water dripping somewhere distant. A hum that might be generators or might be nothing. The facility is deeper still. 3 levels down according to the map. Through maintenance, through storage, through the research wings where the doors are sealed and the air is dead. They reach the first breach an hour in. The wall has been clawed open, not by tools, by hands. The concrete edges worn smooth like water erosion, but faster, more desperate. Jacob crouches and runs his light over the opening, wide enough to crawl through. Beyond it, darkness and a smell like meat left in the sun. Emilia kneels beside him. They went through here. Mercer's people, or something else. She looks at him, her face pale in the reflected glow. We keep going. They squeeze through the gap into a storage room filled with overturned shelves, boxes spilled across the floor, office supplies scattered like bones, a desk lamp lying on its side, still plugged into a dead outlet. Jacob's light catches something in the corner. A jacket wadded up, he moves closer, sees the arm still inside it. No body attached, just the arm ending at the shoulder in frayed cloth and emptiness. Emilia makes a sound, not quite a word. He backs away. They exit through the far door into a corridor lined with windows looking into labs, the glass intact, the rooms beyond frozen in time. Petri dishes on counters, microscopes under plastic covers, whiteboards filled with equations nobody finished. In one lab, a coffee mug sits half full, the liquid inside blackened and thick. The runner comes from a side hallway, fast, low, its feet slapping concrete. Jacob spins and the hammer is already moving, catches the thing in the temple with a crack like a branch breaking. It staggers, doesn't fall. Lunges again and Emilia's axe comes down between its shoulders, drives it to the floor. She wrenches the blade free and swings again, and again, until it stops moving. They don't speak. Don't look at each other, just keep walking. The server room is 2 levels deeper, behind a security door that hangs open on broken hinges. Inside the air is warmer. The hum of machines that still run on backup power. Rows of black towers blinking green and amber. Jacob moves to the nearest terminal. Presses keys, the screen flickers to life, showing login prompts and file directories. Emilia stands guard at the door, her axe dark with fluid that drips slow to the floor. Jacob works through the system. No password protection, like they left in a hurry. He finds the research files, hundreds of documents, project logs, test results, infection vectors. He plugs in the drive Mercer gave them, starts copying everything. How long, Emilia says. 10 minutes. We don't have 10. We have what we have. She doesn't argue, just shifts her grip and watches the corridor. The seconds crawl. The progress bar fills 1 painful % at a time. Jacob scrolls through files while they copy, sees names, dates, authorization codes, something called Project Threshold. He opens it, reads the first page. His stomach drops. M. Busy. You need to see this. She glances back, her eyes catching the screen's glow. Jacob turns the monitor, shows her the document. The header reads Controlled Extinction Protocol. Below it, a list of investors, corporate signatories, government seals. The outbreak wasn't accidental, wasn't random. Someone engineered it. Someone released it. Someone with resources and infrastructure and a plan for what came after. Emilia stares, her knuckles white on the axe handle. The drive beeps. Transfer complete. Jacob yanks it free and shoves it in his pocket. They need to move. Need to get this data to Mercer. But the corridor outside has gone quiet in a way that presses against his ears. The kind of quiet that means something is listening. They step into the hall, 3 runners at the far end, just standing there, watching. Their heads tilted, their mouths hanging open. One of them still wearing a lab coat. Jacob and Emilia back toward the stairs. The runners follow, slow at first, then faster, their feet making wet sounds on the concrete. More appear from adjoining rooms, from maintenance shafts, from places that shouldn't have openings. They move with terrible coordination, herding rather than chasing. The stairs are blocked. Jacob spins, sees the cluster of bodies filling the stairwell. Too many to fight through. He grabs Emilia's arm, pulls her toward the ventilation shaft. The grate comes off with a screech. She goes first, wriggling into the narrow space. He follows, the hammer scraping metal, the runners reaching, fingers clawing at his boots as he pulls himself up into the duct. They crawl through darkness, the air thick and hot, the metal groaning under their weight. Behind them, the sounds of pursuit. Ahead, nothing but more tunnel, more turns. Jacob's flashlight died in the climb. They navigate by touch, by the faint glow of Emilia's phone held between her teeth. Battery at 4%. 2. The shaft angles up. They climb, hands and knees, every breath loud in the confined space. Emilia's phone dies. Total darkness now. Jacob reaches forward, touches her boot. She keeps moving. They both keep moving because stopping means dying, and dying means turning, and turning means becoming one of those things below. Light appears. Faint. Gray. A junction ahead. Emilia reaches it first. Kicks out the grate. They spill into a hallway. Not the maintenance tunnels. Somewhere else. The walls are cleaner. The doors marked with biohazard symbols. Emergency lighting strips along the baseboards, casting everything in red. Jacob gets to his feet, helps Emilia up. She's breathing hard, her face streaked with dust and sweat. They listen. Nothing. The facility is silent up here. Silent and empty and wrong in ways neither can name. The exit takes another hour to find. They navigate by emergency signs, by half-remembered map directions. The facility sprawls larger than they thought. Hallways branch into more hallways. Labs give way to offices, give way to storage wings. They pass things they don't examine, shapes under sheets, rooms with viewing windows covered from the inside. When they finally reach the surface, the sun is setting. They emerge into an alley behind a collapsed parking structure. Duskmont's walls visible in the distance. The walk back feels longer than it should. Their legs heavy, their minds replaying the documents, the names, the implications. Mercer is waiting in the bunker. He takes the drive without speaking, plugs it into a laptop, starts scrolling. His face doesn't change, but his hands slow, then stop. He sits back, removes his glasses, rubs his eyes. "This is what I was afraid of," he says. Jacob leans against the wall. "You knew. I suspected. Now we have proof." Emilia's axe rests against her leg. "What do we do with it?" Mercer looks at them both. We survive, he says, and we find the people responsible, and we make sure they don't outlive what they started. Outside the bunker, night has fallen. The city goes quiet under curfew. Somewhere a bell rings for evening rations. Jacob and Emilia walk back to the garage. Neither speaks. The drive with its terrible data sits in Mercer's lab. The truth locked inside it. The truth that changes nothing and everything. In their cots they lie awake. The garage full of sleeping sounds, of people who don't know yet, who might never know. Jacob turns his head, finds Emilia already looking at him across the narrow space. Still worth it, she says. What? Surviving. He thinks about that, about the lab and the runners and the names on the screen, about Christopher Hayes burning in his farmhouse, about Susanna laughing with her pixie cut and her memes, about every person they couldn't save and the few they did. Yeah, he says, still worth it. She doesn't smile, just nods, closes her eyes, and sleep takes them both into dreams of corridors that never end and things that used to be human following with patient, inevitable hunger. Chapter 13. Hunter's Trail. They leave Duskmont before dawn. Mercer gives them a motorcycle, not new, older than the outbreak. A dual sport with panniers and a modified fuel system that runs on ethanol. Jacob kicks it to life in the garage's lowest level, the engine coughing twice before it catches. Emilia straps their gear down, her axe across her back, his hammer at his belt. The revolver with its 6 rounds tucked where it's always been. Mercer stands in the doorway, his lab coat gray in the pre-dawn light. He holds out a paper bag, food for 3 days. Water purification tablets. A second data drive. Copies of everything, he says, in case something happens to the originals. Jacob takes it. Where are we going? The coast. There's a research station on Orca Island. They were working on viral inhibitors before everything collapsed. If anyone has the components we need, it's them. That's 500 miles. More like 6. Emilia swings her leg over the bike behind Jacob. Her arms circle his waist. We'll make it, she says. Mercer nods. There are people looking for that data. Corporate remnants, Drake's people. They know what you found. They'll be hunting you. Let them hunt. The bike rumbles out of the garage, up the exit ramp, into streets still dark and empty. The gates open at their approach, guards waving them through without questions. Beyond the walls, the plains stretch gray and endless under a sky just beginning to pale. They ride west, the highway cracked but passable, abandoned cars pushed to the shoulders, towns reduced to shells. The wind cuts through their jackets, and Jacob hunches over the tank. Emilia's grip tight, her chin pressed to his shoulder. They don't speak over the engine noise. Don't need to. By noon, they've covered 80 miles. They stop at a gas station. The pump's dead, but the storage tanks below still accessible. Jacob uses a hand crank to bring up fuel, fills the bike's tank, fills the spare cans. Emilia watches the road. The plain's flat enough to see for miles, nothing moving except grass and clouds. Inside the station they find canned soup, crackers still sealed, a first aid kit missing half its contents. Jacob pockets the rest. Emilia uses the moment to check her axe. The blade needs sharpening. She runs a whetstone along the edge. The sound rhythmic and steady. You think they're really coming, she says. Mercer doesn't scare easy. She tests the edge with her thumb. Doesn't break skin but feels the sharpness. We've been in worse. Name one time. The mall. The convoy. The lab. Fair point. They eat standing up. Cold soup straight from the can. Crackers that taste like cardboard. The sun climbs toward its peak. Still no movement on the road. Still nothing but wind and distance. They ride until sunset forces them to stop. The town is called something they can't read anymore. The sign faded and riddled with holes. Probably bullets. She pulls out the whetstone again. Keeps sharpening. The sound fills the space. How many you think we've unlived, she says. Jacob lies back, stares at the ceiling where water stains bloom in abstract patterns. Does it matter? Doesn't change anything. No. She keeps working the blade, the rhythm steady, her hands moving with practiced ease. After a while she stops, sets the stone aside, looks at him in the dimness. Chris Hayes said something, she says. Before the farm burned, he said, every person we keep breathing is a vote against the world ending. You believe that? I don't know. Maybe. You? Jacob closes his eyes, thinks about the drive in his pocket, the names, the proof that someone wanted this, that the ending was planned, that every unliving they do is spitting in the face of people who thought they could control extinction. Yeah, he says. I believe it. They sleep in shifts, 2 hours each. Jacob dreams of riders on motorcycles with faces like corpses, of highways that loop back on themselves, of Emilia's axe buried in a door that won't stop opening. He wakes to her hand on his shoulder, her finger to her lips, something outside. He sits up, reaches for the hammer. The library is dark except for ambient moonlight through gaps in the plywood. Emilia moves to the window, peers through a crack, her body goes rigid. Drones, she whispers. How many? 3 before. Circling, Jacob crawls to join her, sees the lights in the sky, small, precise, moving in coordinated patterns, scanning, searching. They pass over the library, over the street. Come back again, they know we're here, Emilia says. Can't know for sure, might just be sweeping the area. One of the drones descends, hovers at rooftop level, a spotlight clicks on, floods the street in white glare. The beam sweeps methodically, building to building, getting closer. We need to move, Jacob says. They pack fast, sleeping bags shoved into panniers, weapons secured. The bike is in the library's back room, near the loading entrance. They wheel it through. The engine will give them away, but staying means getting caught, and caught means unlived or worse. Jacob mounts up, keys the ignition. Emilia climbs on behind him. The engine turns over once, twice. The drone's banking toward the sound. Go, she says. He goes. The bike roars out the loading door, into the alley, left toward the highway. The drones pivot, lights tracking. One drops low, close enough Jacob can see the camera housing, the lens adjusting. He opens the throttle, the bike surges, Emilia holds tight, the wind screaming past. Behind them the drones give chase, faster than expected, faster than seems right. The highway opens up, Jacob pins it, 80, 90, the speedometer climbing, the drones keeping pace. One moves ahead, cuts across their path, floodlight blinding. Jacob swerves. The bike's rear tire skids. Catches. They rocket past. Emilia's axe is in her hand. She waits, watches the drone, tracking beside them. It moves closer, within reach. She swings. The blade connects with the housing. Sparks and plastic shrapnel. The drone wobbles, dips, crashes into the asphalt and tumbles in a spray of debris. 2 left. They chase for another mile. Then the drones break off, rise high, disappear into the night sky. Jacob doesn't slow, doesn't trust it. Keeps the throttle maxed, puts 10 miles between them and the town before he finally eases up. They coast to a stop near an overpass, kill the engine, sit breathing hard, Emilia's arms still locked around his ribs. That was Drake, she says. Yeah, they'll send more. Yeah, she rests her forehead between his shoulder blades. Just for a second, then sits up. Let's go. They can't ride at night, not safely, not at these speeds. They need to hole up, need to think. Jacob finds a storm drain, wide concrete pipe running under the highway. They push the bike inside, set up in the dark with the sound of water trickling past. No fire, no light, just sitting in the black with their backs to the curved wall. How far to the coast, Emilia says. 400 miles, give or take. How many days at this pace? 3, maybe 2 if we don't stop. We're not stopping. No. She shifts. He feels her hand find his in the dark, her fingers cold, her grip tight. When we get there, she says, when we find what Mercer needs, we bring it back. And then we find Drake and everyone else on that list. Her thumb rubs across his knuckles, a small motion, grounding. You think we can? No, he says. But we're doing it anyway. She doesn't let go. They sit like that until exhaustion drags them under. Until sleep comes shallow and uneasy and full of spotlights that never stop searching. In the morning, they ride before the sun breaks the horizon. The highway stretches west, empty, endless, and somewhere behind them, the hunters regroup, reload, come following with patient machine precision. Chapter 14, titled Graves. The ocean appears on the third day. Jacob smells it first, like salt and kelp and something underneath like decay. The highway rises over coastal hills, through stands of pine twisted by wind. The bike crests a ridge, and there it is. Gray water meeting gray sky. The line between them barely visible. Emilia points to a sign. Faded. Riddled with rust. Orca Island Ferry. 12 miles. They descend toward the coast. The road hugging cliffs, below them waves crash against rocks, white foam churning, the wind stronger here, colder. Jacob leans into it, feels Emilia shift her weight behind him. The ferry dock is a ruin, pilings broken, the terminal building collapsed into rubble. One boat remains, a fishing trawler maybe 40 feet long, paint peeling, hull streaked with grime. It sits low in the water tied to a single pylon that looks ready to give up. Jacob cuts the engine. They stand looking at the boat, at the channel beyond, the island visible through mist 2 miles out, low and dark against the horizon. Guess we're swimming, Emilia says. Jacob walks the dock, testing boards, half of them spongy with rot. He reaches the boat, climbs aboard, the deck covered in bird waste and dried kelp, cabin door hanging open. Inside, the controls are crusted with salt, wiring exposed. But the engine housing looks intact. He checks the fuel tank. Quarter full. Maybe enough. He tries the ignition. Nothing. Tries again. The engine coughs, sputters, dies. A third time it catches. Black smoke belching from the exhaust. The whole vessel shuddering. Emilia appears beside him. You're kidding. It runs. Barely. That's all we need. They cast off. Jacob at the wheel, Emilia on the bow with her axe unstrapped. The channel is rougher than it looked from shore. Swells lifting the boat, dropping it. The engines straining, water splashing over the gunwales. Halfway across, Emilia shouts. Points to port, something in the water, rising. A shape like a person but wrong. Bloated. The skin gray and translucent. It reaches for the hull, fingers like waterlogged sausages. More appear. Dozens, surrounding the boat, pulled by the engine noise, by the motion. Sea zombies. They climb, pulling themselves up with terrible strength. Emilia swings her axe, catches one across the face. It falls back. Another takes its place. Then 2 more. Jacob leaves the wheel, grabs his hammer. They work the sides, striking down anything that crests the rail. But there are too many. The hull groaning under the weight. One makes it over, crashes to the deck. Emilia pivots, drives the axe into its chest. It doesn't stop, keeps crawling. She kicks it, plants her boot on its neck, wrenches the axe free, swings again, takes the head mostly off. It finally goes still. Jacob slips, his back hits the cabin wall. A sea zombie lunges from the rail. He gets the hammer up, catches it under the jaw. The impact jars his shoulder. He shoves, it tumbles overboard. 2 more climbing behind it. The engine stutters. No, no, no. He lurches to the controls, slams the throttle. The engine coughs, catches, roars. The boat surges forward, the zombies losing their grip. Falling away. The island growing closer. Rocky beach, a concrete dock, beyond it trees. Jacob aims for the dock, doesn't slow down. The boat hits hard, screeches, tilts, metal screaming against concrete. They're thrown forward. Emilia catches herself on the rail. Jacob sprawls across the deck. The engine dies. Silence, just waves and wind. They lie there, breathing. Emilia starts laughing. Not humor, not quite. Something closer to hysteria leaking out. Jacob sits up, checks himself for bites. Nothing. Checks Emilia. She waves him off. I'm good. You? Peachy. They climb onto the dock. The boat half capsized, probably never floating again. The island waits, forest thick with undergrowth, a trail leading inland marked by rotted signs. Research station, 2.3 kilometers. They walk, the trail muddy, roots crossing like veins, the trees drip with moss, everything damp, everything smelling like decay. After 20 minutes, the forest opens. A clearing, buildings low and modern, solar panels on the roofs, windows intact, too quiet. They approach the main building. Door unlocked. Inside is clean, lights on, running on battery backup, the air cool and recycled. A reception desk, hallways branching left and right, Maps on the wall showing lab layouts, storage areas, living quarters. Emilia touches Jacob's arm. Look, footprints in the dust, fresh, leading deeper into the facility. Someone's here. They follow the prints down a corridor lined with lab windows. Inside one, a centrifuge sits idle, test tubes arranged in neat rows, everything preserved like the people just stepped out for lunch. The prints lead to a sealed door. Heavy, marked containment wing, authorized personnel only. Jacob tries the handle, locked. Emilia examines the card reader. Dead. No power to this section. She looks at him. We could break it, or we find another way. They backtrack. Find a maintenance access. Narrow stairs leading down. The emergency lights dimmer here. Struggling. At the bottom, a tunnel runs beneath the complex. Pipes overhead, the air warmer. They follow it until it ends at a ladder going up. Jacob climbs, pushes open a hatch, emerges into darkness. His flashlight reveals a large space. Equipment covered with tarps and cages. Rows of them. Most empty, some not. The things inside used to be human. They press against the bars, reaching, mouths open, no sound, like they forgot how. Emilia stands beside Jacob, her axe ready, but the cages hold, reinforced steel. Padlocked. What is this place? She says. Testing grounds. They move between the cages. At the far end, a door. Unlocked. Beyond it, a lab. And in the lab, 3 people. Not zombies, not dead. Alive and working. They turn at the sound of footsteps. One steps forward, wild hair streaked with gray, lab coat over a wetsuit, eyes bright with something like madness or genius or both. Dr. Arlo Vasquez, he says, and you must be the ones Mercer sent. Jacob keeps his hammer visible. How'd you know? Because you made it past the sea zombies, and you're still breathing. That takes either luck or skill. Emilia doesn't lower her axe. What are you doing here? Vasquez gestures to the lab. The equipment, the samples in cooling racks. Saving the world, he says. One mutation at a time. He explains while he works, how the island became his refuge, how he's been testing cure variants on the captive infected, how he's narrowed it down to 3 promising candidates. But each requires components he doesn't have. Enzymes, catalysts, things that only exist in Drake's bunkers. The data you brought, Vasquez says, does it have facility locations? Jacob pulls out the drive, everything Mercer copied. Vasquez plugs it in, scrolls through files, his fingers flying. After 5 minutes, he stops, taps the screen. There, he says, coordinates for Drake's main bunker. Beneath Duskmont. They'll have everything we need. Emilia looks at Jacob. We just left there. Then we're going back. Vasquez ejects the drive, hands it over along with a vial of pale liquid. That's the prototype, he says. It works on fresh infections, slows the turn rate, buys time. But it's not a cure, not yet. How do we finish it? You break into Drake's bunker, you steal his samples, you bring them here, and you pray I can synthesize the final version before everything falls apart. Jacob pockets the vial, the drive, looks at Vasquez and his lab and the caged things pressing against bars. Why should we trust you? Vasquez smiles, thin, tired. You shouldn't, he says, but you don't have a choice. They leave the island at dawn, the boat wrecked. They jury-rig a raft from tarps and plywood, pole it across the channel with boards scavenged from the dock. The sea zombies ignore them, maybe sated, maybe just stupid in daylight. The mainland beach feels like salvation. They drag the raft ashore, collapse on sand, Emilia's face pale, Jacob's hands cramping from gripping the pole. Above them gulls circle, below them waves hiss and retreat. 600 miles back to Duskmont. Jacob sits up, looks east, the highway a distant ribbon through the hills. We need a vehicle, we need a miracle. Same thing these days. They walk inland, following the road, the sun climbing. By noon they find a truck, old Chevy half buried in brambles. Jacob checks under the hood, checks the tank, finds enough fuel to get them 30 miles, maybe 40. He hotwires it, the engine turns over, rough but steady. Emilia loads their gear. They pull onto the highway, head east into smoke-stained sky. Behind them the island disappears into mist. Vasquez and his cages and his promises. Ahead Duskmont waits, Drake's bunker, the final component. And whatever hell stands between them and it. The road is long, The truck's slow, but they drive anyway because stopping means giving up. And giving up means the world ends, and the world isn't done yet, not while they're still breathing. Chapter 15. Outpost eclipse, the truck dies outside Salem. Jacob coasts to the shoulder, turns the key. Nothing, not even a pops the hood. They stand looking at the engine like it might explain itself. A belt hangs loose. The battery terminal's corroded white. The radiator leaking fluid into the dust. We walk, she says. Jacob checks the map. 60 miles to Duskmont. 3 days on foot if they push it. He looks at the sky, clouds building to the south, dark and low, rain coming. They shoulder their packs, leave the truck where it sits. The highway stretches ahead, empty cars push to the margins, a semi jackknifed across both lanes. They climb over it, drop down the other side, keep walking. By evening, the rain starts, cold and steady. It soaks through their jackets, turns the road to slick concrete. They find shelter in a gutted Walmart, the roof mostly intact. Aisles stripped bare except for trash and broken shelving. They make camp in the garden section, under a display pavilion that still has its canvas top. No fire, too much smoke, too much risk. They eat cold beans from a can. Share a bottle of water that tastes like rust. Emilia sits with her back against a pallet of rotted soil bags, her axe across her lap, her hair plastered to her skull. Jacob watches rain sheet off the pavilion edge, listens to it drum the canvas. The sound hypnotic, almost peaceful. You think Vasquez can do it, Emilia says. Do what? Make the cure. If we get him what he needs. Maybe. That's not an answer. It's the only one I have. She nods. Doesn't push. They've stopped pushing each other for certainty, for promises. There aren't any left, just maybes and probably nots, and we'll see. The rain falls through the night. In the morning it hasn't stopped. They leave anyway, wade through parking lots, turn to lakes, past shopping carts floating like skeletal boats, back onto the highway where the water runs ankle deep. They make 30 miles before exhaustion forces them to stop. The house sits back from the road. 2 stories. White siding gone gray, the front door hanging open. They approach cautiously. Jacob goes in first, hammer ready. The interior is dry, furniture overturned, kitchen ransacked, but no bodies, no signs of recent occupation. Upstairs they find bedrooms, one with the mattress still on the frame. Emilia drops her pack, sits on the edge. Her shoulders slumped. I need sleep, she says. We both do. Jacob checks the windows, boards them with furniture, tests the stairs. They creak but hold. He comes back to find Emilia already lying down, still wearing her boots, her axe on the floor beside her. He sits against the wall, closes his eyes, means to stay awake, keep watch. But sleep takes him anyway, drags him down into dreams of water rising, of swimming through flooded corridors, of Emilia sinking below him and his hands always too slow to catch her. He wakes to gunfire, close, maybe next door. He rolls to his knees, grabs his hammer. Emilia's already up. Already moving to the window, she peers through a gap in the boards. 3 trucks, she whispers. Armed, hunting something. Drake's people, maybe? Or raiders. Does it matter? Not really. The gunfire stops, voices outside, shouting orders, engines revving, then silence. Jacob and Emilia wait. 5 minutes. 10. The trucks don't come closer, don't leave, just idle in the street. We're pinned, Jacob says. Emilia checks her phone. Dead. No way to call for help. Not that there's anyone to call. She looks at the door, the stairs, the windows. We go out the back, she says. Through the yards, hit the tree line and circle around. What about the noise? We move quiet. They pack fast, ease down the stairs, out through the kitchen. The back door opens onto a yard overgrown with weeds. A fence at the rear half collapsed. Beyond it, forest. Dark and thick, they slip through into the trees, moving slow, placing feet carefully. The undergrowth wet and tangled. Behind them, the trucks rumble, men shouting, doors slamming. They get 50 yards before the dogs start barking. Emilia looks at Jacob, her eyes wide. Run, he says. They run, crashing through brush, branches whipping, the dogs howling closer, voices behind them, flashlight beams cutting between trees. Jacob's lungs burn, his legs pump. Beside him, Emilia matches pace. Her breathing harsh, the ground drops away. They slide down a ravine, mud and loose rock, hit the bottom in a tangle. Jacob pulls Emilia up. They scramble across a creek, up the far side, the dogs still coming. A road appears. Narrow, paved. Jacob pulls Emilia across, into more forest. They're deeper now, farther from the highway, but the pursuit doesn't stop, doesn't slow. They break into a clearing, an old campground. Picnic tables overturned, fire rings full of ash, and a small building, concrete block. Bathroom maybe, the door metal. Jacob yanks it open. They pile inside, slam it shut. He wedges his hammer through the handle, bracing it. The dogs arrive seconds later, snarling at the door, claws scratching metal, men's voices, arguing, deciding. Then a gunshot. The door rings. A dent appears. Jacob and Emilia back against the far wall. Another shot. Another. The door holds but barely. Emilia looks around. No windows, no other exit. Just a single room with a drain in the floor and walls covered in faded graffiti. They're trapped. Jacob moves to the door. Listens. The men are talking. One says to wait them out. Another says to burn it. A third suggests grenades. They laugh. The dogs keep barking. Emilia touches his arm, points to the ceiling. An access panel. Maintenance hatch. Rusted but visible. Jacob boosts her up. She pries at the panel. It gives. Flakes of rust raining down. She pulls herself through. Reaches back. Jacob hands up the packs, the axe, then jumps, catches the edge, hauls himself into darkness. They're in a crawl space, maybe 3 feet high, insulation hanging in strips. They move on elbows and knees, away from the hatch, toward where Jacob hopes is the forest side of the building. Below them, the door finally gives. The men flood in, shouting, confused. Jacob and Emilia freeze, barely breathing. One man says to check the ceiling, footsteps directly underneath. A flashlight beam through the hatch. Emilia grabs Jacob's hand, squeezes hard. They wait. The beam sweeps, pauses, moves on. The man below curses, says they must have got out somehow. The group leaves, the dogs dragged with them. Jacob and Emilia stay frozen for another 10 minutes. Then they move, find a vent on the backside, kick it out, drop into wet grass. They run again, no direction, just away. They don't stop until the sun is setting. A railroad bridge, rusted trestle over a dry riverbed. They climb underneath, collapse in the shadows, their clothes torn, skins scratched and bleeding. Emilia's axe blade chipped, Jacob's hammer dented. That was close, she says. Yeah. You think they're still looking? Probably. She leans against him, just her shoulder to his, both of them too tired to care about space or boundaries. He feels her shaking, not fear, not quite, just the aftermath, the adrenaline draining away. We're running out of time, she says. I know, and out of luck, that too. She turns her head, looks at him in the fading light, her face pale, eyes shadowed. If we don't make it, don't. I'm serious. So am I. We don't talk about not making it. She holds his gaze, then nods, looks away. They sit in silence while night falls, while the world goes dark around them. Somewhere to the north, Duskmont waits. Drake's bunker, the samples, the cure that might not work, the answers that might not matter, but they'll try anyway. Because trying is all they have left. And trying means surviving one more day. And surviving means the bastards don't win. Not yet. Not ever if they can help it. Chapter 16. Drifting Damnation. They reach the Enclave on the 5th day. Not Duskmont. Something else. Jacob sees the smoke first, rising from a river valley, then the walls. Corrugated metal and shipping containers stacked 3 high, guard towers made from scaffolding, a gate where armed people stand watching the approach. Emilia touches his arm. This wasn't on the map. No, but it's civilization or something like it. They walk down the access road, hands visible, weapons sheathed. The guards track them with rifles. One shouts when they're 50 yards out, "Stop there." They stop. The guard descends from the tower. Older woman, gray hair braided, rifle slung but ready. She looks them over, takes her time. "Where are you coming from?" she says. "West. Where you headed? East. Duskmont. Why? Does it matter?" The guard almost smiles. "Everything matters now. You sick?" "No." "Bit." "No." "Prove it." Jacob and Emilia strip off jackets, roll up sleeves, show arms, necks, ankles. The guard nods, waves them forward. The gate opens. They enter. Inside is a town, or the skeleton of one. Streets lined with tents and lean-tos, smoke from cooking fires, people moving with purpose, trading, building, living. It feels almost normal, almost human. The guard leads them to a central building, brick, pre-outbreak. Inside is a woman behind a desk. Younger, sharp eyes, she looks up from a ledger. Names, Jacob, Emilia, skills, mechanic, nurse. The woman writes, "How long you staying?" "Not long. Need supplies." "Then we're gone." "Fair enough." Bunk assignments are in Building 3. Meals at dawn and dusk. Markets open until dark. You cause trouble, you leave. Clear, clear. They get bunks. Metal frames with thin mattresses. 30 people to a room. But it's warm and dry, and nobody's trying to unlive them. Jacob lies down, feels his body sink, every muscle screaming. Emilia sits on the bunk beside his. "This is weird," she says. "What?" "Normal. Feels wrong." Yeah, they sleep through the afternoon, through the evening meal, wake at midnight to voices and movement and the strange comfort of people just living. In the morning they explore. The market is a courtyard, stalls arranged in rows, people selling canned goods, ammunition, clothes, tools. Jacob trades his spare knife for a road atlas. Emilia gets bandages and antiseptic. They eat breakfast at a communal table. Weak coffee and oatmeal that tastes like paste but fills the stomach. An old man sits across from them. Missing teeth, hands like gnarled wood. He watches them eat. "You two got that look," he says. "What look?" "The one that says you're not staying." Jacob shrugs. "Got places to be." We all did once." The old man leans forward. "You hear about the water. What about it? Been making people sick. Not the usual kind. Different. Faster." Emilia sets down her spoon. "How many affected? Dozen or so. Quarantined in the East Wing, but it's spreading." Jacob looks at Emilia. She's already thinking it. He can see the calculation in her eyes. They don't have time, don't have resources. But she's a nurse, and that means something even now. "Show us," she says. The quarantine wing is a converted warehouse, windows boarded, door guarded. The smell hits before they enter. Sickness, fluid, the particular stench of bodies fighting infections they can't win. Inside are cots, people lying feverish, shaking, some unconscious, a few trying to help, bringing water, checking pulses. But it's clear they're overwhelmed. Emilia moves between cots, checking symptoms, asking questions. Jacob stands by the door, watches, feels useless. One patient is a kid, maybe 10. Skin pale, eyes rolling. Emilia kneels beside her, takes her pulse, checks her temperature. "How long has she been like this?" Emilia asks. "Since yesterday," a woman says. "Her mother, maybe. She drank from the eastern well." Jacob's mind clicks. The eastern well, the water. He thinks about the lab, about Project Threshold, about engineered variants, he says. She looks up. "It's not natural." "I know." She stands, finds the man in charge, asks about the well. He takes them to it. A hand pump in a courtyard. People lined up with buckets. Jacob looks at the pump, at the ground around it. Fresh, disturbed dirt. "When did you dig this?" he asks. 3 weeks ago. Hit water at 30 feet. Any buildings nearby? Underground. Used to be a pharmacy. Collapsed during the riots. "Show me." They walk 2 blocks. The pharmacy is rubble, but beneath it, Jacob can see concrete. A basement. Maybe a storage room. He starts moving debris. Emilia helps. After 20 minutes, they uncover stairs, leading down. Jacob descends, flashlight sweeping. The basement is flooded, 6 inches of standing water. And in the far corner, a steel barrel, ruptured, leaking viscous fluid. The smell chemical. Wrong. He climbs back up. "This is deliberate," he says. "Someone poisoned the water." The man in charge goes pale. "Who? Drake's people. Has to be. They found out about the Enclave, decided to cripple it." Sighed. Emilia looks at the well, at the people still drinking. "We need to shut it down. Now." They spread the word. Close the well. Post guards. The panic spreads anyway. People demanding answers, demanding solutions. By noon, the Enclave is on edge. By evening, it's fracturing. A meeting is called, the brick building, everyone crowded in, voices raised, accusations, fear turning to anger. turning to violence. Jacob and Emilia stand at the back, watching it unravel. "We should go," Jacob says. "We should help." "We can't. Not this time." She knows he's right, hates it, but knows it. They slip out during the arguments, back to their bunks, pack their gear, the vial from Vasquez, the drive from Mercer, everything they came with and nothing more. They leave through the south gate. No goodbyes, no explanations, just gone into the night while the Enclave tears itself apart from the inside. The road is dark, cold, empty in ways that feel familiar now. Jacob and Emilia walk side by side, not speaking, the distance between them and Duskmont shrinking. The weight of what waits there growing. Behind them smoke rises. The Enclave burning or just cooking fires. Hard to tell. They don't look back. Forward is the only direction that matters now. Chapter 17, Salvage Siren. The salvage ship finds them at dawn. Jacob hears it first. The groan of metal on water. He shakes Emilia awake. They're camped on a beach. Driftwood shelter. Tide pools glinting in early light. The ship rounds the headland. Rusted cargo hauler, maybe 200 feet. Flying no flag, moving slow. It drops anchor offshore. A boat launches. 6 people rowing. They beach it and climb out. The leader is compact, weathered, missing his left hand, prosthetic in its place, metal fingers gripping an oar. He looks at Jacob and Emilia. "You two look lost," he says. "We're not," Jacob says. The man shrugs. "Name's Ryosuke. We're traders." "You got anything worth trading? Depends what you're buying." "Information, passage, supplies. Take your pick." Emilia steps forward. "We need to get to Duskmont, overland. Why not by sea? Because we're not good at drowning." Ryosuke almost smiles. "The sea's no worse than the land these days. Both will unlive you if you let them." He looks at their gear, your weapons. You run into trouble. Some, and you survived. Clearly, he nods. Makes a decision. "Come aboard, we'll talk terms." They load into the boat. Row back to the ship. Climbing up rope ladders to the deck. The crew is mixed, young and old, different backgrounds, all with the same hard look. Survivors who learn to adapt. Ryosuke leads them to his cabin, maps on the walls, navigational charts, a radio set in the corner. He pours something amber from a bottle, offers glasses. Jacob takes one. Emilia declines. "I can get you to Duskmont," Ryosuke says. "Via the river system. It's risky, but faster than walking. Cost you, though. What do you want?" He gestures to the drive in Jacob's pocket. "Whatever that is. You've been guarding it like gold. Not for trade." "Then we're done here." Emilia looks at Jacob. He looks at the map, at the river routes, at the distance still to cover. She touches his arm, her eyes asking. Jacob pulls out the drive, makes a copy using Ryosuke's equipment. "The original stays with us," he says. "You get a duplicate, and you take us all the way." Deal. They set sail that afternoon. The ship groaning up the river, fighting current. The engine coughing smoke. Ryosuke knows the channels, navigates around sandbars, around wrecked barges. The crew works with practiced efficiency. Jacob and Emilia claim a corner of the deck, string a tarp for shelter. The days pass in a rhythm, watching shorelines, helping with repairs, sharing meals in the galley, thin soup and dried fish. Not much, but consistent. On the 3rd day, a crewman approaches. Younger, maybe mid-20s. He's nervous, keeps glancing at the others. "Something you should know," he says. "Some of the crew, they're not happy about the deal." "Why not?" "They think Ryosuke's getting soft, that you two are dead weight. We're paying, not enough." He lowers his voice. "Watch yourselves." That night the mutiny comes. Jacob wakes to shouting, steel on steel. He rolls out of his bedroll, grabs his hammer. Emilia is already up. Axe in hand, they emerge onto the deck. Chaos, crew fighting crew. Ryosuke backed against the cabin, 3 men pressing him with knives. Jacob doesn't think, just moves. Hammer swinging. Catches the nearest man across the temple. He drops. The other 2 turn. One lunges. Jacob sidesteps, brings the hammer down on his knee. The crack audible. The man screams, collapses. The 3rd runs. Emilia is across the deck, 2 crew members trying to corner her. She feints left, swings right. The axe takes one in the shoulder, deep. He falls screaming. The other backs away, hands raised. The fight ends as fast as it started. 4 mutineers down, 3 fled to the stern. Ryosuke straightens, his prosthetic hand dented. He looks at Jacob and Emilia. "I owe you," he says. "You owe us a ride. Consider it paid in full." They deal with the mutineers. The wounded are patched, the others confined. Ryosuke stands at the rail, looking out over dark water. "This is what we've become," he says. "Can't even trust your own crew." Emilia joins him. Her axe cleaned, but still dark along the blade. "You can trust us." "Can I? We're here, aren't we?" He looks at her, at Jacob. Something shifts in his expression, not quite trust, but close. "Duskmont's a day away," he says. "Maybe less if we push it, but you should know, the river's blockaded. Drake's people, they're checking every boat, then we go around. No around, only through." Jacob considers. The drive in his pocket, the vial from Vasquez, everything they've fought for, will find a way. Ryosuke nods. "I believe you might." The ship continues through the night into narrowing channels, past burned-out towns, past bridges collapsed into the current, and ahead somewhere in the dark, Duskmont waits. Drake's bunker beneath it, the final component, the last piece of the puzzle. They'll get through the blockade or die trying. Either way, the choice is already made. They're in too deep to turn back now. Chapter 18, Enclave Eclipse. The blockade is 6 boats, chained together across the river, guns mounted on decks, searchlights sweeping the water. Ryosuke cuts the engine a mile upstream, lets the current carry them into the shallows. They drop anchor behind a sandbar. "Can't go through that," he says. Jacob studies the blockade through binoculars. Guards visible, maybe 20. Professional, organized. He lowers the glasses. "We swim. In this current, you'll drown. Then we find another way." There isn't one. Emilia looks at the shore, at the forest beyond. We go overland, bypass the blockade, find a way into the city on foot. That's 10 miles of hostile territory. Better than sitting here, Ryosuke considers, looks at his crew, at the mutineers still locked below. Finally he nods. "I'll give you supplies, enough for 3 days. After that you're on your own." They load packs at midnight. Food, water, medical supplies. Ryosuke adds a flare gun, just in case, he says. "You get desperate. Fire it, we'll see it." "What then?" "Then we come running. Maybe." Jacob grips his hand, the prosthetic cold, the real one warm. "Thanks. Don't thank me yet, you haven't made it." They row ashore, drag the boat into reeds, cover it with branches. The forest is thick, dark. They navigate by compass, by the faint glow of Emilia's phone on its last % of battery. The trees press close, roots catching feet, branches slapping faces. By dawn, they've covered 3 miles. They rest in a hollow, backs against moss-covered logs. The forest quiet except for dripping water. Emilia checks her axe. The blade needs sharpening again, always needs sharpening. She runs the stone along the edge, the sound steady, meditative. Jacob watches her, the way her hands move, the focus in her face. She catches him looking. "What?" she says. "Nothing. Liar. Just thinking about how we got here. All the choices, all the close calls." She sets down the stone, looks at him, regrets any of it. "No. You. Not even a little." They hold the moment, just the 2 of them. The world narrowed to this hollow, this pause. Then somewhere distant a dog barks. They're moving before they think. Packs shouldered, weapons ready. The forest gives way to farmland, fields gone to seed. A barn collapse. They skirt the edges, keeping to tree lines. The city is visible now. Duskmont's walls rising like tombstones. They reach the outskirts at dusk. The walls higher up close, 30 feet at least. Guard towers every 100 yards, but there are gaps. Places where the concrete crumbled, where the repairs didn't hold. Jacob finds one on the eastern side, hidden by rubble, wide enough to squeeze through. They wait for dark. When the searchlights are predictable, when the guards are tired, then they slip through into Duskmont proper. The city has changed. More crowded, more desperate. The quarantine zones expanded. Tents everywhere, people huddled around fires, the smell of sickness thick in the air. Jacob and Emilia move through shadows, hoods up down. Just 2 more survivors in a city full of them. They reach the Capitol building. The bunker entrance still guarded but looser than before. One guard half asleep. Jacob waits until he nods off. Then they slip past, down the stairs, into the corridor that leads to Mercer's lab. The lab is empty, equipment gone, papers scattered, blood on the floor. Jacob's chest tightens. They search, find a note pinned to the wall. Mercer's handwriting, compromised. Move to secondary location, northeast sector, building 7B. Bring what you found, Emilia reads over his shoulder. Northwest sector, that's hostile territory. Everything's hostile. Fair point. They navigate by memory, by half-forgotten maps. The northeast sector is industrial, warehouses and factories, most abandoned, some occupied by squatters, by gangs, by people who've given up on civilization. Building 7B is a meat processing plant, the sign's still visible. Faded letters, broken windows. They enter through a loading dock. Inside is darkness. And the smell, old, like the building remembers what it used to be. A light flickers deeper in. Jacob approaches, hammer ready, Emilia beside him. They round a corner, find Mercer in what used to be a freezer, portable heaters running. Equipment set up on tables. He looks up, sees them. Relief floods his face. You made it, he says. Barely. What happened? Drake's people raided the bunker. We barely got out. Lost half my staff. He gestures to the makeshift lab. This is all we have left. Jacob hands over the drive, the vial from Vasquez. Mercer plugs in the drive, starts scrolling. His expression darkens, then hardens. After 10 minutes he stops. This is it, he says. The final component. It's in Drake's primary bunker. Sublevel 3. Cryogenic storage. How do we get there? You don't. I'll send my team. Your team barely made it out last time. Mercer looks at him, at Emilia, then nods. You're right. He pulls up schematics, shows them the bunker layout, the access points, the security. It's suicide, he says, but it's the only way. Jacob studies the plans, memorizes routes, exit strategies. Emilia does the same, her jaw set, her eyes hard. When do we go? She says. Tonight. Before they expect it, they gear up. Mercer provides what he can, body armor, gas masks, bolt cutters. It's not enough, but it never is. They leave at midnight, through empty streets, toward the old capital, toward the bunker that started everything, toward the final answer, or the final grave. Same thing, probably. Chapter 19, Architect's Shadow. The bunker entrance is beneath the Capitol building, not the main entrance, a secondary shaft hidden behind maintenance access. Mercer's schematics show it, a service elevator that drops 50 feet, then corridors branching like veins. Jacob and Emilia stand at the access door, heavy steel, locked with a keypad. Emilia pulls out the code Mercer gave them, punches it in. The pad beeps red. She tries again, red. Third time, the pad goes dead. Jacob looks at her, now what? She pulls out the bolt cutters, starts working on the hinges. Slow, methodical. The metal resists. After 20 minutes, the first hinge gives. Then the second. They pry the door open, squeeze through. The elevator shaft drops into darkness. No power. The car is somewhere below. Jacob clips a rope to his belt, tests the cable. It holds. He looks at Emilia. Last chance to walk away, he says. You first. He grins, starts descending. Hand over hand, the cable rough against his palms. Emilia follows. They're breathing loud in the confined space. 20 feet. 30. 40. The elevator car appears below. Crushed. The roof buckled. They squeeze through gaps, drop into the corridor beneath. Emergency lighting. Dim and flickering. The walls concrete. The air recycled and cold. Doors line both sides. Most sealed, some open. Jacob checks each. Supply closets. Server rooms. Empty offices where dust has settled thick. Sublevel 3 is marked by a sign, stenciled letters, faded, an arrow pointing deeper. They follow. The corridor slopes down, the temperature dropping, their breath visible now. The cryogenic storage is behind vault doors. 12 inches of steel, sealed from the inside. Jacob examines the controls. Dead. No power to this section. He looks for manual overrides, finds a panel, prees it open. Inside are levers, fail-safes. He starts working them. The door groans, shifts, inches at a time. Emilia wedges the bolt cutters into the gap, uses them as a lever. Together they force it. 30 minutes of straining, sweat freezing on their skin. Then the door moves, enough to slip through. Inside is ice, frost coating every surface, rows of cylinders lining the walls, each marked with codes, dates, project names. Jacob moves between them, searching for the one Mercer specified. Storage Unit 47C. He finds it at the back. A cylinder larger than the others. He checks the label. Project Threshold Final Synthesis Component. This is it. He starts the extraction, unscrewing the access port. Inside is a vial, small, clear, filled with liquid that glows faintly blue. He lifts it out. Careful. Wraps it in insulation. Tucks it into his pack. Too easy, Emilia says. Yeah, she's right. The lights come on, full power, blinding after the dimness. An alarm starts. High. Piercing. The vault door slams shut. Automated. Sealing them in, Jacob runs to it, tries the manual override. Nothing. The door is locked. From the outside, a speaker crackles. A voice. Smooth. Cultured. Older. Welcome, it says. I've been expecting you. Jacob looks up, finds the camera, hidden in the corner. Drake, he says, the architect if you prefer, though names matter less now. The voice pauses. You've been quite the nuisance, you and your companion, disrupting operations, stealing data, and now, here, in my sanctum. Emilia steps beside Jacob, her axe raised toward the camera. What do you want? Drake laughs. Soft, almost kind. What I've always wanted. Order, control. A world rebuilt in rational design. Not this chaos, not this mess. You created the mess. I created the solution. The virus was merely the tool. Natural selection accelerated, the weak removed, the strong preserved. In time there will be enough survivors, enough infrastructure, and we'll rebuild, better than before. Jacob feels the vial in his pack, the cure component. You can't control everything, can't I? Drake's voice hardens. You're standing in my bunker, breathing my air, holding my property. All I have to do is wait. The room will do the rest. The temperature is dropping. Fast, frost spreading across the floor. Jacob realizes they're inside a cryo chamber. Drake's going to freeze them. Emilia looks at him, her face already pale. We need out. Jacob scans the room. No other doors, no vents large enough. Just the vault door, sealed, impenetrable. The cylinders, he says. What about them? They're pressurized. If we rupture one, she understands. They move to the nearest cylinder. Jacob finds the release valve, starts turning. The pressure gauge climbs. Red. Warning. He keeps turning. Drake's voice. What are you doing? Stop. Jacob doesn't stop. The gauge hits maximum. The cylinder shrieks. He and Emilia dive behind a bank of storage. The cylinder explodes. Metal shrapnel. Liquid nitrogen boiling. The force rocks the room, cracks the walls. The vault door buckles. Doesn't open but weakens. Jacob and Emilia hit it together, shoulders slamming. The door gives inch by inch. They squeeze through into the corridor, alarms screaming, lights strobing. They run, back the way they came, up the slope behind them footsteps. Guards responding, voices shouting. The elevator shaft is blocked, no time to climb. Jacob spots a maintenance ladder. Different shaft, narrower. They take it. Climbing fast. Gun. Jacob hits it. It opens. They spill into night air, into a street. The Capitol building behind them. Spotlights sweeping. They don't stop. Can't stop. Into the quarantine zones. Between tents. People scattering. Guards shouting. Jacob and Emilia disappear into the warren. Into the darkness where Drake's searchlights can't reach. They keep running until their lungs give out, until their legs refuse. Then they collapse in an alley, behind a dumpster, pressed against brick, the vial still safe in Jacob's pack. The cure component, the final piece. They got it. They survived. And now they need to get it back to Vasquez before Drake finds them again. The night stretches ahead, full of danger, full of impossible distances, but they've come this far, done this much. Chapter 20. Hive's heartbeat. Mercer's lab is gone when they return. The meat processing plant empty, equipment stripped. No sign of the doctor or his team, just an overturned chair. Papers scattered, and on the wall another note, written in different handwriting. Shakier. They took him. Building 12. Sublevel. Come if you want him alive. Jacob studies the note. Building 12 is marked on his mental map. Industrial complex. East side. Used to be a power station. It's a trap, Emilia says, obviously. So we're going anyway, obviously. She almost smiles, adjusts her grip on the axe. They leave the plant, navigate empty streets. The city quieter now, like it's holding its breath, waiting for something. Building 12 looms against the dawn sky, smokestacks dark, windows broken, the entrance is a loading bay, doors torn off hinges. Inside the smell is chemical, wrong. Jacob's skin prickles. They descend. Following signs for sublevels, the stairs go deep, past basement, past sub-basement, into industrial guts where machinery rusts and pipes drip condensation. The lighting comes from battery packs, strung along walls, casting everything in sickly yellow. Voices ahead. Jacob and Emilia slow, peer around a corner, a large room, central chamber, Mercer tied to a chair, blood on his face, his glasses broken. Around him, 5 guards, corporate security, well-armed, well-trained, and behind them Drake. The architect in person, older than his voice suggested, 65 maybe, silver hair, expensive gear. He stands with hands behind his back, studying Mercer like a specimen. Where are they? Drake says. Your friends. Mercer spits. It misses. Gone. You'll never find them. Drake sighs, nods to a guard. The guard hits Mercer, not hard, just enough. Mercer's head snaps back. He groans. Jacob's hand tightens on his hammer. Emilia touches his arm, shakes her head. Wait, Drake walks closer to Mercer, leans down. You don't understand, he says. I'm not the villain. I'm the solution. The world was failing. Overpopulation, resource depletion, social collapse. I simply accelerated the inevitable. Gave us a chance to rebuild. Better. Stronger. Mercer laughs. Wet. Painful. You're insane. Am I? Look around. The strong survived. The weak perished. That's nature. I just made it efficient. You played God. Someone had to. Jacob can't wait anymore. He steps out, hammer visible, Emilia beside him, axe ready. The guards turn, raise weapons. Drake doesn't flinch, just smiles. There you are, he says. I was beginning to think you'd abandoned your friend. Let him go, Jacob says. Drake gestures. The guards cut Mercer free. He staggers, falls to his knees. Emilia moves to help him. A guard blocks her. Rifle raised, the component Drake says. Give it to me, and you all walk away. Simple. Jacob reaches into his pack, feels the vial, the cure, the hope for thousands. He looks at Mercer, at Emilia, at Drake with his smug certainty. No, he says. Drake's smile fades. Then you die here, all of you. He nods to the guards. They raise weapons. Jacob throws the vial, not at Drake, at the machinery, the industrial equipment. The vial shatters against a pipe junction, liquid spreading, reacting. The guards hesitate, confused. Drake's face contorts. You fool. You've destroyed it. Jacob grins. That wasn't the real one. He pulls out the actual vial. Sealed. Safe. Drake lunges. The guards fire. Jacob and Emilia move. Dropping behind equipment, the bullets spark off metal. Ricochet. Mercer crawls toward them. The room erupts into chaos. Guards advancing. Jacob swinging his hammer, catching one across the knee. The guard drops. Emilia's axe takes another in the shoulder. Deep. He falls screaming. Drake runs toward a back exit. Jacob sees him, starts to follow. A guard blocks his path. They grapple. The hammer falls. Jacob's hands close on the guard's throat. They struggle. Roll across concrete. The guard's hand finds a knife. Jabs. Jacob twists. The blade catches his jacket. Tears fabric. Misses skin. Emilia is there. Axe coming down. The guard goes still. She pulls Jacob up. Drake is gone. Through the exit. They hear footsteps echoing. Fading. We need to go, Mercer says. Now. The sublevel is a maze. They navigate by instinct, by luck. Behind them more guards, more gunfire. They reach stairs, climb, legs burning, lungs screaming. Emerge into the ground floor, daylight through broken windows. They run, out of Building 12, into streets, the city waking, people staring. They don't stop, can't stop. They need distance, need to disappear. Mercer leads them to another safe house, smaller, a basement apartment. The door barely fits them. Inside, he collapses on a mattress, his face gray, his breathing shallow. Emilia checks him, broken ribs, maybe internal damage. He needs rest, medical attention, things they can't provide. Jacob sets the vial on a table, the cure component, still intact, still viable. He looks at Mercer. What now, he says. Mercer coughs, winces. Now we synthesize. Combine this with Vasquez's formula. Create the actual cure. How long? If we had a lab, 2 days, maybe 3. We don't have a lab. Mercer closes his eyes. No, we don't. Silence settles, the weight of impossibility. They've come so far, done so much, and now they're stuck. No resources, no time. Drake hunting them. The cure component useless without synthesis. Emilia sits on the floor, her back to the wall, her axe across her knees. She looks exhausted, hollowed out. Jacob sits beside her, their shoulders touching. There has to be a way, she says. Maybe there isn't. She turns her head, looks at him. You don't believe that. He doesn't. Not really. He thinks about Vasquez, the island lab, the broadcast tower Mercer mentioned once, ways to spread the formula globally. If they can just synthesize it, just complete it, Jacob says. Where is it? Mercer opens his eyes. North, old communications hub, 50 miles. Why, if we synthesize the cure, we can broadcast the formula, let others make it, distribute it. With what lab? Vasquez. On the island. That's 600 miles, so we go 600 miles. Mercer almost laughs. You're serious. Dead serious. Emilia stands. We'll need transport. Supplies. A way through Drake's patrols. Ryosuke, Jacob says, the salvage ship, if we get back to the river. Mercer sits up. Slowly, painfully. You're insane, he says. Both of you. Probably. Jacob helps him stand, but we're also right. Mercer looks at them, at their weapons, at the determination in their faces. He nods. Fine, I'll come with you. Someone has to make sure you don't unlive yourselves. They rest through the day. Mercer sleeps. Jacob and Emilia take turns on watch. By evening they're ready. Packs loaded, weapons checked, the vial secured in padded wrapping. They leave at dusk, through back alleys, avoiding patrols. The river is 5 miles west. The salvage ship anchored somewhere beyond the blockade. If it's still there, if Ryosuke waited. Big ifs. But ifs are all they have. They reach the riverbank after midnight, the water black, the far shore invisible. Jacob pulls out the flare gun Ryosuke gave him, aims at the sky, fires, the flare arcs up, burns red, hangs for long seconds, then falls, hissing into the water. They wait, minutes stretching. Jacob's heart hammerings, no response, no boat. Emilia touches his arm. Maybe he's gone, maybe he's gone. Yeah, maybe. Then lights appear, distant, moving closer. The salvage ship's running lights, Ryosuke bringing her around. They hear the engine, see the hull cutting water, the ship beaches, crew throwing ropes. Ryosuke stands at the rail, prosthetic hand gleaming. Told you I'd come running, he says. Jacob grins. Didn't doubt it for a second. Liar. They climb aboard. Mercer helped up by crew members. The ship backs away, turns, heads downstream, away from Duskmont, away from Drake, toward the ocean, toward the island, toward whatever comes next. On deck, Jacob and Emilia stand at the rail, watching the city lights fade, the walls shrinking. Behind them, everything they fought for. Ahead, everything they might accomplish. The cure component in Jacob's pack, the formula waiting on an island, the broadcast tower beyond that. It's a long shot. Maybe impossible, but they've done impossible before. They can do it again. Emilia leans against him, her warmth solid, real. You think we'll make it, she says. To the island, probably. And after that, no idea. She nods. Good enough. The ship cuts through dark water. The stars overhead faint. The world vast and broken, and still somehow worth saving. Jacob feels the weight of the hammer at his belt, the revolver at his spine. 6 rounds unchanged. He hasn't fired it since the farmhouse. Since Christopher Hayes. Maybe he won't need to. Maybe this is the end of fighting, the beginning of fixing. Or maybe it's just another mile on an endless road. Another choice that leads to more choices. More struggles. More barely survived moments. Either way, he's still here. Still breathing. Still standing beside the one person who stood beside him through everything. That counts for something. Has to. The ship sails on into the night, carrying them toward distant shores, toward cures and towers and futures uncertain. The water whispers against the hull, the wind carries salt and promise, and somewhere far behind Drake sits in his bunker, planning, waiting, waiting. knowing the game isn't over, but neither is the resistance. Neither is the hope. Neither are Jacob and Emilia. The last horizon stretches ahead, still distant, still possible, still worth reaching for. But not everything ends well. Intermezzo. The river breaks. The ship never makes it past the delta. Drake's drones find them 3 miles downstream. 6 of them, dropping from cloud cover like mechanical wasps. The first missile hits the wheelhouse. Ryosuke screaming orders as the second one punches through the hull below the waterline. Jacob grabs Mercer. Emilia grabs the packs. The cure vial wrapped in Jacob's jacket, they hit the water as the third missile strikes the engine room. The ship groans, lists, begins its slow drowning. The current takes them. Fast and cold, Jacob loses sight of Ryosuke, of the crew, of everything except Emilia's hand locked in his, and the burning wreckage painting the water orange. They wash up on the eastern bank, crawl through mud into reeds. Behind them, the drones circle the wreckage, searchlights probing, looking for bodies, looking for survivors to finish. Mercer is gone, lost in the current or taken by the cold. They don't know, can't know. Jacob checks his pack, the vial intact, the drives intact, everything they need except the doctor who could use them. Emilia coughs water, her lips blue. They need shelter, need warmth, need to disappear before the drones expand their search pattern. The industrial district is a maze. They navigate by necessity, by survival instinct. Drake's forces are everywhere now. Patrols in the streets, checkpoints at intersections, the architects evacuating their remaining assets, moving them underground. Jacob and Emilia follow. Track them through service tunnels, through subway stations, down into the old infrastructure where the city's bones show through. That's when the ambush happens. Corporate security, waiting in a maintenance junction. 6 of them. Professional, armed. They open up without warning. Jacob takes a round through the thigh, goes down hard. Emilia swings her axe, catches one across the jaw. Bone and teeth scattering. The fight is brutal. Close quarters, no room for mistakes. Jacob fires his revolver once, twice. Bodies dropping. Emilia moving like violence given form, her axe finding throats and skulls and anything that gets close. They win. Barely. 4 guards down. 2 fled deeper into the tunnels, Jacob's leg pumping red, Emilia dragging him upright. His vision swimming, they stumble into the sewers, into the labyrinth beneath the city. Behind them, voices. Reinforcements. The architects doubling back. Hunting. Jacob's leg won't hold. The bullet lodged deep. Emilia wraps it with torn shirt. Pressure. Elevation. Nothing helps. The blood keeps coming. They find prisoners, workers freed from Drake's bunker. Thin and hollow-eyed. Some help, some scatter. Some watch with the calculation of people deciding whether to turn predator. The group moves through tunnels, following rumors, following desperation. The architects are ahead somewhere. Drake's evacuation route leading to something bigger. Some final contingency. Then the betrayals start. A prisoner tries to take their supplies, Emilia's axe handle to his temple. Another leads them into a dead end, into standing water, into things that used to be human pressing up from flooded basements. The tunnel floods. Deliberate. Someone opened a valve. Jacob and Emilia barely make it through, climbing, crawling, his legs screaming, her arms locked around him, keeping him moving when his body wants to quit. They surface in a cistern, alone now. The prisoners scattered or drowned or turned on each other in the dark, just the 2 of them. The wound, the fever building, the trail gone cold. Drake disappeared into the tunnels somewhere. The architects with him, heading toward what? Toward where? No way to know. No way to follow. Not yet. Not until Jacob's leg heals enough to walk. Not until they regroup, resupply, figure out their next move. The fire Emilia builds is small, smoke filling the cistern. She finds meat somewhere. Doesn't matter what kind. They eat because bodies need fuel, because giving up means Drake wins. The fever takes Jacob between one breath and the next, heat and chills, dreams of his sister, of the garage, of all the people he couldn't save. Emilia's hand on his shoulder, her voice pulling him back. Stay with me. He stays, because she needs him. because the cure vial is still safe. Because somewhere in these tunnels, Drake is regrouping, and they need to find him before he vanishes completely. The hunt isn't over, just paused, just waiting for Jacob's body to remember how to work. Tomorrow they move, tomorrow they track, tomorrow they find the transmission tower and Drake and whatever final plan he's running toward. Tomorrow, if Jacob survives tonight. Chapter 21, Escapes Ember. The tunnels smell of rust and old fear. Water drips somewhere in the dark. Jacob limps and Emilia keeps one hand on his shoulder. The prisoners they freed scatter like smoke. Some follow. Most vanish into side passages with their own plans and their own ghosts. The architects fled through here hours ago. Their boot prints show in the muck. Clean treads. Expensive soles. The kind of footwear that says someone expected comfort even at the end of things. We're hunting monsters, Jacob says. His voice echoes wrong in the concrete throat. We're hunting people, Emilia says. Worse than monsters. They pass a grate where firelight flickers below. Voices rise from a chamber. 3 of the freed prisoners huddle around burning trash. One looks up. His eyes are flat. He does not wave them down. They keep moving. The trail splits at a junction marked with spray paint. Arrows in 3 colors. Red, blue, yellow. The architects went yellow. The paint is fresh. Smells like chemicals and planning. Jacob sits against the wall. His leg wound seeps through the bandage. Dark fluid the color of old pennies. Emilia kneels and unwraps it. The flesh is hot, swollen. She digs in her pack for the last antibiotic pill. Hands it over with a look that says, "This is it." He swallows it dry. They rest there in the junction while footsteps echo from distant tunnels, some moving toward them, some moving away. The freed prisoners are not friends. They are variables, unknown quantities in an equation already unsolvable. A woman appears from the red tunnel. Thin arms. Shaved head. She carries a pipe wrench like it was made for her hand. She studies them. Studies the yellow arrow. Then she sits across from them and sets the wrench down. "You going after them?" she says. Not a question. "Yes, I'll come." Emilia shakes her head. "We don't know you. You don't know anyone down here." The woman's voice is flat. "I was in that bunker 2 years. They made me sort samples. Viral samples. Blood from the gone ones. I know their faces. I know which one gave the orders." Jacob looks at Emilia. Emilia looks back. They have a whole language in glances now. After all these miles, all these bodies. This glance says maybe. This glance says we need numbers. This glance says trust is a luxury. "What's your name?" Jacob asks. Lynn. They share the last of their water. Lynn drinks like someone remembering what thirst was. She tells them the architects have a boat waiting, 3 miles through the tunnels, an old subway maintenance access that opens to the river. They plan to float downstream, disappear into the coastline chaos. The 3 of them start moving. The yellow arrow leads through maintenance shafts and service corridors, past doors marked with symbols they cannot read, past rooms that smell like burnt plastic and rot. The tunnels were not made for people. They were made for pipes and wires and the hidden guts of a city that no longer breathes. They come to a section where water stands ankle deep. It is cold, moves with a current. Somewhere ahead it drains toward the river. Lynn says the boat is close. Her voice carries too far in the flooded tunnel. Sound travels different through water. Then the voices start behind them, not prisoner voices, not scattered and afraid. These are organized, boots splashing in rhythm, flashlights cutting the dark. Someone followed them. Someone wants the architects too, or wants them gone. Emilia grabs Jacob's arm. They run, or Jacob tries to run, and Emilia and Lynn half carry him through the rising water. His leg drags, the wound opens wider. He bites down on sound. They pass under a low arch. The ceiling drips. The walls close in. The tunnel ends at a gate, rusted chain link, padlocked. Lynn pulls a bolt cutter from her belt. She cuts through. The chain falls, and they push through into a wider chamber. An old subway platform. Tile walls marked with route numbers that meant something once. Now they mean nothing. A boat sits tied to a maintenance ladder, small, inflatable, 2 oars inside, enough for 3 people if they sit close. But the architects are not here. The boat is empty. We're too late, Lynn says. Jacob shakes his head, points at the ladder, fresh scuff marks on the rungs, boot prints on the platform. The architects were here. Then they left, but they did not take the boat. Why, Emilia says. The voices behind them grow louder. Flashlights rake across the tunnel entrance. Shouts. Someone calling to someone else. They have seconds. Jacob points up. A service shaft leads to street level. Metal ladder bolted to concrete. The architects went up. They abandoned their water route. Something changed their plan. Or something scared them worse than we do, Lynn says. They climb. Jacob goes last. His blood drips on the rungs. Each step is a negotiation with pain. Emilia climbs ahead. Lynn climbs fastest. The shaft rises 50 feet, maybe more. The air grows colder. They can smell the outside. Ash and burning and the particular stink of a world learning to die. They emerge in an alley. Dumpsters overturned, broken glass. The sky is gray with smoke. Fires burn in buildings 3 blocks over. The architect's trail continues in boot prints through ash, heading north toward the old industrial district. Behind them, the voices pour from the shaft, not following the architects. Following them. Lynn turns. I'll slow them down. You keep going. Emilia grabs her arm. No. Lynn shakes free. I didn't come this far to run from shadows. She holds the wrench like a promise. You two finish it. Find them. Make them answer. She walks back toward the shaft. Jacob tries to argue, but his leg gives out. He catches himself on a wall. Emilia pulls him upright. They move. Lynn's footsteps fade behind them. Then they hear the sounds. Metal on bone. Shouts. A scream that might be rage or might be joy. They do not look back. The boot prints lead through streets that were never cleaned, past cars rusted into sculptures, past storefronts with mannequins still posed in windows. The world is a museum of its own ending. They are just tourists passing through. Jacob's fever climbs. He talks to people who are not there, calls his sister's name. Emilia keeps him moving, keeps him aimed north. The architects are close. She can feel it, can taste it, the way you taste metal before lightning strikes. They round a corner and the trail goes cold. The boot prints stop at a manhole cover, pried open. The architects went down again, into the sewers, into the veins beneath the veins. Emilia stares into the dark hole. She thinks about Lynn, about Susanna, about Christopher and Captain Rourke, and all the others who are gone, because people like the architects decided some lives were currency. She thinks about the fire axe in her hand, how many times she has swung it, how many more times she will need to. Jacob leans against her. His weight is too much, his breath is too hot. The infection is winning. We go down, she says. He nods. They go down. Chapter 22, Wounded Wander. The clinic was a veterinary office once. Stainless steel tables, cabinets marked with animal silhouettes, a poster on the wall showing dog anatomy. The examination rooms still smell like antiseptic and fear. Emilia lays Jacob on the largest table. His fever has teeth now. It chews through him in waves. She finds supplies in the back. Expired antibiotics meant for livestock. Syringes still wrapped. Gauze and tape and bottles of saline solution turned slightly yellow with age. She mixes a cocktail she hopes will work. Injects it into his arm. Watches his face for changes. He sleeps but does not rest. His body fights wars behind his eyelids. She cleans the wound again. The flesh is angry. Red spider veins crawl up his thigh. She packs it with honey she found in a cabinet. Someone told her once that honey fights infection. She cannot remember who. Cannot remember when. Memory is just another thing the world stole. Outside the clinic windows, the street is empty. Ash falls like snow. She watches it pile against the glass. Thinks about how quiet the world has become. How the absence of engines and voices leaves room for smaller sounds. Wind through broken frames, rats moving through walls, the creak of buildings settling into their ruin. She eats canned peaches standing at the sink. The syrup is too sweet. Makes her teeth hurt. She forces it down anyway. Calories are strategy. Food is ammunition. She learned that months ago. Jacob wakes at dusk. His eyes are strange. He looks at her but sees through her, looks at the walls and sees other walls, other rooms. He speaks to his sister, tells her to run, tells her he's sorry. His hands grip the table edges like he's holding on to the world. Emilia puts a cold cloth on his forehead, talks to him in low, steady words. It's okay. It's me. You're safe. Lies that sound like truth. Truth that feels like lying. The fever breaks near midnight, or it seems to break. He focuses on her face, sees her now, really sees her. His voice is a dry rustle. Where are we? Somewhere north. A clinic. You've been gone for a day. The architects, still gone. She wraps his leg with fresh gauze. We lost them in the sewers. Found this place instead. You needed rest more than I needed revenge. He tries to sit up, falls back, his strength left through the wound. She pushes him down gently, brings him water in a cup shaped like a cat's head. He drinks, spills some, drinks again. I saw her, he says. Who? My sister. She was here. She told me to let go. Emilia does not ask if he means let go of guilt or let go of breathing. Both interpretations fit. She sits on the floor beside the table. Her axe leans against the wall. She has not been more than 3 feet from it in hours, maybe days. Time moves different when you're waiting for someone to either live or stop living. She tells me that too sometimes, Emilia says. My dad, he shows up in the quiet places, always disappointed I'm still here, always wanting me to join him in the gone place. You think they're real. I think fever makes us honest, makes us see what we're carrying. She looks at the ceiling. Water stains bloom across the tiles like rust flowers. I think we're haunted by the people we couldn't save, and maybe that's fair. Maybe that's the price. They sit in silence. Outside something howls, not human, not quite animal. One of the changed ones, the runners or the waterlogged ones or some new variant the world cooked up. Evolution does not care about meaning. It just keeps trying new shapes until something sticks. Jacob's hand finds hers in the dark. His grip is weak but deliberate. Thank you for not leaving me. I thought about it. Her voice is flat. When the fever got bad, when I didn't know if you'd make it, I thought about taking what I could carry and walking away. Finding the architects myself. Why didn't you? Because I'm tired of walking away. She squeezes his hand. Because somewhere between the mall and here, I decided you're worth the wait. He laughs. It hurts him, but he does it anyway. That's the worst love confession I've ever heard. It's not love, it's just facts. She stands, checks the windows. The street is still empty, still ash and shadows. You're my person. That's bigger than love. That's biology, like breathing. He closes his eyes. Sleep pulls him under again, but this time it's clean. No fever dreams, no phantom voices. Just the necessary dark. She watches him breathe, counts the rise and fall of his chest, matches her breathing to his, an old meditation trick her father taught her. The night passes in segments. She sleeps in 20-minute intervals, wakes at every sound, a pipe settling, wind through a broken door, the creak of her own joints. By dawn, she is exhausted, but he is better. The red veins in his leg have faded. The swelling has gone down. He will live, probably. Maybe. The world does not give guarantees. They eat breakfast in silence. Canned beans cold from the tin, crackers that crumble into dust. He moves slow, but he moves. Tests his weight on the leg. Winces, but stays upright. She hands him his hammer. He takes it. Weighs it in his palm. Nods. We keep going. She says. He looks out the window at the ash and the empty street and the smoke rising from distant fires. We keep going. They leave the clinic behind. The door swings closed on its own. The poster of Dog Anatomy watches them leave. They walk north through streets that all look the same. Past buildings that all tell the same story. People lived here once. Then they didn't. The end. The architect's trail is cold now, gone in the ash and the rain and the shuffling of the changed ones. But Emilia remembers the direction, remembers the map she saw in the bunker. Industrial district. Old shipping yards, places where boats still sit waiting for cargo that will never come. They walk for hours. Jacob's legs slows them, but not much. He has found his rhythm. Pain is just another thing to carry. They all carry so much already. What's a little more? Near midday, they find the river. It curves brown and slow through the city like an old wound. Barges sit half-sunk. Docks rot into the water. On the far bank, smoke rises from campfires. Survivors, maybe, or just more people trying to outlive their expiration dates. A boat is missing from the dock. The ropes dangle. Recent cuts. The architects were here. Hours ago. Maybe less. They took the boat and followed the current, heading downstream, heading toward the coast, toward whatever plan they have next. Jacob sits on the dock, dangles his legs over the edge. We're always one step behind. Emilia sits beside him, bumps his shoulder with hers. We're not behind. We're just following the same river. It all goes to the same place eventually. The ocean. She nods, or whatever's left of it. They watch the water flow, watch ash collect on the surface. Watch it all move towards some distant conclusion. The architects are ahead. Lynn is gone. The trail is cold. But they are still here, still breathing, still moving forward. That's something. Maybe it's enough. We'll find them, Jacob says. Emilia picks up her axe, checks the edge. It's still sharp. We'll find them. They stand, they walk. The river flows beside them. The world keeps ending. They keep walking anyway. Chapter 23. Phantom Pursuit. The fuel depot sits at the highway junction like a sleeping metal beast. 5 tanker trucks in a row. Chain link fence topped with wire. Guard tower with the guard gone. Jacob and Emilia watch from the tree line. The convoy is small. 6 vehicles, 2 cargo trucks and 4 escorts with mounted guns. They move with military precision, former soldiers maybe. Or people who learn structure keeps you breathing. We need one of those trucks, Jacob says. We need not to get shot, Emilia says, both true. They wait until the convoy stops for the night. Camp forms in the depot yard. Fires, sentries, the sound of generators starting. Jacob studies their patterns, times the guard rotations, counts weapons, does the math in his head. The equation says this is stupid. The equation is probably right. Near midnight they move. Emilia goes left. Jacob goes right. They practice this dance enough times that words are optional. She circles to the rear trucks. He heads for the fence. His leg still hurts, but it holds. The infection is gone. He's just regular broken now. An improvement. The first sentry never sees him. Jacob comes from behind, hammer to the skull. The man drops without sound. He drags him behind a truck, takes his jacket, his radio, his rifle. The rifle is heavy, unfamiliar. Jacob prefers his revolver, but options are strategy. Emilia appears near the fuel tanker. She's already dealt with her sentry. Her axe is clean. She never wastes time on overkill. One strike, efficient, like a surgeon with different tools. She hotwires the tanker while Jacob watches the camp. The generators hum, voices carry from the fires. Someone laughs, someone else argues about rationing. Normal sounds. Human sounds. He almost feels guilty for what comes next. Almost. The engine turns over, loud, too loud. Heads turn in the camp. Shouts. Someone grabs a rifle. Emilia hits the gas. The tanker lurches forward, crashes through the gate. Fence screams. Metal tears. They're through. Bullets punch the trailer, spark off steel. Jacob leans out the passenger window, fires back, not to hit, just to make them duck. Make them think twice. The convoy escorts start their engines. Begin pursuit. This was the plan. Such as it is. They thunder down the highway. The tanker is slow but heavy. Momentum is a weapon. Emilia drives like she's angry at the road. The escorts catch up fast. Machine guns open. Bullets stitch the asphalt, chew through the trailer. Jacob leans out again, aims for tires. Misses. Aims for the driver. Misses worse. He was never good with rifles. Give him a wrench and an engine. Give him something he understands. One escort pulls alongside. The gunner swings toward them. Emilia swerves. The tanker's bulk clips the escort's hood. Metal crumples. The truck spins, flips, rolls into the median. One down. 2 more escorts close in. They're learning, staying back, pacing them, waiting for the tanker to run out of road or fuel or luck. Jacob digs through the sentry's jacket, finds a flare gun, checks the load, one shot, he aims behind them, fires, the flare arcs, lands in the road, burns bright red, the escorts swerve around it, then they hear the sound, low, growing, a moan from somewhere distant. The changed ones heard the flare, saw the light. They're coming. That's how it works now. Light means food. Sound means prey. The world taught them hunger, and they learned fast. The escorts notice too, their radios crackle. They fall back, peel away at the next exit. They know better than to be on this road when the swarm arrives. Jacob and Emilia keep driving. They have a head start, maybe enough. Miles pass. The flare's glow fades behind them. No sign of pursuit. Human pursuit anyway. The changed ones are slower, dumber, but patient. They'll follow the noise until noise stops. Emilia pulls off at a rest stop. They hide the tanker behind a collapsed overpass. Shut the engine down. Sit in the cab breathing hard. The vinyl seats smell like decades of spilled coffee and sweat. That worked, Jacob says. That was stupid, Emilia says. Both true. They sleep in shifts, 2 hours each. When dawn comes, they check the tanker. Fuel intact. Bullet holes, but nothing vital hit. They got lucky, or something like it. Lucky is relative when you're stealing from survivors to chase ghosts. They drive on. The highway unrolls, empty, endless. The world is full of roads going nowhere. They're just following the one that feels right, or feels less wrong. The math is fuzzy. Near noon, they see the drones. Small, quad rotors, flying search patterns over the highway, military tech, corporate tech. The kind of toys that say someone has resources, someone has power, someone still thinks they're in control. The architects, Emilia says, or their friends. The drones sweep close, cameras glinting. Jacob grabs the rifle, aims, misses. The drones are fast, agile, made for this. He fires again, empties the magazine. One drone sparks, stutters, falls into the trees. The others retreat. They've seen enough, reported back. The tanker is compromised now, tagged, tracked. They have minutes before whatever comes next arrives. Emilia speeds up, pushes the tanker past safe limits. The engine whines. Smoke starts from somewhere under the hood. They're burning it out, using it up. Every vehicle is temporary. Everything breaks. A roadblock appears ahead. Jersey barriers, spike strips. 2 trucks parked across all lanes. Armed figures on the barriers. Maybe 10, maybe more. They're ready. They were told where to wait. No way through, Jacob says. There's always a way through, Emilia says. She does not slow down. The tanker barrels toward the roadblock. The figures start shooting. Bullets spiderweb the windshield, punch through the dashboard. Jacob ducks, prays to gods he stopped believing in. Emilia aims for the gap between the trucks. Not big enough for a tanker, not even close. She aims anyway. Impact. Metal shrieks. The tanker's bulk hammers through. One truck spins away, the other crumples. Bodies dive clear, or don't. The tanker keeps going. Leaves wreckage behind, leaves smoke and maybe bodies, but they don't look back. The engine is dying now. Really dying. Oil leaks. The temperature gauge pins red. They have miles left. Not many. They coast as long as they can. Finally stop on a hill overlooking the river valley. Smoke rises from settlements along the shore. Boats move on the water. The world keeps trying to be a world. We're close, Emilia says, to something. Jacob nods. Checks his revolver. 5 rounds left. He never has enough. The architects are close. He can feel them. Can feel the shape of what comes next pressing against the present. Pressure before the break. They abandon the tanker. Take what they can carry. Walk down the hill toward the river, toward the smoke and the boats and whatever answers wait at the end of this long road. Behind them the drones return. Circle the dead tanker. Search for tracks. For signs, for blood. They're good at their job. They're very good. But Jacob and Emilia are better at vanishing. They always were. Chapter 24. Tower of Transmissions. The broadcast tower rises from the valley like a nail through the earth's palm. Skeletal steel. Red warning lights still blinking on emergency power. Jacob and Emilia watch from the tree line. The tower is guarded. Figures move around the base. How many is hard to say. 10 maybe. Maybe more. The architects are there. Have to be. The drones led them here. The chase led them here. Everything leads somewhere eventually. Usually nowhere good, but somewhere nonetheless. We need inside, Jacob says. Emilia studies the fence, the guards, the tower's base station. We need a better plan than walking in. They circle the perimeter, find a drainage culvert on the east side, rusted grate, easy to pry open. It smells like rot and old water, but it leads under the fence, under the guard's sightlines. Might work, probably won't. They crawl in anyway. The culvert is tight, dark. Water runs ankle deep, things move in the shadows. Rats are worse. Emilia goes first. Axe scraping concrete, Jacob follows, his shoulders barely fit. The wound in his leg screams against the awkward crouch. He ignores it. Pain is just the body complaining. The body complains a lot lately. They emerge inside the fence, behind a generator shed. Voices carry from the base station. Radio chatter. Someone coordinating patrols, someone else reporting drone feeds. Professional, organized. These aren't random survivors. These are trained, equipped. The architect's private army. Emilia points to the tower stairs, exterior staircase winding up through the framework. No guards on it. They're watching the ground, watching the approaches, not watching up. People forget to watch up. They sprint to the stairs, boots on metal, loud. But the generator covers it. White noise masking their climb. They go up fast, flight after flight. The stairs shake, wind pushes through the framework. At 200 feet, the valley spreads below. The river silver, the settlements small. The world looks peaceful from high enough, looks manageable. A lie of perspective. The broadcast room sits at 300 feet. Glass walls, equipment racks, antenna feeds running up through the remaining structure. 2 technicians inside, one at a console, one fiddling with cables, both unarmed, both focused on their work. Jacob tries the door, locked. Emilia doesn't wait, drives her axe through the glass. The technicians spin, mouths open. She's through before they can scream, before they can reach for weapons they don't have. Jacob follows. Hands up, Emilia says. Simple, clear. They comply. The console tech is young, early 20s, hasn't fully learned fear yet. The cable tech is older, gray beard, tired eyes. He's learned plenty. Where are the architects? Jacob says. The young one shakes his head. Don't know what you're talking about. Emilia puts her axe on the console, lets them see the edge, the dried residue. We're not patient people. The older one sighs. They're not here. They coordinate through encrypted channels. Remote, we just maintain the relay. What relay? He gestures at the equipment. The tower broadcasts for the whole region. Emergency bands, survivor networks, coordinated defense channels, and other signals. Coded ones we don't decrypt. We just boost and forward. Jacob checks the console, numbers scroll, frequencies, signal strengths. He knows radio. Spent years before the collapse tuning shortwave sets. Finding voices in static, he reads the data, sees patterns. This channel, he says, points to a frequency locked in a loop. High power, directed beam. Who's receiving? The older tech hesitates, then tells them, Arctic relay station, Greenland coordinates. The architects' fallback position, their fortress. Why broadcast there? Status updates, situation reports, and one other thing. The tech pulls up a file on the console. A waveform, compressed, encrypted. This transmits every 6 hours, has for weeks. I don't know what it says, but the power requirement is massive. It's important to someone. Jacob downloads it to a spare drive, pockets it. What else? The young tech speaks up. There's a cure formula in the database. They broadcast it once, 3 days ago. Global transmission. Every survivor radio picked it up. The architects wanted everyone to have it. Why, Emilia says. The young tech shrugs. Maybe guilt, maybe strategy. Maybe they think the cure makes them heroes. Jacob looks at Emilia. She looks back. They're thinking the same thing. The architects aren't running, they're relocating, setting up the next phase. The cure was just cover. Good press while they vanish north. We need to transmit something, Jacob says. What? The older tech asks. The truth. Jacob turns to the console. Can you reach the survivor networks? All of them. With this tower. Most of them. Yes, do it. The tech hesitates, then nods, starts keying in commands. Frequency changes, power spikes. The equipment hums, whines, lights blink across the racks. He hands Jacob a microphone. You're live. Jacob pauses. He's not a speech person, never was. But Emilia nods at him. He clears his throat, speaks into the mic. This is Jacob Hayes, broadcasting from Tower Relay 7. If you're hearing this, you survived. You're still here. That matters. The cure formula you received is real. It works, but the people who sent it aren't heroes. They're the ones who started this. The outbreak, the collapse, all of it. Engineered by Drake Biotech. Planned for population control. They're hiding now in Greenland. Arctic coordinates uploading now. They think they won. They think they're safe. They're wrong. He pauses, lets the words settle, lets the transmission carry. We're going after them. Anyone who wants justice. Anyone who's tired of running. The coordinates are yours. Come or don't. That's your call. But know this. The people who ended the world are still out there. Still planning. Still breathing. And as long as they are, we're not done. He releases the mic, the signal goes out, bounces off relays, spreads through the network. Survivors in camps and bunkers and hidden settlements hear it. Some ignore it, some believe it. Some start moving north. The older tech looks impressed. Hell of a speech. Jacob shrugs. I just told them what's real. Alarms start. Loud, flashing lights. The guards below heard the broken glass. Heard the transmission. They're coming up. Boots on stairs. Shouts. Guns cocking. Time to go, Emilia says. The tech points to a service ladder, leads up to the antenna array. You can cross to the adjacent tower. Climb down the far side. They won't expect that. Jacob nods. Thanks. The tech waves them off. Good luck. Kill those bastards. They climb. The ladder is old, bolts loose, wind stronger up here. The antenna array buzzes with power. Electromagnetic hum in their teeth. They cross a catwalk. Narrow, no rails, 350 feet of nothing below. Emilia doesn't look down. Jacob makes the mistake of looking. Decides not to again. Gunfire behind them. Bullets ping off steel. The guards reach the broadcast room, found the broken glass, found the techs. They're shooting blind into the framework, hoping for luck. Jacob and Emilia reach the adjacent tower, climb down fast, hand over hand. Their palms bleed. Skin tears on rust. They don't slow down. At ground level, they drop into brush, roll. Come up running. The valley swallows them. Trees and shadows and the sound of the river. Behind them, the tower keeps broadcasting, keeps sending the truth into the air, keeps calling survivors north. The architect's fortress is next. The final piece. Jacob can feel it coming, can feel the weight of what they're walking toward. End or beginning. Justice or just more bodies. The math doesn't matter anymore. They just keep moving north. Chapter 25. Stronghold Storm. The Arctic cold is a living thing. It crawls inside clothes, inside skin, inside lungs. Jacob and Emilia came north with 40 others, survivors who heard the broadcast, who believed or wanted to believe. The coordinates led here, Greenland. A bunker complex carved into a glacier, steel doors, guard towers, spotlight arrays. The architect's fortress. The 40 became 30 in the crossing, then 20. The cold took some. The changed ones took others. Now they're 15. Crouched in ice caves a mile from the fortress, breathing white clouds, watching the guards patrol. A woman named Kale leads them. Indigenous, Arctic native. She knows ice, knows cold, knows survival in places that want you gone. She drew maps in the snow, showed them the approach, tunnels under the glacier, service shafts the architect's people use. Ways in if you're small, if you're desperate, if you don't mind dying underground. We go at dawn, Kale says. When the guards are tired, when the cold is worst, they'll be inside, we'll be moving. The group nods. They're too cold to argue, too tired to question. They came for revenge, for justice, for closure, for something that resembles a reason. Everyone has different math, different equations. All solutions end the same. Jacob checks his revolver. 4 rounds left. He never found more ammunition, never found another gun he trusted. 4 rounds for whatever comes next. Better make them count. Emilia sits beside him. Her axe lies across her knees. She's sharpening it with a stone. Methodical, focused, the sound is almost soothing. Metal on stone, old rhythm, old purpose. This is it, she says. He nods, end of the line. You scared, terrified, you, same. They sit in silence. Outside the cave, wind howls. Somewhere deeper in the glacier, ice cracks. Groans, the earth adjusting to pressure, to cold, to time. They've been walking toward this moment for months, since the mall. Since the vending machine and the first hungry shadow. Everything led here. Dawn comes without sun, just a lightening of gray. Kale stands. The group follows. They gear up, check weapons, check each other, say nothing because nothing needs saying. They crawl into the tunnel. The ice tunnel is tight, carved by water over decades. They move single file, headlamps show wet walls. Frozen surfaces, the temperature drops as they go deeper. 20 below, 30, 40. The cold stops feeling like cold, becomes something else, becomes absence, the opposite of heat, the opposite of life. They emerge in a service shaft, metal ladder leading up. Kale climbs first, tests each rung. The metal is brittle with cold, could snap, could send her falling into darkness. She makes it, waves them up. They climb into a storage level. Crates, equipment, industrial shelving, no guards, no cameras visible. They spread out, clear corners, move quiet. 15 people trying to be ghosts. Alarms don't sound, no one saw them enter, or no one who could report it. Small victories. They take the stairs up, level by level. The bunker is bigger than expected. Must hold hundreds, maybe more. The architects didn't come alone. They brought staff, security, scientists, a whole civilization ready to wait out the world's ending. On level 3, they meet resistance. Guards in Arctic gear, rifles, body armor. They're ready. We're warned. The transmission must have reached them, must have put them on alert. The fight is short, brutal. The guards have training, the survivors have fury. Fury wins more than it should. 3 of their group fall, a man from the convoy days. 2 others, Jacob never learned names for. No time for names, no time for mourning. They push forward, take the guards' weapons, ammunition, radios, keep moving. Level 4 is cryo storage, rows of chambers, frosted glass, bodies visible inside, preserved. Waiting, some are the changed ones, test subjects, research samples, others are people, regular people, frozen mid-turn, caught between human and hungry. The architects were studying the transition, mapping it, understanding it, making it their own. Emilia stops at one chamber, a woman inside, young, maybe 20, eyes open behind the frost, forever afraid, forever becoming something else. Emilia puts her hand on the glass, says nothing, moves on. They find the control room on level 5. Banks of screens, server racks, a dozen technicians at workstations, no guards, just civilians, soft people who chose the wrong side. Kale's people cover them. No violence yet, just the threat of it. Where's Drake? Kale says. The technicians look at each other. Someone has to answer. Someone always breaks first. A young man points at a screen. Sub-level 8, executive quarters, private elevator. How many with him? Security detail. Maybe 10. Maybe more. The young man's voice shakes. He's not a fighter, never wanted to be, just wanted to survive. Chose the side with resources, with power, with walls thick enough to keep the world out. Jacob steps forward. The cure. You have the formula here. The young man nods. In the database, full synthesis pathway, manufacturing protocols, everything. Upload it. Jacob tosses him the drive, everywhere, every frequency, every relay still working. Make it free, make it accessible, make it something the architects don't own. The technician hesitates. Drake is done giving orders. Emilia says her axe taps the console. Start uploading. He does. The others help. Files transfer, signals broadcast. For less, the cure spreads through the network, not just the formula, the full documentation, the research, the truth. Everything the architects tried to keep controlled, it belongs to everyone now, or no one. Same difference. Alarms finally sound. Red lights, klaxons. Drake's security knows they're here, knows they're close. The survivors barricade the control room, drag equipment, stack servers, make a wall. They'll come soon, they'll come heavy. Kale organizes defenses, positions shooters, counts ammunition, does the math. The equation says they lose, but equations don't account for spite, don't account for rage, don't account for people who came to die anyway. Jacob and Emilia slip out during the preparation, find the private elevator. It requires a key card. Emilia doesn't bother, drives her axe into the panel, sparks, smoke. The doors crack open, they pry them wider, look down the shaft, 8 levels. Cables running down into darkness. We climb, Jacob says. They climb. Hand over hand down the cables. The shaft is cold. Ice forms on the metal. Their hands slip, stick, slip again. Below them, voices echo. Security moving. Drake's people organizing, hunting. Sublevel 8 is different. Warm, carpeted. Art on walls. The architects built comfort down here, built civilization, pretended the cold and the collapse and the billions gone were just weather outside, just temporary inconvenience. The security detail is waiting. 10 men in tactical gear. They fill the corridor, weapons raised, professional, calm. These aren't guards, these are soldiers, the kind who fought before the outbreak, who kept fighting after. The lead one speaks, turn around, leave. You made your point. Jacob checks his revolver, 4 rounds, 10 men, bad math. We're not here for points. Then you're here to die. Emilia steps forward, her axe gleams under recessed lighting. Everyone's here to die. Only question is when. The soldiers don't move, don't fire. They're waiting for orders, waiting for Drake to decide if these two are worth the ammunition, worth the risk. The radio on the lead soldier crackles. A voice comes through, thin, educated, corporate. Let them through. The soldiers step aside, form a corridor. Jacob and Emilia walk between them, weapons on both sides, one wrong move, and they're gone. They don't make wrong moves. They've come too far, done too much. This ends face to face. The door at the corridor's end opens. Drake stands in the doorway, 60-something. Gray hair perfectly styled, expensive clothes, comfortable shoes. He looks like a CEO, like a man used to control, used to having answers. He smiles. Come in, he says. Let's talk. They follow him into an office. Real wood desk, leather chairs, a window showing false daylight, screens projecting sky and clouds, pretending there's something up there worth seeing. Drake sits behind the desk, gestures to chairs. Jacob and Emilia remain standing. Drake shrugs. Suit yourselves. I assume you're here for revenge, for closure, for the satisfaction of killing the villain. We're here because you ended the world, Emilia says. I saved it. Drake leans back. 7 billion people competing for finite resources. Ecosystems collapsing, wars brewing. We were decades from extinction anyway. I just accelerated it, controlled it, preserved the best and brightest. Given time, we'll rebuild. Better this time. Smarter. You unlived millions, Jacob says. I saved thousands. Drake's voice doesn't rise. He's explaining, teaching. Like this is obvious, like they're children who don't understand scale. The cure you just broadcast, that was always the plan. Let the weak fall. Inoculate the strong. Build a new world with better stock. Better stock, Emilia repeats. Like we're cattle, like we're a species with potential we've been wasting. Drake stands, walks to the false window. Before the outbreak, we were burning the planet. Overpopulating, consuming. This way we get a reset, a chance to do it right. Jacob's hand tightens on his revolver. You chose who lives. Someone had to, not you. Then who? Drake turns. His face is calm, certain. Tell me, who decides? Governments failed, democracies failed, religion failed, markets failed. Someone had to choose. I chose competence, intelligence, usefulness, the metrics that matter. And everyone else, Emilia says, everyone you didn't choose. Acceptable losses. Drake sits again. You two survived. That says something. You're resourceful, smart, exactly the kind of people we need. Join us. Help rebuild. The fighting is over. The collapse is done. Now we build the future. Jacob raises his revolver, points it at Drake's chest. We're not here to join. Drake doesn't flinch. Then what? You shoot me. My security fills you with bullets. You die. I die. Nothing changes. The cure is already out. The survivors are already rebuilding. Killing me is just revenge. Empty calories. It's justice, Emilia says. It's pointless. Drake spreads his hands. The outbreak happened. The world ended. I'm responsible. I accept that. Killing me doesn't undo it. Doesn't bring anyone back. It's just violence for violence's sake. Jacob's hand shakes, not from fear, from rage, from the weight of months, from his sister's face in fever dreams, from Christopher and Captain Rourke and Susanna and Lynn, from everyone gone, everyone this man decided wasn't worth saving. Emilia touches his arm. Your call. Jacob breathes. 4 rounds. 1 man. Easy math. But Drake is right. Ending him doesn't end anything. Doesn't change what happened. Doesn't rebuild the world. It's just one more body in a mountain of bodies. He lowers the gun. Smart choice, Drake says. Jacob looks at him, sees a man who believes he's right, who'll always believe, who'll die someday believing he saved humanity. There's no changing that. No fixing that. Some people are beyond reach. We're leaving, Jacob says. You're staying. In this bunker, in this fortress, you're going to sit in your comfort and watch the world rebuild without you. Watch people you deemed unworthy build something better. That's your punishment, not the bullet, the obsolescence. Drake's smile fades. That's not punishment, that's survival. Emilia steps forward. No, it's exile. We're taking your security, your staff, everyone who wants to leave. You'll have supplies, power, everything you need, but you'll have it alone, watching through cameras as the world you tried to control moves on without you. You can't. We already did. Emilia gestures to the door. The upload included everything. Your notes, your plans, your name. Everyone knows what you did, what you are. You're famous now, immortal, the man who ended the world. History won't forget. History won't forgive. They turn to leave. Drake calls after them. You're making a mistake. Someone has to lead. Someone has to decide. Without guidance, the survivors will just repeat the same mistakes. Jacob stops at the door. Maybe, or maybe they'll surprise you. Build something you never imagined. Something better than your controlled extinction. That's the thing about people. They're messy, unpredictable, they'll disappoint you, they'll amaze you, they'll survive without your permission. They leave, walk back through the corridor, the security detail is gone, dispersed. The radio broadcast reached them, told them what Drake did, what he planned. Some stayed, most left. Loyalty has limits, even corporate loyalty. The control room is a battlefield. Bodies, smoke, spent brass everywhere. Kale sits against a server rack, wounded, bleeding, but alive. 7 others survived. 8 total. They were 15. Now they're 8. The math keeps subtracting. It's done, Jacob says. Drake's contained. The cure is out. We're finished. Kale nods, coughs, looks at the screens. The world is still out there, still broken, still hungry. But it's moving. She smiles. We did something. They gather the survivors, load supplies, weapons, medical gear, everything they can carry. Leave Drake his bunker, his fortress, his comfortable prison, lock the elevator, seal the access shafts. He wanted isolation, wanted control. He has both now. The trek out is easier. They know the way. The cold is still brutal, still trying its best, but they're moving away from it, moving south, towards something warmer, towards something like hope. 4 more die in the descent. Ice. Exhaustion. Wounds catching up. They're down to 4. Jacob. Emilia. Kale. A convoy soldier named Reese. 4 people walking out of a glacier, walking toward whatever comes next. At the coast they find a boat. Nothing fancy. A fishing trawler. Abandoned. Still functional. They get it running. Point it south. Let the current take them. The ocean is gray, cold, but moving. Always moving. Kale dies the 2nd day, infection from her wound. She goes quiet, peaceful. They wrap her in canvas, give her to the sea, the old way, the way her people would approve. She returns. 3 of them reach warmer waters, see smoke from coastal settlements, see boats, see signs of life organizing itself. They dock at a trading post. People stare. Strangers always draw stares. But no one shoots. No one raises alarms, just curiosity. Just the human need to know who's joining the world. They trade the boat for supplies, enough to reach inland, enough to find wherever they're going. Reese shakes their hands, says he's staying coastal, going to find his family. Or try. Everyone has someone to find. or someone to remember. Jacob and Emilia walk inland alone. Just the two of them now, like it started, like maybe it was always supposed to be. The first settlement they reach is building, actual building, walls going up, gardens planted, children playing in dirt, alive, laughing. The sound is strange, almost forgotten, but real, undeniably real. An older woman approaches, offers bread, offers water, asks where they came from. North, Jacob says. We came from north, the woman nods. Everyone comes from somewhere. You're welcome here. They stay 3 days, help build, help plant, feel what normal might be, what it could be. Then they keep moving. The world is bigger than one settlement, bigger than one garden. They want to see what else is growing. Chapter 26, Fractured Ice. The iceberg calves with a sound like the earth breaking. Jacob and Emilia scramble across tilting ice. Their hands numb, their breath white smoke. The flow splits beneath them. One section tilts up, one section drops. They jump. Land hard. Roll. Come up running. The water is black, Arctic black. The kind of cold that doesn't hurt, just stops, just shuts down anything it touches. They're 3 miles from solid land, 3 miles across a maze of floating ice, each chunk moving, shifting, grinding against its neighbors. This is a terrible vacation, Jacob pants. You wanted to see the Arctic. Emilia leaps another gap. Well, here it is. I was thinking more aurora viewing, less mortal peril. Should have booked a hotel. Drake's submarine surfaced an hour ago. Military grade, nuclear powered, the kind of machine that says someone was planning ahead. Someone had contingencies. The architects didn't put all their faith in bunkers. They had an exit. Always an exit. Jacob and Emilia destroyed the bunker's communications before they left. Made sure Drake couldn't call the submarine, couldn't order evacuation. But the submarine came anyway. Automated schedule, pre-programmed pickup, good planning, bad timing. Drake made it out, climbed through service tunnels they missed, escaped while they were freeing his staff, while they were broadcasting his crimes. He's smarter than they gave him credit for, or more paranoid, same difference. The submarine sits between ice floes, hatch open, Drake visible on the deck, directing crew, preparing to dive, to vanish under the ice. To disappear into the cold ocean, to wait, to plan, to try again someday. Not acceptable. Jacob aims his revolver, 4 rounds, 300 yards, impossible shot. He fires anyway. Miss. The bullet sparks off ice. Drake looks up, sees them, smiles, waves, descends through the hatch. He waved at us, Emilia says flatly. Very cocky. I'm adding that to reasons why I dislike him. It's a long list. The submarine starts diving. No, Emilia says. She's running across ice, jumping gaps, sliding on frozen surfaces, her axe in one hand, the other clawing for balance. Jacob follows, his legs screaming, his lungs burning. They're not going to make it. The math is clear. The submarine is too far, diving too fast. They're going to watch it disappear. Watch Drake escape. Watch justice slip under black water. Then the ice shifts. The floe they're on crashes into the one the submarine occupies. Impact. Grinding. Ice mountains rising as pressure builds. The submarine tilts. Caught between floes. Its hull's strong, but ice is stronger. Ice doesn't care about engineering, about hull ratings, about human plans. The submarine's crew scrambles, tries to break free. Engines roar. Water churns. The ice keeps pressing, keeps crushing. The hull groans. Metal complaining. Metal learning it has limits. Drake appears in the hatch again, panicking now, shouting orders. The crew ignores him. They're trying to save the vessel, save themselves. His words mean nothing here. In the cold, in the chaos, in the place where corporate authority drowns. Jacob and Emilia reach the floe, jump down to the submarine's deck. The crew sees them. Some reach for weapons, others just run. Dive into the water, choose hypothermia over confrontation. Bad choice. They'll be gone in minutes. But that's their math to solve. Drake sees them, recognizes them. His face drains. You followed me. We did, Emilia says. The bunker, the security all gone, all leaving. Jacob steps forward, revolver raised, 3 rounds left. It's over Drake. The submarine lurches. The ice is winning. Metal screams. Rivets pop. The hull is breaching. Water starts flooding. The vessel is finished. Everyone on it is finished unless they leave now. Drake looks at the water, at the ice, at Jacob and Emilia, calculating. Always calculating. His mind racing through options, through solutions, through equations that have no solution. I can pay you, he says. Resources, supplies, information. I have caches, hidden locations. You could live like kings. Jacob shakes his head. We're not interested. Then what? What do you want? Justice, Emilia says. Justice. Drake laughs. Bitter. High. Justice doesn't exist. Never did. There's just survival. Just the strong taking from the weak. Just humans doing what humans do. The submarine lurches again, tilts 45 degrees, they all slide, grab rails, grab each other. The deck is nearly vertical. The hatch is filling with water. They have seconds. Jacob holsters his revolver, grabs Drake's jacket, pulls him close. You're right. Justice doesn't exist, but consequences do. You ended the world ended you back. That's not justice. That's just physics. He shoves Drake toward the hatch, toward the flooding interior. Drake scrambles, catches himself, looks back at them, his face showing everything. Fear, anger, disbelief, the realization that this is real, that he's actually going to finish here, in the cold, in the water, unlived by the ice and the ocean, and the simple fact that nature is bigger than any plan. You're murderers, Drake shouts. No different than me. We're survivors, Emilia says. There's a difference. The submarine's stern dips under, water rushes through the hatch. Drake tries to climb out. The water pulls him back. His hands slip on wet metal. He screams. It sounds small, insignificant. Just another voice in the Arctic wind. Jacob and Emilia jump, hit water. The cold is instant, total. They swim, kick, claw toward the nearest floe. Their muscles seize, their brains scream. The water wants them, wants everyone, but they're stubborn. Been stubborn this whole way, not stopping now. This is worse than the sewers, Jacob gasps. At least the sewers were warm. Emilia kicks harder. Relatively. They reach ice, drag themselves up, lay gasping, their clothes freezing, their skin already beyond pain. Behind them the submarine slips under, metal groaning one last time, then silence. Just wind, just waves, just ice settling. Drake's gone, the submarine's gone, the architect's final escape plan gone. It's done. Finished. The chase that started in a mall with a vending machine ends here, in frozen water, in scattered ice, in the place where everything eventually stops. We need to move, Emilia says through chattering teeth. Need heat, need shelter. Jacob tries to stand, falls, tries again. Need to not be popsicles. Good plan. Very detailed. I'm working with limited oxygen here. They need to move, need heat, need shelter. They're dying too, just slower than Drake. They stand on shaking legs, look around, land is east, maybe 2 miles, maybe 3. The ice is a maze, but mazes have solutions, just need to keep moving, keep choosing, keep surviving. They walk, one foot, then the other, simple, mechanical, their bodies running on fumes, on spite, on the simple animal refusal to stop breathing. The flows shift beneath them, the water waits. But they jump, they balance, they keep going. If I die, Jacob says, if I freeze here, tell people I said something profound. Like what? I don't know. Make something up. You're creative. I'll tell them you complained about the cold. That's accurate, but not profound. Accuracy over profundity. That's my motto. Near nightfall, they reach land, rocky shore. No trees, just stone and snow, but solid, unmoving. They collapse in the lee of a boulder, out of wind, trying to share heat, trying to convince their bodies that living is still the plan. Emilia's lips are blue, her words slurred. We did it. Jacob nods, can barely move. Did something. Drake's done. Yeah, was it worth it, he thinks. Long pause, watching his breath, watching hers, watching the light fade from gray sky to black. I don't know. Ask me if we survive the night. They huddle, they wait. The cold presses in, but they're still here, still breathing. That's enough. For now. Maybe forever. Enough is relative when you're this close to finished. Dawn comes. Improbably. They're still alive, still conscious. Frostbite on fingers and toes. But alive. They stand. Look south. Start walking. The world is still out there, still broken, still rebuilding. They're part of it. For better or worse, they're part of what comes next. Wind. Jacob and Emilia jump, hit water. The cold is instant, total. They swim, kick, claw toward the nearest flow. Their muscles seize. Their brains scream. The water wants them, wants everyone. But they're stubborn. Been stubborn this whole way, not stopping now. They reach ice, drag themselves up, lay gasping, their clothes freezing, their skin already beyond pain. Behind them, the submarine slips under, metal groaning one last time, then silence, just wind, just waves, just ice settling. Drake's gone, the submarine's gone, the architect's final escape plan gone. It's done. Finished. The chase that started in a mall with a vending machine ends here, in frozen water, in scattered ice, in the place where everything eventually stops. They need to move, need heat, need shelter. They're dying too, just slower than Drake. They stand on shaking legs, look around, land is east, maybe 2 miles, maybe 3. The ice is a maze, but mazes have solutions, just need to keep moving, keep choosing, keep surviving. They walk, one foot, then the other. Simple, mechanical, their bodies running on fumes, on spite, on the simple animal refusal to stop breathing. The flows shift beneath them, the water waits, but they jump, they balance, they keep going. Near nightfall, they reach land. Rocky shore, no trees, just stone and snow, but solid, unmoving. They collapse in the lee of a boulder, out of wind, trying to share heat, trying to convince their bodies that living is still the plan. Emilia's lips are blue. Her words slurred. We did it. Jacob nods, can barely move, did something. Drake's done. Yeah. Was it worth it? He thinks. Long pause, watching his breath, watching hers, watching the light fade from gray sky to black. I don't know. Ask me if we survive the night. They huddle. They wait. The cold presses in, but they're still here, still breathing. That's enough, for now, maybe forever. Enough is relative when you're this close to finished. Dawn comes, improbably. They're still alive, still conscious. Frostbite on fingers and toes, but alive. They stand, look south, start walking. The world is still out there, still broken, still rebuilding. They're part of it, for better or worse. They're part of what comes next. Chapter 27. Northern Null. The aurora hangs like curtains across the forever twilight. Green and blue ribbons. Jacob and Emilia watch from their snow shelter. Blocks of packed ice, dome-shaped, warm inside relative to the nothing outside. A trick Emilia learned from her father, from stories he told about indigenous peoples, about surviving where survival seems impossible. They've been in the tundra 3 weeks, or 4. Time behaves differently here. No sun to mark days clearly. Just gradual light shifts, just the body's slow acceptance that clocks are useless. They navigate by aurora patterns, by wind direction, by instinct and guesswork. The changed ones are fewer here, too cold even for them, but they exist. Frozen into glaciers sometimes, thawing during brief warm spells, stumbling confused across ice fields, dying again. Truly gone this time. The cold gives no second chances. They hunt seals when they can, trap Arctic hares, eat moss scraped from rocks, their bodies adapt, burn fat for heat, slow down, conserve. They're becoming winter creatures, becoming part of the landscape, temporary, passing through. The hives they find are ancient, buried in ice, exposed by calving glaciers and erosion, bodies preserved perfectly, changed ones from the outbreak's first days, maybe from before, maybe from experiments that predated Drake, that predated everything they know. Emilia chops into one, her axe biting frozen flesh. The body doesn't bleed, can't. Ice is its circulatory system now. She pulls samples, tissue, bone, carries them in a pack she lined with seal fur, keeping them frozen, keeping them intact. Why, Jacob asks. Evidence. She wraps another sample. History. If we make it back, if anyone's still building, they should know, should understand how far back this goes. They find artifacts buried with the hives, research notes in waterproof cases, equipment stamped with corporate logos, some from Drake's company, others from competitors, from government programs. The outbreak wasn't one experiment, wasn't one mistake, it was dozens, hundreds, everyone reaching for the same dark discovery. Someone was bound to succeed. In a buried laboratory, they find journals, handwritten, the oldest dated 20 years before the collapse. A researcher named Chen documenting early trials, documenting failures, documenting the slow approach towards something that worked, that spread, that changed everything. Jacob reads by flashlight. Chen knew. She understood what she was making, what it could become. She documented safeguards, warnings. Then she documented pressure from executives, from military liaisons, from people who saw potential, saw applications, saw profit. The last entry is 3 months before the outbreak. Chen writing that she's been removed from the project, replaced by someone more cooperative, someone willing to skip safety protocols. She warns whoever finds the journal, warns that containment is compromised, warns that release is inevitable. Then nothing. No signature. No conclusion. Just warning. Just one voice calling into the future, hoping someone hears. They carry the journal, add it to their samples, to their growing archive of things the world should know, should remember. So the next civilization doesn't make the same mistakes, doesn't reach for the same dark discoveries, doesn't engineer its own ending. The nomads find them on the 3rd week, or 4th. Ice riders on sleds pulled by modified snowmobiles, fur-wrapped, armed with harpoons and rifles. They circle the shelter. Study tracks. Study the 2 strangers camping in their territory. Kale's sister Saren leads them. She recognizes Emilia's pack, recognizes the axe. She knew Kale, knew she went south hunting architects, knew she probably wasn't coming back. She's gone, Emilia says. Infection. She went peaceful. Saren nods. Accepts the nomads don't mourn like southern peoples, don't weep. Just acknowledge. Add the gone to the long list. Keep moving. Keep surviving. It's their way. The nomads share food, seal meat, fermented fish, something that might be tea or might be medicine. They don't offer shelter, don't offer passage. They're not cruel, just practical. Too many mouths is dangerous. Resources are finite, even here, especially here. But Saren sees the samples, the journals. She asks what they're carrying. Emilia shows her, explains. Saren studies the ancient hives, the frozen changed ones. Her face changes. Recognition maybe, or understanding. She speaks to the other nomads. Fast words Jacob doesn't catch. They argue, discuss, eventually agree. Saren turns back. You found the old hungry ones, the first ones. Before the wave, before the collapse. You know about them, Jacob says. Our grandparents knew, their grandparents. The ice remembers even when people forget. She points north. There's a place, older than these hives, older than the experiments, where the hunger started, where it's always been waiting. How far? 3 days, maybe 4. Dangerous. The old ones are thick there, frozen but not gone, waiting for thaw. She studies them. You want to see? Yes. Why? Jacob looks at Emilia. She looks back. They have the same answer, same reason they've had since the mall. Because we need to know, need to understand, need to make sure it ends properly. Saren considers, then nods. We'll take you, but only there, not back. You'll find your own way, or you won't. Fair enough. They travel by sled, fast across ice. The nomads know routes, know safe ice from weak ice, know where crevasses hide under snow. They avoid them all. Move with confidence built from generations. From lifetimes learning this frozen place, the site is a crater, impact site from something old, something that fell from sky, meteorite maybe, or something stranger. The ice is different here, darker, greenish tint, as if something in the meteor infected the water, changed it, made it carry something it shouldn't. The hives circle the crater, hundreds, maybe thousands, bodies in ice, frozen in various stages of change, some barely affected, some fully turned, some mid-transformation. All old, all ancient, all waiting. This is where it started, Saren says, not with Drake, not with Chen, with something that fell, something that carried hunger from elsewhere, from beyond. She gestures at the ice. Our stories say it came when the world was young, when people were few. It tried to spread, failed, froze here, waited. Then people found it. Dug it up, studied it, released it. Jacob approaches the crater's edge, looks down. The ice goes deep, deeper than light reaches. At the bottom, something glints, Metal maybe, or crystal, or something that doesn't have an Earth name. We need to destroy this, he says. Can't. Saren shakes her head. Too deep. Too frozen. You'd need to melt the ice. Would take more heat than you can make. More than anyone can make. Then we bury it. Cover it. Make sure no one else finds it. Already buried. Already covered. People still found it. We'll find it again. She looks at him. The hunger is patient. Older than glaciers. Older than mountains, it can wait. It will wait, and someone will always dig. Jacob feels the weight of it. The futility. They chased Drake across the world, ended him in the ice, thought that was victory, thought that closed something, but it didn't. The hunger predates Drake. Predates the outbreak. Predates humanity, maybe. It's always been here, always waiting for someone to let it out. Emilia touches his arm. We can't stop what already happened, can't undo the outbreak. But we can witness, can document, can make sure people know the cost, know the danger, maybe. That's enough. The nomads leave them at the crater. Saren gives them a sled, supplies, direction south, payment for bringing Kale's news, for closing a chapter in their stories. They wish no one well. Don't say goodbye, just turn and vanish into white. Into the landscape they're part of. Jacob and Emilia camp at the crater's edge. One night, they don't sleep much, just watch the aurora. Watch the ice, watch the frozen bodies waiting, bearing witness, marking the place, remembering. At dawn they load the sled, check their supplies, point south. The world is waiting, still broken, still rebuilding. They're carrying evidence now, proof, understanding. Maybe it helps, maybe it doesn't, but they're carrying it anyway. The journey south is brutal, fast-moving ice. Storms, predators both human and changed. They nearly starve twice, nearly freeze once. Nearly drown when ice breaks under the sled, but they keep going. 1 mile, then another, surviving through stubbornness and spite and the simple refusal to stop. They reach the coast after 6 weeks, or 8. Time is still broken, still unreliable, doesn't matter. They made it. They're south. They're in the place where people build, where settlements grow, where the world is trying again. They find a small town, 50 people, fishing, farming kelp, building boats, normal things, human things. They trade their story for shelter, their evidence for attention. The town's leader listens, takes the samples, the journals, promises to send them further. To people who preserve knowledge, who build libraries, who make sure history isn't forgotten. Jacob and Emilia stay 3 days, help repair boats, help build walls, feel normal. Then they leave. South. Always south. Toward wherever the world is warmest. Toward wherever it's healing. The aurora follows them for weeks, then fades, then disappears as they cross into temperate zones, into places where night is truly dark, where stars are just stars. Where the sky doesn't dance with infected light. They walk. They keep walking. The world is bigger than one crater, bigger than one hunger, bigger than any single ending. They're part of it now, part of what survives, part of what remembers, part of what continues. Chapter 28, Nomad's Reckoning. The blizzard comes from nowhere, from everywhere. Jacob and Emilia huddle under their sled. Ice builds around them, wind screams. They've survived worse storms. Barely. This one might be different. This one feels personal, feels aimed. When it clears, they're surrounded. Ice riders in a circle. 20, maybe 30. Not Saren's people. Different tribe, different markings. Harpoons pointed inward, rifles aimed. No one speaks, just eyes watching. Calculating, deciding if these strangers are worth the air they breathe. An old woman dismounts, face mapped with wrinkles, eyes sharp. She approaches slowly, examines them, checks their weapons, their supplies, their samples packed in seal fur. She opens one package, studies the frozen tissue, the ancient changed one's remains. She says something in her language. The riders relax slightly, still alert, still armed, but less hostile. The woman gestures. Follow, not a request. They follow. The riders form an escort, moving south, toward smoke rising from the ice, toward a settlement larger than Jacob expected. 100 people, maybe more. Structures built from ice and driftwood and salvaged metal, Smoke rising from vents, heat radiating from communal halls. They're brought to the largest structure, a meeting hall. Inside, warmth, fire pits burning seal oil, people gathered. Elders, leaders, warriors, everyone important, everyone needed. The old woman speaks. The language is fluid, musical, punctuated with gestures. A younger woman translates. You carry the old hunger, the first hunger, the ice-buried ones. She points at their samples. Why? Evidence, Emilia says. History. So people remember where the changed ones came from, how old the danger is. You went to the crater. Yes. Saw the fallen thing. Yes. The old woman speaks again. Longer this time. Her voice carries weight. Conviction. The translator listens, then speaks. She says, you disturbed the burial site, exposed the hunger to light, to air, to possibility. She says you may have strengthened it, given it opportunity. We were careful, Jacob says. Samples only, small ones. We didn't excavate, didn't disturb the main site. The samples carry hunger, even dead, even frozen. The old woman's eyes are hard. You Southerners never understand. Hunger doesn't die, doesn't sleep, just waits. And you're carrying it, spreading it, making paths for it to follow. Emilia steps forward. We're trying to help, trying to document, to warn people, to prevent. Prevention is burial, is silence, is leaving things covered. The old woman gestures sharply. Your warning is invitation. Your evidence is roadmap. You show people where the hunger lives. Some will want to study, to understand, to use. That's how it spreads. That's how it always spreads. Jacob sees the logic, hates it, but sees it. Every researcher who found the crater thought they were being careful, thought they could control it, thought they understood. All of them wrong. All of them opening doors. All of them feeding the hunger without meaning to. What do you want us to do? He says. The old woman speaks. The translator waits, listens fully, then translates. Destroy the samples, everything you carry. Burn it, bury it. Return it to the ice. Forget the crater exists. Tell no one. That's how you help. That's how you protect. We came so far, Emilia says. Lost so many just to destroy what we found. You came far to learn. The old woman's face softens slightly. Now you've learned. The hunger is patient, cannot be controlled, cannot be studied safely. Only avoided, only buried, only forgotten. That's the lesson. That's the truth. The hall is silent, everyone watching, waiting. Jacob feels the weight of their evidence, the journals, the samples, proof of everything. Proof that does nothing except make the danger real to people who might have stayed ignorant, might have stayed safe. He looks at Emilia. She looks back. Their whole language and glances. This glance says, I know. This glance says it hurts. This glance says we do it anyway. Okay, Jacob says, we'll destroy it. The old woman nods. Approval maybe, or just acknowledgement. They're taken outside, given tools, a stone pit, fire. They burn the journals first. Watch Chen's warnings curl into ash. Watch Drake's research notes blacken. Watch decades of evidence turn to smoke. The samples go next. Frozen tissue into flame. The smell is awful. Ancient, wrong, like burning things that should have stayed buried. Should have stayed frozen. Should have stayed forgotten. When it's done, they stand at the pit watching embers. Everything they carried, everything they learned, gone. Just memory now. Just stories they'll try not to tell. The nomads feed them. Mammoth meat. Real mammoth. From populations that survived in isolated pockets, preserved through knowledge, the South forgot. They feast, they rest, they're given furs, supplies, a map showing routes south, trade posts, safe camps, ways forward. The old woman speaks to them one final time through the translator. You did the right thing, the hard thing. Most Southerners can't, too attached to knowing, to understanding, to making everything visible. She gestures at the darkening sky. Some things should stay dark. Should stay unknown. That's not ignorance. That's wisdom. We'll remember, Emilia says. No, forget. That's the whole point. The old woman almost smiles. But if you can't forget, if you must carry something, carry only the warning, not the location, not the method. Just the truth that some hungers are older than humanity, And humanity survives by leaving them alone. They leave at dawn. The nomads don't see them off. Don't wave. Just continue their routines, their survival, their eternal negotiation with ice and hunger and time. Jacob and Emilia head south. Lighter now, unburdened, empty-handed except for basic supplies. The journey takes weeks. They pass through settlements, trade posts, groups of survivors clustering around resources, around hope, around the simple human need to gather, to rebuild, to make something from the rubble. No one asks about the north, about the crater, about what they saw. They're just strangers passing through, just two more people who survived something, who lost something, who keep walking anyway. Near the southern coast, they find a larger community, 200 people, real structures, real agriculture, real infrastructure forming, a town. The beginning of one anyway. They're welcomed, given work, given purpose. They help build, help plant, help fish. But at night, Jacob dreams of the crater, of the green ice, of the thing that fell from the sky carrying hunger. He wakes sweating, Emilia beside him having the same dreams. They don't talk about it. Don't share, just acknowledge with looks, with understanding, with the knowledge that some experiences don't leave. Just burrow deeper. Months pass. The town grows, elections happen, laws form, the beginning of governance, of civilization trying itself again. Jacob and Emilia participate, vote, serve on councils, help decide how things should work, how to avoid the mistakes that led to collapse. Then the researcher arrives, young, eager, from an eastern settlement. She heard rumors, stories about the north, about ancient things buried in ice. She wants to organize an expedition, wants to study, wants to understand. Jacob and Emilia sit with her, listen. When she's done talking, they look at each other, then look at her. No, Jacob says. The researcher blinks, but the knowledge, the potential cures, better vaccines, understanding transmission. No, Emilia says. Some things aren't meant to be understood, aren't meant to be studied. They're meant to stay buried. You're being superstitious. The researcher's voice holds condescension, contempt for the ignorant. We're rebuilding civilization. That requires knowledge, science, understanding. It requires wisdom, Jacob says, knowing what to pursue, what to avoid, what to leave alone. The researcher argues, pleads, threatens to go anyway, to find others who will help, who believe in progress, in knowledge, in humanity's right to understand everything. Jacob stands, leaves. Emilia follows. They find the town council. Tell them everything. About the crater, about the hunger, about the thing that fell, about why some knowledge is dangerous, about why some doors should stay closed. The council listens, debates. Some agree, some don't. Democracy is messy, truth is complicated. They vote, narrow margin, but they vote to prohibit northern expeditions, to mark the crater region as forbidden territory, to enforce penalties for violations. The researcher leaves angry, storms out, promises to find other towns, other councils, other people who understand the value of knowledge. She's probably right. Someone will listen. Someone always does. Someone will organize an expedition, will dig up the hunger, will think they're being careful. But not today. Not this town. Not on Jacob and Emilia's watch. Small victory, temporary, but real. They walk on the beach that night. Watch waves. Feel sand beneath their feet. The world is beautiful, broken but beautiful, healing slowly, making new scars, new stories, new mistakes probably, but trying. Do you think we did enough, Emilia asks. No. Jacob picks up a shell, smooth, perfect. But enough doesn't exist. We just did what we could, stopped what we could stop, warned who would listen, and the ones who won't listen, they'll learn or they won't. We can't save people from themselves. They stand quiet, watching dark water. Somewhere north, the crater waits. The hunger waits, patient, eternal, waiting for someone to dig, someone to study, someone to release it again. It will happen, maybe years from now, maybe centuries. But it will happen. Humans don't leave mysteries alone. Don't leave doors closed. It's in their nature. Curiosity, the drive to know, to understand, to master. Same drive that built civilization. Same drive that ended it. The sword cuts both ways. But tonight, the beach is peaceful. The water quiet. the world whole. That's enough. For now. For this moment. Enough is relative when you're measuring against forever. They walk back to town, to their small house, to their small life. They've done what they could, warned who would listen, destroyed evidence that needed destroying, bore witness, remembered. Now they live. Simple as that. They just live. Chapter 29, Rebirth's Threshold. Spring comes slow, green pushing through ash, through gray, through the memory of endless winter. Jacob and Emilia plant gardens with 50 others, former strangers, current neighbors, potential community. The math is changing, the equation balancing towards something like hope. The settlement they helped build has a name now, New Hope Valley. Simple, on the nose. But names don't need to be clever, just true. They're planting potatoes, carrots, beans, things that grow easy, things that forgive mistakes. The soil is rich. Ash makes good fertilizer. The world's ending feeds its beginning. Everything cycles. Nomad traders arrive monthly, bringing furs, dried meat, stories from the north. They trade for vegetables, preserved fruits, metal tools. Commerce returning. Exchange, the foundation of civilization. People producing, people trading, people trusting enough to defer payment, to believe in future transactions. Kale's people send representatives. A young woman named Mira, she recognizes Emilia's axe, asks about Kale, about Saren. Emilia tells her what she can, how Kale died fighting, how Saren died teaching, how the nomads helped them understand. Mira nods, adds them to her people's oral history, the way they preserve, the way they remember. The cure works, mostly. They've synthesized it in a makeshift lab. A chemist from the old world, a veterinarian with research background, 3 former students with chemistry textbooks. They improvise. They experiment. They produce enough vaccine for the valley, enough for trading partners, enough for the survivors who arrive weekly, monthly, constantly. People keep coming, following rumors, following hope, following the simple human need to be around other humans. The changed ones are fewer now. The vaccine spreads, the horde thins, nature reclaiming the shambling bodies, predators feeding, time doing what time does, the world healing itself, slowly, painfully, but healing. Jacob works with the engineers, former IT tech, former electrician, former high school shop teacher. They're rebuilding power, small scale, solar panels salvaged from rooftops, wind turbines cobbled from car parts, hydroelectric from the creek. They're not lighting cities, just houses. Just essential buildings, just enough to remember what electricity felt like, what it enabled. Emilia trains medics, teaching field medicine, teaching triage, teaching the hard choices about who gets treated first, who gets morphine, who gets mercy. She's good at it, patient, clear, unsentimental. People listen, people learn. The town has a hospital now. 4 beds, 1 surgery room, 1 doctor, 3 nurses. More than nothing, less than enough. But growing. The council meets weekly, 10 elected representatives, including Jacob, including Emilia. They decide allocation, resolve disputes, plan expansion. Democracy is messy, slow, frustrating, better than alternatives, better than strongmen, better than corporate hierarchies, better than the system that ended the world. News arrives via radio, other settlements organizing, some thriving, some failing, some turning authoritarian, some staying democratic. The continent is a patchwork, no central government, no unified leadership, just humans clustering, just communities forming, just the species trying different configurations, different experiments, natural selection on social organization. They hear about Drake, his bunker up north, sealed, isolated. Supplies running low according to long-range scouts. No one's mounting rescue. No one's breaking the seal. He chose his prison. He can live in it or not. The math is his to solve. They hear about other architects, other corporations, other groups who planned for the outbreak, who had bunkers, who had resources. Most are gone now, picked off by survivors, by raiders, by their own security turning on them. Some remain, hiding, waiting, hoping people forget. People don't forget. The radio makes sure of that, broadcasts names, locations, evidence. The reckoning is slow but thorough. One day a stranger arrives, older woman, Well-traveled. She's documenting, recording survivor stories, building a history, preserving memory. She interviews Jacob, interviews Emilia, records their journey, their losses, their choices. Will you include Drake, Jacob asks. Include what he did, everything, the woman says. Heroes and villains, survivors and architects, changed ones and humans. All of it. Truth doesn't care about comfort. Good, Emilia says. The woman stays 3 days, records dozens of interviews, compiles data, maps settlements, traces the outbreak spread, the cure's distribution, the world's slow reconstruction. When she leaves, she promises to return, to add updates, to show how the story continues. History in real time. Incomplete. Unfinished. Honest. More strangers arrive. Engineers from the south, teachers from the east, doctors from the west. People with skills, with knowledge, with the pieces needed to build something larger. The valley grows. 200 people. 300. 400. Crowded but manageable. Tensions but resolvable. Community forming. Real community. Not perfect. Not utopian. Just human. Trying. They hold a festival, first one since the outbreak. Music from salvaged instruments, food from the gardens, dancing, laughing, children playing, children born after the collapse, growing up in the new world. They don't remember the old one. Don't carry the same ghosts. Don't wake up expecting electricity and internet and abundance. They know only this. Only scarcity and community and work. Maybe that's better. Maybe innocence is overrated. Jacob watches from the edge, Emilia beside him. They don't dance, don't join, just observe, just witness. Just acknowledge that this is real, that they helped build it, that it might last. You think it'll work? She asks. Long term. No idea. He sips something fermented from grain, tastes awful, tastes like trying. Some settlements will fail, some will fight each other, some will repeat the old mistakes, but some will work. Some will survive. That's enough. Enough, she repeats. That word again. It's all we ever had. They watch children chase each other, watch adults argue over food distribution, watch couples form and dissolve and reform, watch humanity doing what humanity does. Messy, complicated, imperfect, beautiful in its persistence. A scout arrives, breathless, from the western border. There's a group approaching, 50 people, armed, unknown intent. The festival stops, weapons appear, defenses organize. The valley's been peaceful, but peace requires vigilance, requires readiness, requires the ability to become violent if necessary. Jacob and Emilia join the welcoming party. 20 people at the gate, weapons visible but lowered. Message clear. You're welcome if peaceful. You're resisted if not. Choose accordingly. The approaching group stops at arrow range. A man steps forward, empty hands, tired face. He shouts across the distance. We heard about the valley, about the cure, about the community. We're from the coast. Our settlement failed. Raiders. We're not asking for charity. We'll work. We'll contribute. We just need a chance. The council huddles, debates. 50 people is a lot. Resources are tight. Trust is scarce. But rejecting survivors feels wrong. Feels like betraying the whole point. They're trying to rebuild, trying to create something better. Better includes mercy, includes second chances, includes risk. They vote, close margin, but they vote to allow entry. Conditional, probationary, watched, but allowed. The group enters, gets processed, gets assigned temporary housing, gets put to work. Some integrate well, some cause problems. Most are just people, just survivors, just humans trying to outlive their expiration dates. Jacob and Emilia return to their house, small, 2 rooms, garden and back, more than they ever expected to have, more than most. They sit on the porch, watch the valley settle for night. Fires burning, voices murmuring, life happening. We did it, Emilia says. We made it. We're making it. Jacob corrects. Still present tense, still ongoing. Nothing's finished. Close enough, he nods. Close enough. They sit in silence. Comfortable. Earned. The kind of quiet that comes from shared experience, from walking through ending, from arriving somewhere like beginning. They've been together months now, years counting from the mall. They never labeled it, never discussed it. Just proximity becoming partnership, becoming something deeper. Love maybe. or just the recognition that some people are worth keeping close, worth protecting, worth staying alive for. Tomorrow they'll plant more gardens, train more medics, build more houses, resolve more disputes. The work continues, always continues. Civilization is a garden, requires constant tending, constant weeding, constant planting. They'll do their part, as long as they're breathing, as long as the world needs tending. But tonight they rest. Tonight they witness. Tonight they acknowledge that the ending is over. The middle is now. The beginning is coming. Slowly, carefully, one garden at a time, one house at a time, one person at a time. The world rebuilds. They're part of it. Just two people among thousands, among millions eventually, among billions maybe. If things work, if luck holds, if humanity learns, big if. But possible. That's the thing about endings. They make space for beginnings, and beginnings need believers, need planters, need people willing to dig in ash and hope something grows. They're willing, always were. That's why they survived. Not strength, not luck, just willingness. Just the stubborn refusal to stop trying, to stop planting, to stop hoping. The stars emerge, bright, unobscured by city lights, the sky the way it was before humans invented too much light. Beautiful, vast, indifferent. The universe doesn't care if humanity survives, doesn't care if gardens grow, doesn't care about anything, just exists, just continues, just is. But they care. That's the difference. That's what makes them human. Caring despite indifference, hoping despite odds, building despite knowing it all breaks eventually. That's the species, that's the gift, that's the curse. They're cursed with caring, with hoping, with the need to build, so they build, they plant, they hope, and sometimes it works. Chapter 30, Dawn's Last Echo. The changed ones come at dawn, not many, 5, maybe 6, stragglers from the old world, from the outbreak's peak. They shamble through the valley's edge, drawn by smoke, by sound, by the scent of living humanity clustered thick. The alarm sounds. Bell in the town center. Clear, loud. Everyone knows the drill. Children inside. Adults to positions. Weapons ready. They've practiced this. Monthly drills, weekly reviews. The valley is peaceful. But peace is maintained, not assumed. Jacob grabs his revolver. 6 rounds, full cylinder, proper maintenance, clean barrel. It's ready. He's ready. Emilia takes her axe, the same one from the mall, from the convoy, from the Arctic, edges worn, handle wrapped in fresh leather. Old friend, reliable tool. Remember when we were just stealing sodas, Jacob says. Simpler times. Emilia hefts the axe, though the vending machine put up a better fight than I expected. Everything puts up a fight eventually. Philosophical. I like it. I contain multitudes. You contain complaints mostly, also multitudes of those. They join the defense line. 20 people, rifles, crossbows, spears, improvised weapons, professional enough. They're not soldiers, just people who learned, who adapted, who refused to be prey. The changed ones approach, slow, uncoordinated. These are old, degraded, falling apart, nature reclaiming the bodies, rot and decay winning against whatever force animated them. They're not dangerous, not really, just sad, just remnants, just the past refusing to stay buried. Someone fires, rifle crack, one changed, one drops, headshot, clean. The others keep coming, don't react, don't scatter, just continue, just follow whatever drives them, whatever hunger remains. Jacob aims, fires, miss. The revolver's sights are off, or his hand is. Months without shooting, rust accumulating, he aims again, hit, chest shot, not enough. The changed one stumbles, keeps coming, he aims higher, fires, head. It drops, getting rusty, Emilia observes. I'm strategically conserving ammunition. That's a fancy way of saying you missed. I prefer my phrasing. Emilia doesn't wait, moves forward, axe ready, meets the nearest one, swings, clean strike, practiced, efficient. The changed one falls. She's already moving, already engaging the next. Economy of motion, minimum effort, maximum effect. She's very good at this. Was always good at this. Show off, Jacob mutters. Just demonstrating proper technique. Very helpful. Educational even. The fight is over in minutes. 6 changed ones unlived. 6 remnants removed. No injuries. No damage. Just clean up now. just disposal. They've done this before. Know the protocol. Burn the bodies, scatter the ash, purify with fire. Old ritual, old comfort. The valley returns to routine. Children released from houses. Adults back to work, the interruption barely registered. Just another morning. Another threat managed. Another reminder that the old world isn't gone. Just diminished. Just fading, but still present. Still dangerous if ignored. Jacob helps with the bodies. Dragging, stacking, pouring accelerant. He's done this hundreds of times, thousands maybe. The math blurs. Each one is just another body. Another hungry shadow, another piece of the past that needs putting down. He lights the fire, watches them burn. Feels nothing. Numbness or acceptance, same thing eventually. Emilia joins him. Watches the smoke rise. That might be the last of them. In this region anyway. Maybe, or maybe more will wander in. Follow the valleys, follow the rivers. Follow whatever programming remains. They're like salmon, just trying to reach wherever hunger takes them. That's the worst metaphor you've ever made. I'm tired. Cut me some slack, she nods. Long as we're here, long as we're watching, we'll handle it. They stand in silence. The fire burns hot, quick. The bodies collapse into ash, into carbon, into base elements. Returning to the cycle. Everything cycles, everything returns. The universe is efficient, wastes nothing, remembers nothing, just continues. A young boy approaches, maybe 8, born during the outbreak. Doesn't remember the before times, only knows this, only knows gardens and gates and defense drills. He looks at the fire, looks at Jacob. Are there more of them, he asks. More changed ones? Yes, Jacob says. Probably, somewhere, but fewer every day. They don't reproduce. Don't heal, just decay. Time is on our side. When will they all be gone? Years, maybe decades. It depends on climate, on terrain, on how many are left. But eventually, yes. Eventually they'll all be gone. What happens then? Then we just have regular problems, regular dangers, weather and animals and each other, normal things. The boy considers, seems disappointed almost, like he wanted more. Wanted significance, wanted purpose. Jacob understands, spent his whole young life preparing for changed ones, defined himself against them. Without them, he's just a boy in a valley, just another human. Just ordinary. It's okay to be ordinary, Jacob says. Nothing wrong with regular problems, regular life. That's what we're building, what we fought for. The right to be bored, the right to worry about crops instead of survival. That's the victory. The boy nods. Runs off, back to friends, back to games, back to childhood in the new world. Jacob watches him go, envies him slightly, growing up without the weight, without the memories, without the before, just the now, just the forward. Maybe that's how humanity moves on, through children who don't carry the old world's ghosts. Emilia touches his arm. You okay? Yeah, just thinking. About what we're leaving them, what they'll inherit, a world, she says, broken but fixable, dangerous but manageable. That's more than we had, more than we thought we'd have. Is it enough? That word again. Enough, the question that haunts them, the math that never solves. He looks at the valley, at the houses, at the gardens, at the people working, at the smoke rising from chimneys, at life happening despite everything. Despite the outbreak, despite the collapse, despite the architects and the hunger and the long frozen dark. Yeah, he says, it's enough. They walk back to town, through gardens heavy with vegetables, through streets lined with houses, through markets where people trade, through the ordinary miracle of humans gathering, of civilization reforming, of the species refusing to quit. The radio broadcast plays from the community hall, news from other settlements. Trade negotiations, weather reports, birth announcements, regular news, normal news, the kind that would have been boring before. Now it's precious, proof that the world continues, that humanity persists, that civilization limps forward. Jacob and Emilia stop at their house, small, comfortable, home. The word still feels strange, still feels temporary, but real. They've lived here 3 seasons, might live here more, might stay, might become permanent. Roots forming, growing, holding. They sit on the porch. Watch the valley. Watch people move. Watch children play. Watch the sun cross the sky, time passing, peaceful, boring, beautiful. Someone waves from the street. A neighbor, they wave back. Small gesture. Tiny, but it means something, means community, means trust, means the baseline assumption that people are neighbors, not threats. That's civilization, that's the foundation, that's what they're building back. One wave at a time, one gesture at a time, one ordinary interaction at a time. We made it, Emilia says. Really made it. Jacob nods. We did. What now, he thinks. Long pause, watching clouds, watching the world turn, what everyone does. We live. We work, we plant, we build, we help, we continue. Same as always, just without running, without hiding, without fighting every day. We just live. Sounds boring? It does. He smiles. Can't wait. You think they'll write songs about us? Probably not. We're not that interesting. We crossed a continent, fought architects, survived the Arctic. Everyone did something. We're just two people who didn't die. That's underselling it. That's accuracy. She hip bumps him. I think we're at least mildly impressive. He hip bumps back. Mildly. I'll take it. They sit, the sun sets, orange and red painting the valley, shadows stretch, lengthen. The day ends. Another day survived, another day added to the count. How many now? How many since the mall, since the vending machine, since the first hungry shadow? Too many to track, too many to matter. Each one is just another day, another sunrise, another sunset, another rotation. The universe doesn't count, doesn't care, just continues, just is, they're part of it. Tiny part, insignificant, but part nonetheless, part of the continuation, part of the persistence, part of the stubborn refusal to stop. Night comes, stars emerge, bright, clear, the valley lights up, soft glow from windows, fires in hearths, electricity in essential buildings, light and darkness, small, limited, but real. They made this. They and hundreds of others made light, made safety, made something like hope. Tomorrow they'll wake, they'll work, they'll plant, they'll build, they'll defend if needed, they'll live. Simple, ordinary, enough. That word, that impossible word, that's what they have. Enough. Not abundance, not certainty, not guarantee, just enough. Enough food, enough safety, enough community, enough hope, enough. The world ended, they survived, the world rebuilds, they help. That's the story, that's the arc. Beginning, middle, end. Except the end is just another middle, just another beginning. Life doesn't conclude, doesn't resolve, just continues, just cycles, just is. Jacob and Emilia sit in the dark, in the quiet, in the peace they fought for, that they bled for, that they walked across continents for. They have it now, have each other, have this valley, have this moment, have this breath, have this now. The now is enough, has to be. They'll take it, they'll live it, they'll protect it as long as they can, as long as breath holds, as long as the world lets them. They'll take each day, each sunrise, each task, each moment. They'll take it all, because that's what survivors do. They continue, they persist, they refuse to stop. The hunger is gone, the architects are finished, the outbreak is ending, but life continues. Life always continues, stubborn, relentless, persistent. Life, they're part of it, part of the continuation, part of the persistence, part of the forward motion. Two people among thousands, among millions, eventually. Just two people who survived, who helped, who built, who refused to quit. Two people watching stars, two people breathing, two people here, two people now. Enough.